Members, please come to the chamber. Members, it's time to come to the chamber so we can get started in a few minutes. The House will come to order. Members, today's prayer will be given by Chris Irwin. He's the pastor of Church of the Highlands and is a guest of Representative Holsey.
Good morning. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we love you and we thank you, Lord, for a wonderful day, a day that we can gather and lean on you. We thank you for your sovereignty today, Lord. We recognize your sovereignty. And Lord, we ask for wisdom. You said that if we need it, all we had to do is ask for it, and that you would give it liberally. I pray for these great leaders of our great state. Lord, we ask for unity. We ask for wisdom. And we thank you, Lord, for your sovereignty that we do lean on today. That, Lord, you are omniscient. You know all things. You're omnipresent. You're here with us. And you're omnipotent. You're all-powerful. So, Lord, thank you for the blessing on this great state and on these great leaders. We ask for your grace and mercy today. You said it is sufficient. So help us as we lead.
Members, today's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Elliot Jones. She is a 9th grader at Jasper High School and is the guest of Representative Woods.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Speaker, Almond, Baker, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracey, Brinyark, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Daniels, Drummond, Debose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Gibbons, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harbison, Harrison, Hassel, Hendricks, Hill, Holt, Jones, Hollis, Halsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Lamb, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Rogers, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shedd, Shiree, Simpson, Smith, Sorrells, Stodhagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Whit, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood D, Wood R, Woods, Yarborough.
"58 members having answered the roll. A quorum is present and the House is ready to transact business. The chair recognizes Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that floor privileges be granted for Ms. Linnell Roberts Brent, daughter of the Tuskegee Airmen pilot and Class 42 member George Spanky Roberts, Amelia Montgomery, widow of Daphne Montgomery, Rosanna Beaumont, daughter of pilot Myron Wilson, Richard Barr, son of Howard Barr.
Are there any objections? Hearing no objections, floor privileges are granted. Welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives.
So they got some pictures. If you would click those pictures from the car. They got some pictures. I'm saying they have some pictures you can see. Mr. Speaker, we are honored to have these members present with us today in terms of recognition. Today, March 7th, is officially Tuskegee Airmen Day in the state of Alabama. This was proclaimed by Governor Kay Ivey in 2020. Many of us were here in this chamber when the three documented official Tuskegee Airmen came to join us for a joint session as we honored them for their service, their bravery, and their history that changed this nation and this world during World War II. So today it is my honor to share new history with you. We have with us family members and friends of those brave men who have come to Alabama, who had come to Alabama, to Tuskegee, to donate their loved one's national treasure to the Tuskegee University Archives. Representative Warren is with several members of the Tuskegee Airmen's family and friends at a breakfast in Tuskegee, and she asked me to introduce our special guest today. And so what I'm going to do is ask Representative AJ, I was about to call him AJ, but Representative McCampbell, whose daughter attended Tuskegee, Representative Mary Moore, who is a graduate of Tuskegee, and Representative Rolanda Hollis, if they would join me up front here as we see they have photographs. And so the photographs you will see is Representative McCampbell, if you would get the photographs, please. Are they allowed to pass them around as we, members here? Family members, are they allowed to pass them around and then get them back to you? So there will be photographs you will see of the first 5 Tuskegee Airmen who graduated on March 7th, 1942. How fitting it is today to welcome one of the daughters of Tuskegee Airmen, George Spencer Spanky Roberts, Linnell Roberts Brent, who simply call Airman Roberts' daddy. She will introduce the other members of the newly organized Tuskegee Airmen family and friends. Ms. Roberts? The mic behind you, directly behind you.
Good morning, and thank you for having us here. My name, as was said, is Linnell Roberts Brent, and my father was George S. Spanky Roberts, who is the gentleman in the back, in the middle. He was the first accepted into the pilot program, the first cadet accepted, and my claim to fame is I was born at Tuskegee. Next to me is Mrs. Amelia Montgomery, whose husband is Dabney Montgomery, and you're going to come up and say, you good? Come here.
My name is, as she said, is Amelia Montgomery, and I was married to Dabney in Montgomery. He was a private first class. He always said he was first class private. He group attached to the 332nd Fighter Group. He served in Ramitelli, and he operated the food and warehouse operation there in Ramitelli. We met in New York City, and he passed away in September 2016. I was told to say that this is my birthday. I was born on the day of the first graduating class, March 7, 1942.
Good morning, Rosanna Wilson Beaumont. My father was a World War II combat pilot. Myron Wilson, he flew 47 combat missions. He graduated in class 44D. He served in Italy, and he served in the European theater, including the last flight of the Tuskegee Airmen over Germany, Berlin, and Austria.
Good morning. My name is Richard Baugh. I'm the youngest son of Lieutenant Colonel Howard Baugh. He graduated class 42J in November 11th, 1942. He went on to be deployed as a combat pilot in Sicily and in Europe. He flew 136 combat missions before he returned home. He was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross. He was also given an Air Medal with 4 Oak Leaf clusters, And that's about it.
Mr. Barb, would you do us a favor?
Yes.
And tell them exactly, there may be somebody in the audience that are not aware of who the Tuskegee Airmen really were. Would you just give a little description in terms of what?
Tuskegee Airmen, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Tuskegee Airmen, first African-American fighter pilot, started off as fighter pilots, also trained as bomber pilots. This was part of an effort to allow blacks. Maybe many of you don't know that initially the country did not want black pilots. And the African American community, through newsprint, because that was the primary media in those days, had to fight for the right to fight for their country. And they won the fight, and that fight culminated in Tuskegee Army Airfield being established along with Moton Field as the locations for primary training, basic training, and then advanced training. If you look at the history of the 2,843 cadets that started training in 44 different classes, 996 actually completed. So that was a 60% failure rate, but it was consistent with the white counterparts that were training in other locations. They went on to, once deployed, and there was some objection to them being deployed, but once they were deployed, understand it was law of the land in those days was Plessy versus Ferguson, separate but equal. So they deployed, and there was nobody over there to help them. They just went as an autonomous group, set up their own airfield, and flew the missions, and they ended up registering the finest bomber escort record of any Allied fighter group. Thank you. And the rest is history.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. I just wanted to make sure people were aware. Mr. Speaker, I would ask if the clerk could read the resolution.
The clerk will read the resolution.
Whereas we take great pride and pleasure in recognizing and declaring March 7th of every year as Tuskegee Airmen Day in the state of Alabama. The Tuskegee Airmen were the first black military fighter pilots in the United States Army Air Corps. The men flew more than 15,000 sorties throughout Europe and parts of Africa during World War II. And whereas this year, on March 7th, 2024, the Tuskegee Airmen family and friends are coming home to the hallowed grounds of Tuskegee, Alabama, where their loved ones were trained to become the nation's first black fighter pilots, known as the famous Tuskegee Airmen. TAF joins Tuskegee University and Friends of Tuskegee Airmen National Historic Site to officially donate treasured and rarely seen memorabilia to the Tuskegee University archives for lifelong preservation. And whereas there will be a ribbon-cutting ceremony at the Kinney Hall Bioethics Center on the campus of Tuskegee University at 1 p.m., the keynote speaker will be documented original Tuskegee Airman and World War II combat pilot, Lieutenant Colonel George E. Hardy. And whereas the national treasures to be donated by TAF include artifacts such as clothing, photos, and medals that are not just part of Black history, but of American history and legacy with significant historical importance. Whereas the Tuskegee Airmen played a vital role in desegregating the U.S. Armed Forces, they proved that African Americans were equally qualified and had the intellectual capacity to become successful military pilots. There were more than 16,000 men and women who participated in the Tuskegee experience training at Tuskegee Army Airfield. That was back in the 1940s, and all are considered Tuskegee Airmen. And whereas it is manifestly fitting and appropriate to recognize the selfless service of these outstanding Tuskegee Airmen whose service to the citizens of the United States distinguishes them as true American heroes. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the Legislature of Alabama that we take great pleasure in recognizing March 7th annually as Tuskegee Airmen Day in the state of Alabama, and we remember the great sacrifice to secure our lives and our freedoms made by the Tuskegee Airmen. By copy of this resolution, we pay highest tribute to these American heroes whose dedication and service to the United States has promoted and protected the freedoms of our country.
Thank you.
Ms. Hall?
Yes, sir. Any comments from you, Mr. Speaker?
No.
Thank you. So we are honored that you're here to spend this time with us, and we certainly appreciate the work that you've honored in terms of the history that you bring. And as the speaker usually say, welcome to the People's House. We'll take a few minutes and take some pictures, Mr. Speaker, quickly, and then this ends this part of our ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you. While they're taking pictures, we'd like to recognize leadership Walker County and youth leadership Walker County. They are the guests of Representative Matt Woods and Tim Wadsworth. Please stand to be recognized. Thank y'all and welcome. Welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives. The chairman recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
Okay, that's fine. Hold on a second. We're going to sing happy birthday today. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Madison, Miss Hall, to lead us in a song.
Goodness. We understand that today, hold up just a moment, with that today is Miss Amelia's birthday. So we want to, would you join me in singing happy birthday to Miss Amelia, her 82nd birthday? Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Miss Amelia. Happy birthday to you.
Well, that was not the Mormon Tabernacle Choir, but Chair recognizes Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I request that leave of absence be granted for absent members.
Are there any objections? Hearing no objections, absent members are excused. The chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 14th Legislative Day and finds the same to be correct. Signed, Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 14th Legislative Day be dispensed with.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, the reading of the journal is dispensed with. The chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee for the purpose of making announcements.
Mr. Speaker, I move that when we adjourn today that we leave the journal open to allow the clerk to complete his paperwork and that we reconvene on Tuesday, March the 19th at 1 p.m.
All in favor say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The motion prevails. The clerk will receive the reports from the standing committees and receive those reports throughout the day. The House is now in position for the introduction of bills and resolutions. The House will now receive resolutions report from the Committee on Rules. The clerk will read the resolutions.
On page 17 of the calendar, House Bill number, House Joint Resolution number 85. Entities to hire and advance individuals with disabilities.
I move adoption.
All those in favor of adoption of the resolution? Oh, we got to do these in mass. Oh, yeah. We do these in mass. Okay.
Individual.
Okay. All those in favor of the adoption of the resolution say aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
House Joint Resolution number 97 by Representative Sorrells, naming a portion of Alabama State Route 52 in Houston County, Alabama, the Joe R. Carruthers Highway.
I move adoption.
All in favor say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The resolution's adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution number 29 by Senator Orr, affirming the state of Alabama's continued support of the United States of America and recognizing Israel as a sovereign nation.
I move adoption.
All in favor say aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. The resolution's adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution number 30 by Senator Reed, proclaiming March 5th, 2024 as Space Day in Alabama.
I move adoption.
All in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. The resolutions are adopted. The clerk will call the first uncontested local bill on the calendar.
On page 17 of the calendar, House Bill number 175 by Representative Allman, relating to the city of Tuscaloosa.
Question for the body's adoption of the BR on House Bill 175. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Yeah, yeah. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 66 yeas, 33 abstentions. The BR is adopted. Question for the body is passage of HB 175. The clerk will lock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 18 yeas, 85 abstentions. The bill passes. Clerk, call the next bill on the calendar. Next uncontested bill on the calendar.
On page 34 of the calendar, House Bill number 190 with substitute.
Question for the body's adoption.
On page 34 of the calendar, House Bill number 190. On page 34 of the calendar, House Bill number 190 with substitute by Representative Carnes relating to Jefferson County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 62 yeas, 40 abstentions. The BR is adopted. The question now before the body is adoption of the substitute to HB 190. The clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 26 yeas, 76 abstentions. The substitute is adopted. The question now before the body is final passage of HB 190 is substituted. The clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. That's it. We're done. There's one more, isn't there? It's contested.
Filter says contested.
Yeah.
182?
Yeah.
What is that one? Am I wrong? I'm wrong.
It's got contested.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Okay. That's it. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 25 yeas, 78 abstention. The bill receives a favorable, it passes. The chair would like to recognize leadership Shoals area, Colbert, and Lauderdale counties. They are guests of Representative Keel, Underwood, Pettis, Harrison, and Yarborough. Please stand. Welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives. The chair recognizes a gentleman from Lee. Yeah, they showed it, yeah. They're contested.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's contested. It just got contested. I got you.
It's contested. According to what I have, it's contested. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Mr. Lovin.
Mr. Speaker, I have a resolution.
The clerk will receive the resolution.
House Resolution number 104 by the House Rules Committee, the special order calendar.
Move adoption.
You're recognized, gentlemen.
Move adoption.
Members, question for the body's adoption of the special order calendar. All in favor will say aye, and all opposed say no. Ayes have it. The clerk will call the first bill on the special order calendar.
On page 10 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 48 by Senator Reed relating to education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have before you SB 48. This bill requires that curricula that will be used in each classroom of public K-12 schools be posted on the school website at the beginning of each calendar year or within 30 days after a new or revised curriculum is adopted. The posting will be verified by local superintendent of education and the local board of education. The goal for this bill is to provide parents and guardians with an easily accessible way to see their child's curricula in hopes of having better engagement with their child's education. This bill provides transparency and communication, which are both beneficial components of student success. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson, to speak on the BIR. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, Representative Mooney.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the recognition, but I didn't put my light on to speak on the BIR. I put my light on to speak on the calendar before we adopted it. Ignored. And some constituents who have overcome hardships, obstacles, discrimination, and racism, and still achieve. And we are facing the same issues today. He talked about 1942, prior to the ending of 1945, the World War II. We're all Americans, we're all Alabamians, and we have the same desire and need to represent our constituents. You know, I read in the preamble of the Constitution that I have a right to speak. Freedom of speech. That's the First Amendment. And I have been denied that. And it's not fair that we have to come and make these types of speeches in 2024. We are fighting the same demons that our ancestors fought in the 1800s. But we wrote on paper. Somewhere I read, we hold these truths to be self-evident. That all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I'm being denied. It's not you. I'm just talking because the truth matters. To God, it matters. But people don't know the truth. They remind me of Pontius Pilate, asking for what is truth? And so we are in this precarious situation right now. You know, as I came down the hall this morning, as a colleague said, are you ready? I said, well, you know, I come here ready every day, but it's kind of like going to a battle with bow and arrows when you got AR-15s. But you still got to be ready, you know. Isaiah said, "Send me, I go. If you need somebody, I go." So I'm here because the Lord requires this of us: to love mercy, to show justice, and to humbly walk with who? With the Lord. So when we do that, we become family. And so it shouldn't be this way. It just shouldn't be that we're going, because you got numbers, that you're going to run over people. You're going to take away what has already been 59 years of, and we're turning the clock back Now, this is unreal. This is not America. This is not democracy. And it's time for us to wake up and live out the true meaning that we've written on paper. You know, we get up here and we say, I pledge allegiance to a flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God. There's no one nation, a divided nation with liberties and justice for who? You said for all, but you'll show injustice to the minorities of this state. And that's not godly. It's inhumane to be mistreated, to be abused, to be taken advantage of because you have the numbers. And so I'm just, you know, I'm just so fed up with this. I got resolutions and rules, can't even get up. Got bills and elections that can't even get on the calendar. Voting rights bills, early voting, unexcused absentee voting, can't even get it on the calendar. The people of this state want different. They want change. They are tired of doing the same thing over and over and over. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm thankful, I'm delighted that you did recognize me, and I appreciate you for honoring that, my light. And I think that we have a difficult day, and there are some difficult times. But I serve a God that shows us what you mean for evil, He's going to make it for my good. And I want you to understand that. Go back to the scriptures, all through the word, through the Bible. What the enemy took for evil, God going to make it good. So I'm speaking on the purpose of what He has put in my heart to say this morning. It's troubling to have you tap me on my back and smile in my face, then come in here and annihilate me as a person by bringing these bills that are going to take away rights from people. We're going to destroy the integrity of our state. Constituents. I am persuaded this morning, and I pray that God will enlighten us, that He will give us the wherewithal that we can love one another. This Christian nationalism is going to fail because it's not of God. There's no love in that. Christ is of love. God is love. We always want to quote John 3:16, but if you go back and read John 3:3, what did He tell Nicodemus? You got to do something. You got to be born again. And see, you can't love God and hate me and saying that you're born again. And so I am persuaded today that God gonna prevail, even though we lose this opportunity to stand up and represent the people that we are sent here to represent, because you have the numbers to deny us those privileges. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you again for your due diligence, for your honor in my light, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Chair recognizes Representative Lomax and Madison to be the second to speak on the BR.
Hey, that's all good. Thank you for the recognition. Representative Woods, I just want to appreciate the work you've put into this, and Senator Reed. And, you know, I've got 2 young daughters. You know, we're thinking about education. We're taking a hard look at it.
And I think this is it's a no-nonsense, it's a common sense bill. I mean, if you look at it, I mean, parents should know what kind of curriculum their kids are learning. I mean, they get report cards, they know how they're progressing on it, so it'd be nice to know what they're learning and what they're progressing on. So this is good. It's good for the parents. It's also good for the teachers and the educators, because then you're working off a common trend there. Both parties know what is out there and the material that they're learning. So I just want to thank you for bringing this. I'm proud to vote for it. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative.
Chair recognizes Representative Mooney of Shelby for the third person on the BR.
Thank you, sir. Representative Woods, you know, we've talked before, and I've shared with you how important educational transparency is, I believe, and this bill does provide a step, a movement toward the process of parents being able to guide the education of their children, but particularly in our public schools, it provides them an opportunity for transparency that they've not had before. So the ability of parents to do this and ask questions about what's being taught to their children is vital to the process of, I believe, creating an atmosphere that provides us young leaders as opposed to people who are apathetic. And looking at the vote turnout for the elections we just had, it's amazing how low that turnout is among young people, up to about 35 or so. So I congratulate you on bringing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Chair recognizes Representative Moore of Jefferson to be the fourth person on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jen, will you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to appreciate you for bringing this bill so that every parent that don't know anything themselves, didn't finish school themselves, can decide what the curriculum that their children will have. The basic curriculum is reading, writing, and arithmetic. Now, if that parent is a good parent and goes to PTA meeting, when school opens every year and they have open house, those parents have the opportunity to go in. They can learn about the curriculum for that year, any changes that have been made. So I don't understand why this bill is necessary, because if a parent wants to know the curriculum, they have every opportunity in the world to do it. But what you all are doing, the party that's supposed to be of less government, you are the party of more government. You dictate everything from birth to death in this state now. But before you got in leadership role, you always said we needed less government. But every time we turn around now, it's more government. It's not necessary when all a parent has to do is go to the school that their child is assigned to, or the closest school to their house. They can figure out all the curriculum they want to. I think that we end up putting ourselves in a very dangerous position when we allow parents that didn't like being educated themselves, might have dropped out of school like some have in the 7th grade, that are now making laws for people that have BS degrees, master's degrees, doctoral degrees several times over. Those are the people who didn't challenge themselves, and now all of a sudden they are the experts on what curriculum would be. The other thing that happens and that is so dangerous, then 1 or 2 parents can go per school district and change what the curriculum is. At the end of the day, when it's time for those students to take those standardized tests to go into college, we have nothing that's standard, because every parent has the opportunity to change the curriculum that their child is being exposed to. In the past few years, a lot of our major universities even stopped requiring students to have the college entrance exams to come in.
But then they've gotten a poor quality of student from the perspective that you have more students that's coming in that has to go back and pick up courses or a better understanding of the subject matter that they said they major in, because they went to some private schools, they went to some public schools where parents were dictating what the teacher should teach. So only way that we can continue to have some type of standardized test is we've got to have a standardized curriculum. And I know for years your party has talked about not having any type of core curriculum, but you need it. You need it. You don't need every school system in every state teaching something different. It's got to be standardized. Your child might not go to school in Alabama. They might decide to continue their education in another state. But if they went to a school that cut out an important subject to be taught, they won't be prepared when they leave and go somewhere else to continue in their education process. So what we're doing here, at the end of the day, with all of these educational experts we have in this body, with all of these doctors and lawyers that we got in this body, with all of these experts that we have in this body that don't even have the first clue of most of the bills that they bring forth, and nor do we study to understand the impact on all of our children, not just one or two, but all of our children. We don't look at that impact. Most of the bills that we have had to come before us this year, the people that's bringing them did not speak to the people who were experts in that subject matter. They was just given a bill and they brought it to us. I think that's not practicing good government, but it is practicing authoritarian government, that regardless of what the professionals say, this body that is ruled by one party, that don't even believe in compromise, that don't even believe that even though they haven't really read their bills, they haven't investigated their bills, they haven't done research on their bills, but they are allowed, it's my time, they are allowed to stand forth and bring forth just insanity and ignorance and making a state that's at the bottom of the list. Always, when Mississippi is above us, as Rick and Bobby say, if you ain't first, you're last. So we continue to be last because we don't do our due diligence before we bring these bills before us. But for a parent that has not challenged themselves to be appropriately educated according to some standards, to have a voice, if they're teaching a subject that your child is having a hard time to grasp, then you could go in and modify that and see what's the alternative to that curriculum that's being taught. But to say what can and cannot for the masses of children that have to be educated, I think is a bit below the bar. And for some reason in the state of Alabama, seems like we dwell in less than rather than greater than, and we've just bought far too many bills, health-wise, educational-wise, economically-wise, that has left and is making sure that the state of Alabama can be at the bottom of everything. The one thing we do have that is really good is the pre-K. But even with that, the legislature didn't make sure that all of our school districts had pre-K programs. You know why? Because somebody in the body felt that going to school at 4 years of age was too young for a child to learn. So therefore, it's not mandatory. K-5 is not mandatory because some parent thought 5 years old was too young for their children to learn. When across the universe, all others in progressive countries, their children start school at 2. They start kindergarten at 2. We don't want ours to even start learning at 4 because some parent, so here again, we allow some parent who for some reason doesn't like education to say I should have a voice in the curriculum that my child is taught. So as we delve into this bag of worms and have parents deciding what curriculum our children should be taught in order to be competitive, not only in 49 other states, but our children should be competitive in any country that they decide to go to. They should be knowledgeable people, but we won't allow that to happen if this bill, and I know you all got some more coming, we just have to be prepared to talk, because you don't compromise. That's why I'm going to use up my time. There's no compromise, and I know your party has given clear instructions that you stand and listen, and because most times when you come back with a response, there's no data to support the responses that you come back with, because you're giving talking points. So, and I know with this bill here, it's not the first time we've had it, so I know it's not unique. We've had it before, because since the ruling party got to be the ruling party, they don't like education, they don't like health care, they don't like equal opportunities for all. They just want it for the mass, for the faithful few that's party members. You don't even provide for those poor families that cannot afford anything but the public school education that the Alabama state constitution provides to all of our children. When they made that requirement, they didn't say every parent has the opportunity to develop the curriculum. That's why we have a state board of education. That's why we have local boards of education. Those are the local people
The
that can
gentlewoman's
look at
time
the
has
curriculum.
expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker,
Thank
and I
you.
will be back.
The question before the body is adoption of the BIR on SB 48. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote. Have all the members voted? The clerk will lock the machine. 96 yeas, 2 nays, 5 abstentions. The BIR is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, we have...
Sponsor, we have a substitute. Would you please explain the substitute?
Yes, sir. On line 30, page 2, we struck the word custodian, left the word guardian. It's used interchangeably. And then in lines 73 and 74, we added language to provide confidentiality of student records as it relates to this bill.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Madison, Mrs. Hall, to speak on the substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had thought I had sent out to, I was concerned when I came in, there was no schedule of bills or anything on our desk, which it usually is. They were passed out after we got here. And so I was really wanting you, so would you please tell me what is different in the sub
Yes, ma'am.
that compared to what you introduced?
The original bill, line 30, said request of any parent or guardian or custodian, and we took the word custodian out because it's redundant to guardian. So
Sure.
we struck that.
Okay.
And then on line 73, would you like for me to read, or I can give you the highlighted version if you want to look at it?
Sure. Sure.
But this inserted some confidentiality opportunities for records that are created by a complaint process with this bill, and we added
hold up just right there. So are you saying the complaint about what's being taught or what's on the curriculum?
Yes, ma'am. There's a process in the bill for doing that, and so ultimately, if it's unresolved, the local superintendent will report to the state superintendent the complaints. The state superintendent will aggregate those and then report back to the chair of the Education Policy Committee and the House and Senate. So it allows us to see if there are issues with any material, curricula, is there certain areas that we need to be looking at.
Why would you choose coming back to the House as opposed to going to the State Board of Education?
Well, the state superintendent will actually have an opportunity to address any issues that come up, but they also will be able to aggregate the numbers of complaints by county and report that back to the chairs of the committees.
So you're really not looking for resolving the issue as much as you are looking at the number of complaints that are being filed?
Well, ultimately, that'll give us the data to see if we're having an issue in general. But no, I think every opportunity, whether it be with the local superintendent or whether it be with the state superintendent or their designee, is an opportunity for communication to try to resolve any questions or issues that may be related to the curricula or the materials used in the classrooms.
I mean, I agree totally that the key thing in any situation, and certainly in this situation, would be that open communication. I was just trying to determine why it would have to come. It comes to the legislature. Now, if you're saying from the legislative perspective that we look at this data and say, well, there's a problem in teaching.
Maybe there's a curricula that's being contested. Who knows?
What?
Maybe there's a curricula or material that's being used that's not compliant with what the state standards are. Who knows? But it would let us know.
But if you have the state standards, I'm assuming your request is on the website for a system. You're requesting that they have the curriculum as required by the state. Okay? So when you do that, you could have the state's curriculum, and then your question would be then, is the system in which your child is attending, are they following the state's curriculum? Is that your goal?
Well, let me back up and explain the process a little bit better,
Sure.
if I may. So, in the bill, it would require that a classroom teacher, upon request of a parent or guardian of a child enrolled in the class, be able to examine a summary of all instructional and supplemental materials or books available to students in the classrooms via electronic or phone. And so if the educator does not respond, then they have an opportunity to reach out to the local Board of Education and request an opportunity at the next available work session to examine physically those materials in question. If that doesn't satisfy the curiosities of the parent, they can then file a complaint with the superintendent. Superintendent has 10 days, school days, to be able to respond back. If it's still not resolved, they can then file a complaint with the state superintendent, at which time hopefully by that point it's resolved anyway, but if not, there will be a record of that complaint that will be reported back to the legislature through the ed policy chairs.
And so you mentioned teacher, that individual, if you're going through this process, and that individual teacher, that means that it really is not about the curriculum, it is about the approach that the teacher is using. Is that what I'm understanding?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I said, you mentioned that the process could be in an individual class.
Correct.
An individual class has a teacher that's teaching or taught something that you may or may not agree with.
Well, possibly. That could be a situation where they would just want to reach out to the teacher. That's what this kind of uniform communication process states, is that they can request that with the teacher, which we're not doing anything different in some ways than's already been done, where you can have a parent-teacher conference now, but they have to respond if it is related to the material in the classroom.
You took care of it right there. So what happens to the parent-teacher conferences that are held at the end of each grade period or when there is an issue?
Right. Well, if there is an issue related to the material or the curricula, specifically this bill, that's all we're addressing, not anything else that a parent-teacher conference might need to be held for. If that's not satisfied, if they can't get the questions answered, they don't get a detailed report back from the teacher as far as what the materials, how they relate to the standards of the curricula, then they would then be able to approach the local Board of Education for a work session to have further examination of the materials. And I think that's a great space because then you involve your local board. They would want to know if there's an issue, I'm sure, as well. It's a safe space. It's an open communication, very transparent process for the teacher and the parent. So,
you know, what you're saying and what you're talking about here, a good teacher, a good school, a good place. Every grade period, at the beginning of the school year, school is open for parents to come in, have an opportunity to meet with the teacher to understand what's going to be taught, what's expected from the child. At the end of the first grade period, the parent is then given an opportunity to come in and do a conference about what that child, what has been taught, what that child has learned or not learned, what needs to be done. So, and then rarely, my experience, I spent 100 years in the classroom, but rarely do you have a parent, when you are up front, on the front end, giving them all of this information, this is my expectation, this is what we will be going over during this particular grade period, and at the end of this grade period, this is the information you will receive. I don't know of any system where somebody is teaching something that the State Department of Education does not have. It is your belief that there are some school systems that are not following that process, or that it is hit and miss?
I think that there are some who probably could do a better job communicating.
The school system could do a better job of communicating?
Well, I think at the end of the day, we need to have parents involved in our children's education.
Amen.
We all agree to that.
Amen.
And I'll give you a real-world example of how this will be beneficial in my own home. I've got an 8th grade student at my house. My wife's very responsible for her education, helping her at night with homework, preparing for tests. We haven't been in a classroom in a minute. It's been a long time since 8th grade.
I understand that part,
too. Being able to easily access this online, that is certainly going to be a benefit to parents to know, all right, this is what's coming up next. I need to refresh myself so I can help my child. That's the hope of this bill.
Well, and I think that there are some places where you will find that you may not have the type of engagement you'd like from parents, but I'm a strong believer. Every child that walks through that door, there needs to be should be a teacher standing in front of him or her that believes that he or she can learn. May not be at the same level as somebody else, but they could learn. So that's why, I don't have any opposition to what you're doing. My concern is that we are, and I think the part that probably perks my interest is when you say
Representative's time has expired.
For later discussion. Thank you.
I'd like to take a moment and recognize, joining us in the gallery today, St. Francis Xavier School from Birmingham, where I attended 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade. Please stand and be recognized. Welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives. The chair recognizes Representative Wadsworth from the Free State of Winston.
I appreciate it, Speaker, and I appreciate you recognizing the Free State of Winston. May the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Representative Woods, I just wanted to tell you, I appreciate you bringing this bill. One of the things I've always strived, and I think you have in the Alabama legislature, is to be open and transparent. And I think what this bill does, it allows educators now to have some means where they can provide information, and also then parents be able to then go and review those sites and determine what their children are taking. And I think that's very, very important. A lot of times people work during the day, and when they're working during the day, maybe they don't have an opportunity to go up to the school or don't have an opportunity to go to the various educators. And what this does, this allows them, by being posted on the website, to go in. That allows them to be able to review things, and then sometimes that might actually cut down on people approaching an educator because they found out that information online. Also, one of the requirements of the bill was for them to be able to request information and have a complaint process. I love that, and I love the open and transparency. Enjoy working with you in Walker County, and just want to thank you for bringing the bill.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Oh, boy.
Chair now recognizes Representative Rogers of Jefferson to speak on the substitute.
Yay. Oh, God.
But I want you to know I think it's a great thing. No parental involvement, we have the better our school education system is.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'm going to thank you. I'm going to thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, can I get a little quiet in the house? A little noisy, Mr. Speaker. Can you give a little decorum? I want to ask you a question. Now, if you want to do that, why can't you do homeschooling? They want to be that involved with it. Why they do homeschooling? What's the difference?
I guess they could if they wanted to.
Well, why do this when you can do homeschooling?
Well, this doesn't have anything to do with homeschooling. This is for public school.
But if you want to be that involved, you're concerned about education. Why you say I'm gonna teach my own child at home? Then you got to realize that. But the problem you got there is that they can't pass any tests. Homeschoolers very seldom pass the test to get into college to go anywhere. But the idea, and it also goes down to say pre-K-12. That means kindergarten too, right?
Yes, sir.
So now tell me, what does a parent have? I mean, they got a right to raise their child, but they don't know enough about education to determine what they're going to do, teach about it in the school. A lot of them don't. A lot of them do, a lot of them don't. They don't even go to school board meeting. Now you can put a bill in there so they can pull the child out because they don't like what something being taught.
Well, I mean, I'm college educated. I still want to know what's in my child's classroom.
Well, that's fine. And I think you should know. But once you find out, what do you do? What's the next process?
Whatever you want it to be if you're the parent. I mean, if you want to inspect it, you can examine it.
All right, and then what? All right, so you're a parent. You don't like what they're teaching little Johnny, little Mary.
Sure.
All right, what's your next step?
The next step would be to reach out to the teacher and then have the teacher respond back to the parent with a summary of all the instructional or supplemental material available that's being questioned.
All right. Do you have a category of what you're going to challenge? Anything, so it's willy-nilly, anything you want to challenge, you can challenge.
Well, it needs to be related to the curricula or the material in the classroom.
Well, some of the parents know Sam Hill wasn't being challenged in the first place. What I mean? So you look at the curriculum, all right? You said, well, I don't like teaching little Johnny how to do A, B, C, D this way. And so you challenge that, right? So if you don't like the way they do it in the school, take little Johnny and little Mary out and teach them at home.
At least they would know if that's a problem. They could do that. But if they don't know that that's an issue, they wouldn't be able to even make that decision.
But they make it an issue when you say they can challenge the pre-K, they can challenge in kindergarten. We don't have a kindergarten, right? We had a kindergarten bill here, right? Did we pass a kindergarten bill here last week? I
voted for it in committee.
Okay, well, all right. Well, that's where you teach you how to read and write, do A, B, C, D, and how to enunciate and all that kind of stuff like that. So
You don't like the way they doing that, so you take the little kindergarten child, take him home, and talk about little Mary had a little lamb at home. Instead of sending Mary to school with the little lamb. Well, if you don't like it, you already got a solution. Teach him at home. So why you want to come on a bill saying that a non-educated parent? I mean, they might be college graduates, might be engineers, but they're not educated. Educators should be left to educate in the superintendent education, and not the willy-nilly person. No, they don't like the way something being taught. What's something you think they would be really opposed to? Just give me an idea of what you think.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
What's something you think they would teach a child that since you say you do it, they'd be opposed to themselves? They want to oppose the curriculum.
Well,
give me an idea what curriculum you think about. You got something in your mind. You got to have something in mind cover a bill like this.
This bill I want to mention was passed in the Senate unanimously, bipartisan support for this bill because transparency is important.
That don't mean nothing to me by passing something in the Senate.
I understand. Just want to make it clear.
I'm concerned, we ought to be talking about Senate bills in the first place.
If you wouldn't mind letting me finish that one thought, I'll be brief. This bill was vetted with AEA, with superintendents, with the Association of School Boards, with the Department of Education. So this wasn't a bill that was just quickly thrown together. This has been vetted for several months now.
Wait a minute. But AA didn't have no darn bill down here about down the calendar that's really bad. AA didn't know about the calendar.
They knew about
I'm
this
looking
bill.
at Sam Jones right now. Sam Jones didn't know about this calendar. I said, AA didn't know about this calendar. The calendar is horrendous on down there. You got a bill down there that's terrible. Deal with diversity. So AA didn't know you're going to put that bill down on the calendar. How long is this bill anyway? How many pages is this bill?
It's not very long. Let's see.
Well, we're going to have to talk about every bill a little longer and make them reread and all that kind of stuff.
It's only
like
like 3 pages.
3 pages. Well, we're going to start with this one also, so when we get through, I'm going to make a request. I'll come back. AA didn't know you're going to have a bill down the calendar. I didn't get a chance to talk on the calendar because I had it done for the hour. I was stuck in traffic. We had a truck turn over in the middle of the freeway. Had 2 of them, be exact. The whole freeway was closed off, so we couldn't get here. So I would have had the calendar ready and then. But since I can't have the calendar ready and then because I didn't get here, somebody should have done that. Is that AA didn't know you're going to have a bill down here about diversity either. They didn't know that bill going to be down on the calendar. So my theory is that I don't want to see that bill, period. If I had my druthers, I wish Chairman Rules had thought about it, he wouldn't have done that. So therefore, this bill here is one that is before that bill, so therefore we all discuss this at length. We discuss it to the cows come from Capistrano. And when the cows come from Capistrano, we all turn it loose. But the idea of the fact that a parent who has the ability to go to a kindergarten, and we're going to have, Laura, are we going to have kindergarten school this time? Did we pass a bill about kindergartens already? We didn't pass that. We ought to have, in other words, the parents don't like ABCD. They like to see Dick run. They don't want to see Dick run. They don't see Dick running down the alley. They don't want to see ABCD. If they don't like it, well, they teach ABCD at home. Couldn't it, when that's not a problem? If they don't like what's being taught at school, the parent always had the ability to do homeschooling. But homeschooling never passed a test. Right now, every college requires you to take an admission exam now because the homeschoolers can't pass one. And you realize that?
I did.
Check the record out. Homeschoolers do not pass college entrance exam. So therefore, all colleges now are requesting you do an entrance exam to get into college. So what I'm asking you to do is that at the proper time, I ought to be ready to live anyway today. So I might well start with this 3-page bill when you finish. Because in fact, I don't want to see that diversity bill. I'm telling you exactly what my motive is. I don't want to see that bill, period. It shouldn't even be on the calendar. It has no effect on this bill here, but matter of fact, you're going to start with the kindergarten. We might well start there also. The kindergarten, if the parent don't like it, all they got to do, does that make sense to you? If you're a parent, you don't like what little Johnny learning in school, take little Johnny home. That makes sense?
Well, I would say if I had a question about what he's being taught or the material being used, I would appreciate the opportunity to have the discussion with the teacher and get to a place where we're on good understanding.
I'm asking you a question. Can the teacher change the curriculum?
The teacher cannot change the curriculum.
Oh, so why are you going to talk to the teacher?
So the teacher can explain the curriculum and the material to the parents so they can get on the same page.
But it don't make any difference. The curriculum is approved by the superintendent, right?
I'm
They
sorry.
don't have a board or something like that. A curriculum is not approved by the teacher.
That's right. This is an attack on teachers.
So why are you going to talk to the teacher?
Because that's who is involved with their student day in and day out.
But they got to do what they tell them. Hey, I mean, when I never taught school. I tried it one time, and it was the hardest job I ever had in my life.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes Representative Gavan of Jefferson to speak on the substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Of all days. Good. And then it's stool.
I've been a little bit slow on the draw these last few days. I've had a lot going on, but I'm trying to acclimate myself to bills that are at hand. And since there's so much interest in this bill, I would just like to know what this bill is about.
Well, I'd start from the top. This bill would require that the curriculum for all the classrooms in public education, K through 12, be posted on the school website at the beginning of each school year or within 30 calendar days of a new or revised curriculum being adopted. It also provides a uniform method of communication for parents and guardians who may have questions about the classroom material and how it relates to the content standards adopted by the State Board of Education, or to physically examine those materials being used in the classroom. Again, I mentioned already the goal, though, is for this bill is to provide parents and guardians with an easily accessible way to see their child's curriculum in hopes of having better engagement with their children's education.
Okay, so in other words, it's just simply put, this legislation would, if enacted, would impose or provide that educators or principals, teachers, whatever the curriculum is, per each class, post via the website the curriculum, and they have within a 30-day time period.
If they adopt a new curriculum.
Okay, if they adopt a new curriculum.
Right.
So my question to you, would this be the curriculum per semester, curriculum per week, per curriculum per school year, quarter?
Well, I'll give you a kind of an example. Say you had a current event taking place in a civics class and you wanted to use a new periodical, a newspaper to talk to the students about that issue. Once you introduce that into the class, you would have 30 days after that to load that onto a list of materials for the classroom and then be able to provide that. So it's not having to happen prior to it being introduced, but just within 30 days of it actually being introduced.
And you intimated that you had spoken with the Department of Ed, AEA, and who else?
Superintendents and school boards, I believe they've all been engaged in this bill.
Did AEA have an issue with it?
Not to my knowledge, no ma'am.
Do we not already have a system in place for which curriculum could be placed on the website?
Yes, ma'am. And a lot of schools actually do this already. Mm-hmm. Some do not. We thought it would be nice to have a uniform system statewide so every parent had that access to the materials and curricula statewide.
Okay, so this would be statewide, but district-based.
Yes, actually the material would be loaded onto the school's website. If they didn't have a website, it would go to the local board or the district website. So that's the process for where it would be located.
Okay. So basically, this is just allowing the curriculum to be placed on the school websites, parents, guardians. Did you speak with any parents about this?
I've heard from a lot of parents, talked to teachers
Now,
and
a
principals.
lot of parents outside of your district or universally or across the state?
I've heard from some since this bill was filed from across the state, talked with several locally. Of course, that's who I'm in contact with the most, just like you in your district, I'm sure. So we did try to talk to as many parents. I'm a parent with a student in school now, so I feel like I have a little bit of experience with this particular
Okay, I was just
situation.
wondering, I don't necessarily have a problem with this piece of legislation. It seems pretty cut and dry. What happens if an educator fails to post the curriculum per class or?
That would be up to the superintendent. We did leave a lot of leeway to the local boards to be able to develop their own internal policies as to how they upload, because everybody's got different capabilities. But if a teacher, say, does not respond to a parent's request, then that parent or guardian could then reach out to the local board and request a work session meeting with that teacher with the material so they could inspect it in person in a very good, safe environment. Hopefully at that point it's resolved. If not, they could file a complaint with the local superintendent, who would have 10 days to respond, and hopefully again, that's another point of contact for communication. If not resolved,
Before I take my seat, I'm just trying to get clarity internally for myself. How is the curriculum received now?
well, I'm not an expert on how they develop it, but I know the state school board adopts a curricula. Local school boards can then adopt curricula as well, is my understanding. Now, I don't want to misspeak.
So you don't know how it's currently disseminated?
How it's distributed?
Yeah.
I would say that some schools are already posting these things online, some are not.
Yeah, because that's what I thought. I'm just, again, my brain is, which some would say is always is fuzzy, but I'm just trying to recall, bring back a lot of these things to my memory. I thought much of these curriculums were already online, number one, but I may be mistaken about that, and if I am, then...
No, I think you're right on that. A lot of it is online already. Most schools have the capability to do this already, so it's not a heavy lift for
And
them.
the only other thing I'm asking, what advantage does this give to a student or parent to have this on the curriculum online?
Sure, it creates a lot of transparency about what is being presented to our children when they're in a
They're
classroom.
going to get it anyway.
Well, at least everybody will know exactly what they're being presented with and the materials. And for me, I see this as driving conversation with a parent and their child, being able to engage them about what they're being taught so that they can help them master those skills and content that they're being asked to learn. That's how I have to do it in my house. Our daughter's very smart, smarter than me, but she still needs help too.
Oh, yeah. I believe in strong parental involvement in schools. I've always said where there's a strong parental involvement and engagement, the schools are better and much more thriving educational institutions. They actually thrive to a higher degree when there is more parental engagement. But I was just curious to know what this legislation was about, since we had so many people to come up, so many members came up that had such an interest in SB 48, and so I just wanted to come up to see exactly what all of the conversation was about. Now, typically, however, what happens in here when we pass legislation like this, it's an incident or some type of occurrence, something has happened that sparks a greater interest in a matter. I've not always been one to believe that that should always be the driving factor in passing legislation or trying to push the needle on legislation, but it seems to be a trend here in this chamber with members, but I did want to get the clarity from you with regards to what this bill means and what it meant. So, and you know, I only get 10 minutes per bill if I'm so lucky. So I have to make sure that I take every one of my seconds, because we don't get much down here being in a minority party. And so I'm gonna make use of my whole 10 minutes. So
I'm honored to have you here with me.
oh, I appreciate that. My 30 seconds. So I have to make sure that I stay true to who I am. My people back home said they've been missing me since I got engaged in that race somewhat. So I've got to get back on track so my people can see me more. Know that I'm still true to them and true to it. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Moore from Jefferson to speak on the substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not going to be long because I know nobody listens here. One of the problems with this is that if a parent wants to know what the curriculum is about, they have several opportunities. First, before school is open, they're going to have open house. At open house, each teacher is there to talk about the courses that they will be teaching that year. If that doesn't work, on most school districts that can afford it, they have the information on their website. But I continue to say in this body, we do not fund all of our school districts to the point that all of them are able to do the same thing as far as getting information out. If a parent has a problem with a subject that's being taught, they can have a parent-teacher conference, but it's not the teacher's responsibility to put the curriculum on the school's website. The superintendent and his staff will get together and have that information out. Now, for parents who don't care about going to school, I heard you say that most time your wife does the due diligence of all of that. So you've got a parent in the household to keep up with it. It's really not my concern that it's not necessary to have a bill that 9 times out of 10, only those activists are going to adhere to this bill once it's passed. What an activist does in this school, I listened to one of the ladies on TV that was responsible for this campaign to remove books out of the school. It was one person that was dissatisfied. That one person gets on the phone and calls 5 more people. Ask them to call 5 more people. Now the 10 additional people that have been called, they don't even know anything about the book. But they go on the word of one person. And what normally happens, situations like that get out of control because somewhere along the line, you know, when you were in school and the teacher would tell someone, whisper something in someone's ear at the beginning of the classroom, take it all the way around and see how it comes out at the end. By the time it gets around the classroom, it's so backwards, it is not even the subject matter that the teacher started with. That's what you will create when you put in law that this has to be done. School districts do it all the time. Those districts that don't have it on a website, 9 times out of 10, they can't afford it. So what we ought to be about doing our due diligence for those school districts that can't afford to update the curriculum on some basis so that their parents would know about it, let's make sure we give them the funding to do so. Rather than, from the party of less government, that we make everything law. This is a situation that does not require a law to be made out of it in order for a parent to know what curriculum is being taught to their child and how to address it if that's something they don't want their child to be taught. There's already a process in place for them to do it. And I could take it from a personal perspective, because my grandbaby had this school year had a problem with the teacher and the information she was teaching, and been complaining to us for weeks about it. To finally, when a parent went in to talk to the teacher, she was saying, well, I'm gonna tell you one problem first coming from that class. That class is so disruptive. She said, I spend half the day keeping the children in order so I can teach. So while I'm getting this group in order and I go back, I'm off task as far as where she ended teaching. So what they did was put her in an earlier class where that group of children is more orderly. Grandbaby came back, grandmama, that was the answer. The children are quieter in that classroom. A lot of times we develop in these situations, they're easily taken care of. The school districts across the state of Alabama have been shown their due diligence along as to their capacity. They might not all have the capacity to do the same thing as school systems that have more money can do. So rather than us to continue to make law, which I know won't happen in this body because we don't do compromises in this body. Like I tell people, the reason K4 and K5 is not mandatory, because when that bill came forth, somebody thought a 4-year-old was too young to go to school. So what do we do as the controlling body? You come back and you compromise. And you say, okay, we'll make it available, but we won't make it mandatory. I think this bill is not necessary. I do think that what parents have to do, show their due diligence and take those opportunities. And even if they're not certain of what the curriculum is for their child's school, their child's grade level, you can always call the Board of Education, and they got someone in curriculum. The curriculum specialist will always break it down to them, where they don't have to go through a process of going and talking to the teacher. They could learn what curriculum will be taught before school even open, per grade level. So, I just don't think everything has to be made into law that we do. That's why we have a state superintendent. That's why we have a state board of education. That's why we have curriculum specialists to make sure that we're teaching the appropriate curriculum in all schools. And if there's a school that's not teaching the appropriate curriculum, that's easily determined. So when testing time comes, those children don't do well. And the state will come in, and evaluate if they're adhering to the state requirement. I heard you say there's possibly some that's not. If they're not, the state has talked to them and they're not continuing to do it. If they continue not to follow the state course of study, then the state will come in and do some type of management of that school district to make sure that it's done. So what we're doing here is taking another step to be in control of what we have a state superintendent and a state school board to do. Thank you so much.
Chair, thanks, lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will you yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
What has prompted this legislation? What issues within our school districts has brought on this issue?
I think there's a call for parents to be more involved in their child's education, and whatever influences that, I don't know, but I know that we have fewer parents engaged in their children's education than we should. And this will drive them and give them an opportunity to access the materials that their children are being taught, hopefully so they can have a better conversation, study with them, help them be more successful, and also be more communicative with the teachers, with the school, and be able to operate in harmony.
Nothing we do here is going to make parents be parents. If a parent is not a parent, we can't write a law to make them a parent. See, is this a solution looking for a problem?
I don't think so.
Is it resolving anything? Is there a problem now?
We're just trying to make it better.
But let's see, make parents become better parents. You can't do it. They can go right now and find out what they're being taught. But see, knowing the issues is a national thing that we want to curtail what our children are being taught in class. Education, we want to educate our children to the fullness so they can compete worldwide. Not down the street or across the state line. See, we're in a global economy. And if we can't compete globally, then that little curriculum that they're getting at Northside Elementary is not going to prepare them. See, education is not just in the classroom. See, we got to get out of the box. And we got to understand that children, everybody learn differently. But what you're saying, what they can be taught, the school boards know that. The state got a curriculum. You can go to the state website and find out the curriculum. So is this something nationally that your party pushing? Are them good talking heads up there, think tanks that think they know better than everybody else and this message? See, education is a continuation it's an evolving process. So what are the subject matters? Do you know what a curriculum is here? You know what, K-12, you said pre-K to?
K-12 is what the bill says.
Okay, K-12. I ain't even, and curriculum displays on the website. I think our boards of education does that now. I believe the state has this curriculum on the website. So this is not going to help those persons who don't have a website, don't have a computer.
It still makes a process that.
I mean, it's out there. It's already out there. All they got to do is just log in, just like now. We're communicating now.
That's just the state's curricula. There are other materials that can be used for supplemental material in the classroom.
Oh, resource material.
Yes.
Okay, now you're getting down to some brass tacks, as my mother used to say. So you got to incorporate resources to enhance the subject matter. So everything's not in the textbook. You got to get out of the textbook. You got to get out of the box. See, I taught school, so I know a little bit about this stuff, you know. And I want to say, too, to my good friends that's over the state, what they send down, some of that stuff is feasible and a lot of it just malarkey. And so when you got Vestavia doing something here and then you got a little school that got 300 people in it, they're going to do what, Vestavia? It don't work. It does not work. So we have to adapt to the environment. We have to find children where they are. And all children has a degree of learning. So we want to meet them there and move them to the next level. And that's where the teacher get involved. See, Parent Teachers Associations. That's what it's all about. So I mean, sometimes we think we're doing something that is good, but then we look out down the road, well, what would this bill supposed to be doing now?
Well, I think it creates an opportunity for educators and parents to come together and be in lockstep about what's going on in the classrooms.
They don't know that now.
Some don't.
Who don't? You know any?
I've heard from some.
It's because they lazy. They want the teacher to do everything. And see, and let me say this, I had my parents that way. Kid go home and say, well, Mr. Jackson had me doing this. They come up there and want to. Then when they break it down to them, hey, I'm doing something that you should have been doing. Educate, opening up your children's eyes to that they're not living in a bottle. See, life is bigger than right here in this classroom. You know, I'm the first trip little field trip I took some of my students on was to Mobile. I worked in Jackson. And when we crossed the river, the Tom Bigby River, going into Washington County out of Clark County, they thought we was in another state. Now, can you blame the curriculum for that? You hear what I'm saying? See, they just been in a box so long. Parents done closed their minds. See, the parents put people in this perspective because they don't think that what they are being taught is what they. Well, I wasn't taught that in this school. Oh, wow. But I survived. You know, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna sit down. You know, my mother went to school 3 months out of the year, and she got a third grade education. But she instilled education in all of us. You know, so it's where the parent want to be with their children, and no bill is gonna put them there. It's the love for your child. Thank you so much.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is passage of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 99 ayes, 2 nays, 1 abstention. Sub has been adopted.
Move for final passage.
That's question, final passage. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
My concern about the whole process, it may be a little flawed. I understand that Mr. Jackson had a light on the calendar. I know he was not on that, but he was not recognized. He came and told me he had a light on the calendar, but for some reason he wasn't recognized. There are 2 bills on the calendar that we are diametrically opposed to. I am anyway. One of them is you know what it is, by the diversity. So I'm just starting early. I'm sorry you had to be the one, because you're a nice guy.
Trying to be.
I have no problem with that. You're a nice guy, you know, but you got to do what you got to do, all right? So the bottom line on this bill is that I don't see the necessity for it, first of all, because if you don't like the way, like I said earlier, little Johnny and little Mary, a little Alice being taught, teach them at home. Do you realize that 90% of the kids at home school don't get past the college entrance exam?
I didn't know that.
I better check it out. I can tell you, I worked at UB for a long time. They can't pass the entrance exam. And they pass it, they make 12, 13, or less. Because most parents are not educators and they don't know how to really tailor the education process down to the fact the kid can understand what he's doing. And then in theory you said, talk to the teacher. Teacher has nothing to do with the curriculum. Her teacher's job is to teach you what the curriculum is, not prepare the curriculum. Curriculum prepared by state school board, isn't it? Who really does the curriculum?
That's my understanding. The state school board and the local school boards adopt curricula.
All right, there you go. Thank you. That's my point. If state school board doing the curriculum, why are you talking to the teacher?
Because that's the best point of contact for their student.
Well, to me, the teacher can't change anything. Teacher's there doing a job, so she follows the rule and regulations of the school board, right? So to me, you ought to have a process in there of what you're going to do about it once you complain. And what you do about it then, go to the school board to discuss it. Not the teacher, poor teacher just doing her job. Do you think so? Do you think it? Now I'll ask you a question. You good, man. What you gonna go talk to the teacher for? The teacher ain't got nothing to do with it. All she doing is doing her job, teaching. The school board is the one that got to make the curriculum.
Well, I want to go back to something that was said earlier in another discussion about people accusing teachers of teaching things maybe that they shouldn't, using things maybe they shouldn't, that's not related to the curriculum. I think this is a very transparent process because now the teacher can point to the website, hand a syllabus, say, here it is, we're not hiding anything, we're doing exactly what we've been charged to do. So I think this actually does help the teachers.
All right. Take Mr. Thomas here. Mr. Thomas, if you go to the teacher and the teacher says, I can't do anything about it. Say, I thank you for coming, but I can't. I'm required to teach you what was ever in the synopsis of the education thing. That's all she can say, right? But,
well, look, if you allow me, I'll expand what's required from the teacher in this bill. It just requires a teacher, upon request, to allow the parent of a child enrolled in the class to examine a summary of all instructional and supplemental materials and books available to the student in the classroom, and they can do that via email.
Start right there. Start right there. You said the key word, books. All right. Now, most books in little grade, we about run, they had it run, dig, run. All right. Before there's a book in there that might be a little controversial. Well, if the book had been approved by the school board, what can the teacher do but get fired?
I don't think anything is punitive in this bill toward a teacher.
I know, so therefore, why talk to the teacher then?
So that they can explain possibly to the parent as to why that book is in the classroom. Maybe it's useful. Maybe they can explain it in a way that it's not controversial after all.
Put yourself in teacher's place, right? You teaching the class. All of a sudden, an irate parent busts in the classroom. Why is my son reading dig, run, when all we talking about Alice running, or Mary running? I don't want to read about Dick running. I want to read about Alice running. What can she do? What can he or she do?
Well, the parent's not getting to dictate the curriculum, the materials. They're just getting to ask how it relates to the standards that are adopted by the school board. That's all it does. They're given a list of the books in the classroom if requested. That's it.
I know where you're trying to get to, but I don't think it's going to get there where you want to get to. If you want to get to the school board about a subject matter, that's where you got to address your problem. You can't. If my man here, he was teaching the class, and I know he'd be a very good teacher, but if he had a subject matter that he's teaching, he's required to teach. He got to teach it. He can't make any changes at all about what's being taught because he works for the principal. He works under the principal. He works under the whatever school board he's teaching under. So why would you jump him when you already jumped the school board?
Okay, thank you. Well, there is a process.
You see what I'm trying to get to? I'm trying to help you. If you want to make a change, go to the right source. A teacher can't do nothing but teach. You're a teacher, right?
I wish I was that smart.
If you were a teacher and somebody and you teach a certain matter and you felt that somebody came and said, well, why are you teaching him this? What you gonna do? Say, what would you say? Say, I got orders to teach this today.
Well, I would hope I would understand the material I was presenting well enough to be able to explain it to the parent in the first place as to what it does and how it accomplishes the goal for the curricula.
Yeah, but the teacher can't do anything about it. Sam Jones used to be the mayor of Mobile. All right. If he would teach a class and he taught run, John, run, Dick, run, Mary Sue, run. He rode a bicycle, and you don't like him teaching that. You go in there and complain. He can't do nothing. He had to come from the state school board to change it. So why not put in the bill? You should be in the bill and put the complaint should go to the school board or to the superintendent or to the principal, not the teacher.
Well, there is a process in this bill where if the teacher doesn't respond to the parent can then petition the local school board to appear at the next work session and examine that material in person, along with the teacher in front of the school board, so they can figure it all out and move on.
Well, to me, the bill is wrong-headed because you're attacking the wrong person. That's another reason. And plus the fact, I mean...
This isn't an attack. I'll say that. It's not an attack.
I look at it, if I was teaching a class, I thought I was doing a good job. I'm teaching little Johnny how to run, teaching little Dick run, and little Johnny run, little Mary Sue, right? Mary had little lamb, all that kind of stuff, you know. And somebody don't like to say, Mary can't have no lamb. You getting off and now into a pregnancy, but Mary had little lamb. Now, see what we're talking about? How they get changed around? Because all you teaching about Mary had little lamb. Now you said you talk about Mary birthing a little lamb. All right? You don't start with the teacher. The poor teacher can't do nothing but teach the curriculum that they provide to teach. You got to go to the school board somewhere. Somewhere in the bill ought to be a process. But I read the bill. There's no process in the bill at all. I looked at it, and nobody brought it with me. There's no process in the bill. Ought to be a process by how to go about what you want to do. That's all I'm saying. I know you got good intentions. You and me have good intentions. But there ought to be a process of how to get what you want to get done. You lead them down a prime route path for failure because there are no 1, 2, 3, 4.
And the gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
How many pages? 4 pages? But I can read it. 2 pages, I don't even know. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the beginning of each school year, and no later than 30 calendar days after a new or revised curriculum is adopted, the local superintendent of education and local boards of education shall verify that each school under the jurisdiction of the board has posted current adopted curriculum for each class on the website of the school. Access to the online curriculum shall be made available to students, parents, or guardians of enrolled students through the school website. If a school has no accessible website, the curriculum shall be posted on the website of the local Board of Education of the State Department of Education. All of that currently happens right now. If that school district can have an adequate website, it's there. You can call on it any day that you want to. If they can't afford to have a website that's designed well enough, all that parent has to do is contact the school. Now, somewhere in July, most times, most schools start in August. The parents are well aware per grade level of what the material will be taught in their schools. And I keep saying my rationale for coming up is this is not necessary. It's what's being done all over the district. If a school has no accessible website, the curriculum shall be posted on the website, as I said, of the local Board of Education or State Department. Even if a school district might not have an adequate website, it's already posted where you could go on the state. You go on the state website, find whatever you need, who you need at the same time. Each classroom teacher shall comply with the request of any parent or guardian by providing a detailed summary by email, telephone, or other electronic means of instructional material adopted by the local Board of Education, supplemental instruction material in the classroom that were not adopted by the local Board of Education, and books in the classroom that are available for students to read, subject to all of the following, and I'll get into that. As far as the instructional material, now, like I said, it's already where they could get it. If a parent needed, they could call and the board would get it to her. Now, the situation about books, most of our districts are going more and more to no books. What had all the material they need by chapter, whatever, is printed out there in those schools that have access to computers. All of them don't, because we've not done our due diligence nor had the ability in the Education Trust Fund to make sure that all of our school districts and communities have broadband. And we're in the process of doing that. So that'll cause a little delay in some of those districts. But they still have the paper ability to have it right now. If a parent or guardian would like further information regarding how the instructional material relate to the content standards adopted by the State Board of Education, or to physically examine any instructional material used in the classroom, the parent or guardian may request that the local Board of Education allow that examination at the next work session of the board. They don't have to wait until the next work session to examine it. All they need to do is make that appointment that's best for them to be able to go to the local school or to the local school board to examine the information. Not necessary for this bill to require that. The board shall notify the parent or guardian and the teacher of the issue involved and the date and time of the next work session, which I'm telling you, they don't have to wait. Like in Birmingham, we used to meet, the school board used to meet twice a month. Now we meet either the first Monday school board on the second Tuesday of the month, the fourth Tuesday of the month is a work session. 9 times out of 10 in the work session, it is so overwhelmed with an agenda of things that the board just have to do in the first place, issues that might not be curriculum bound, but all departments are there trying to tighten up whatever problems that might have occurred from the last work session to the one that they have per month. But on the average, every school district has a work session and to address those problems. So that's already in effect. And if a parent want to have that opportunity, all they have to do is notify the school district in enough time for them to put them on that work session agenda. For any class in which reading books is required, the classroom teacher shall include the title of the books on a class syllabus. That's already done. Upon the request, because you have to have the class syllabus in order to know what the child will be required to bring in order to be productive in that particular class. Upon the request of the parent or guardian of a child enrolled in the classroom teacher shall make the syllabus available to the parents or the guardian. If that parent goes to open house, if that parent goes to PTA, they could pick up these syllables automatically, because each teacher takes the opportunity to do that prior to school opening anyway. Again, this bill is not necessary. If a classroom teacher fails to comply with this section, the parent or guardian may file a complaint with the local superintendent of education on a form developed and provided by the local superintendent of education. If the complaint is not resolved by the local superintendent of education within 10 days, the parent or guardian may file a complaint with the state superintendent of education or his or her designee. The state superintendent of education shall make a form available for the parent or guardian to file a complaint. They can file that complaint right now. They don't have to wait till this bill is passed to be able to do that. And like I said, my concern that we don't have to add one more piece of government control from the party of less government. On or before September 1st annually, each local superintendent of education shall report the number of complaints filed with him or her during the previous school year. Already our superintendents, our teachers are overwhelmed with reports that this body requires them to make. This is just adding some more, and those complaints are duly noted already, and we don't have to add to it. And I'm going to get down to section 2. Any complaint filed by a parent or guardian pursuant to this section is an educational record of student on whose behalf the complaint was filed and shall not be released or viewed, except as provided in this section and where the release or viewing is otherwise consistent with the Federal Family Educational Right and Privacy Act of 1974. All of this has been in practice already. This week, my niece got somebody from the state sitting in her classroom making sure she's teaching what they say she should teach. The state has not been negligent. They probably just get overwhelmed sometimes, but they do monitor the course of study that they have approved in every school district. They might not could be there every month, every week, but they do assign their staff to go out and make sure, like you said here, if there's any additional information a teacher need in order to enhance the ability to teach a particular subject, that has to be approved. They just can't arbitrarily go and get something and bring it into the classroom. They have people that monitor them on a regular basis. My concern, this bill is just another step toward authoritarian or dictatorship type government. Thank you so much.
Chair thanks the lady. Final question for the body is final passage of SB 48 as substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 99 ayes, 3 nays. SB 48 has passed.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Thank you, body. I was asked to open up for co-sponsors on this bill.
Mr. Clerk, you open up for co-sponsors, please. Oh, it's a
My
Senate
apologies.
bill.
We can't do
We
that.
got a Senate bill. We can't
Thank
do
you
that.
for your consideration.
Yes, thank you. Good job. I'd like to recognize the group we have in the gallery, Youth Leadership of Washington County. They're a guest of our own Representative Brent Easterbrook. Let's give them a big hand for being with us today. Thank y'all. Clerk, call up the next bill on special order calendar.
On page 10 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 1 with substitute by Senator Gudger relating to absentee voting.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill makes it illegal to pay or receive payment to assist voters in completing an absentee ballot application, known commonly as ballot harvesting. This bill would prevent absentee ballot brokers and third parties from manipulating the absentee voting process and intimidating or confusing absentee voters. This bill does not change voter registration outreach efforts in the state. Mr. Speaker, I call for the BIR.
That is the question. The adoption of the BIR. Chair recognizes the gentleman for Colbert, Representative Underwood.
Representative Keel, I appreciate you bringing the bill as always, and I know we've been through this before, but I also appreciate the exemptions that you've allowed in this to make sure that the people who need help will get it, and I want to get that out and open first and foremost, that this bill does not prohibit that. So congrats on your bill, and we're looking forward to getting the vote to it.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, Representative Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Keel, you know how important this bill has been to those of us who worked on election security in the state. Thank you. It's been a long road to get there. You brought it in the House, and we went through it here, and then it's coming back from the Senate finally. Thank you again for doing what needed to be done. It needs to be dealt with.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Representative Mooney. Appreciate it.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Sellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Sure.
Here we are again this year with another bill that deals with absentee voting. It's amazing to me that of the millions of ballots cast in Alabama since 2000, there has only been documented 16 instances of absentee ballot fraud, 0 instances of absentee ballot application fraud, and each instance was by a candidate or campaign staff. 0 instances by a community member, a church group, or civic organization. Even put in the best possible light, this isn't a bill in search of a problem. Because I'm trying to figure out what is the problem if there has been 0 instances since, I don't really understand what the purpose is. I think this bill creates a problem out of thin air, then impressively fails to actually address it. It's almost like when people don't have information, they use their imagination. And seem like the use of imagination has been a national theme, especially dealing with this absentee voting. Now, I am one that believe in the process of voting, that everybody, every single person 18 and above should have the ability to vote in every single election. And I think when we bring legislation like this, it hampers or it intimidates certain groups or sections or geographical groups of people within our citizenry, especially the young, especially the seniors, and especially those that have illiteracy issues. Every time we deal with, or if there's an imagination of there is voting fraud, it prohibits people or it puts fear in people about voting and the voting process. And so it saddens me because, especially within my community, we make sure or try to make sure that every person within the community, and especially those senior citizens that have disabilities or don't have the ability to make it to their specific polling places, they still have the right to cast their vote in every single election. And so when we do legislation like this, it is disheartening, especially to civic organizations and to our church groups. And don't think that it's not just black folk or black churches that encourage the voting process, but it happened in all of our churches. And sometimes it has a sense of hypocriticalism in the process of voting. Now, voting is my right. It's my right as a citizen. It's my right as a taxpayer. It's my right as a registered voter. legislation like this, it puts fear in the hearts of people from 18 to 100 plus. 96-year-olds, 97-year-olds are asking me that encourage their senior citizen groups to absentee vote because they may not have the ability to get to their polling place. I mean, it discourages them. And we should be in the business of encouraging people, everyone to vote, not discouraging people. We should be in the business of making sure and making it available and more easily available to cast their vote than making it more difficult to cast their vote. We don't even really have early voting. We don't have, and matter of fact, in 2024, we should be so advanced in our voting process, we should be able to vote from our phones. That makes it more accessible. If we're in a democracy where in this house that we call the People's House, and since it's the People's House, the people's voices should be heard. How are their voices heard? Their voices are heard by their voting. Their voices are heard by their not only visual voting, but also their voices should be heard by their absentee voting. And sometimes people just can't make it to the polling place, but they should still have the ability, and it should not be prohibited. They should not have fear in this process of voting, and especially from a culture of people whose voting rights have been hampered upon, people that have died for the right to vote, people that have been mangled for the right to vote, people that have been crucified like Jesus on Calvary's cross for the right to vote. And here we come with legislation again and again that prohibits and also puts fear in the hearts of our senior citizens just to have a God-given right to vote. It's not just a black thing. It's not just an African American thing. It's not just even a white thing or a Caucasian thing. It's not just a Mexican thing. But if you are an American, and you notice I didn't use that word African American, but you're American. I fought for the rights of this country as a soldier. Went to places that I did not have a choice, but because I wore that flag and wore that badge, I had a duty. And there are seniors in the same boat, in the same ship, that had a duty for this country. But legislation like this prohibits even them from having access to go and vote. Vote their convictions. Vote their rights. Vote for their causes. Vote because their lives depended on it. This legislation is so bad. We should be together making this process of voting accessible to every single person, because we are all Americans. We are all Americans.
And gentleman's time has expired.
All Americans.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van, be the fourth person to speak on the BR.
This was a proud moment for me. Representative Sellers did the whole 10 minutes. We only, in the minority, get 10 minutes, and if we're lucky, we'll get another 10. And I just believe if we don't have nothing else, we ought to use it. We don't do anything other than what one of the past speakers says. If you don't know what else to say, bring a book. Because we deal in a party who is taking everything from us. Every right that was bestowed upon us is slowly being rolled back. SB 1 is no different in that it will criminalize those who attempt or that could possibly, in just the simplest form, help someone to vote. The question becomes, what is ballot harvesting? Who are the bad actors? A real definition of what it means to ballot harvest. When there are legitimate organizations, whether it be the NAACP or school programs or, facilities, not facilities, but student organizations, League of Women Voters, and all of these other great organizations that simply are there to assist someone in need, not looking to be paid anything. But now these organizations have a fear that even just doing the simplest thing could be defined as a thing of value for just someone paying them simple gas to drop a ballot off from them if they have a handicap or an impairment. I have a problem with this legislation because at the end of the day, we continue to have these complaints from you all in the Republican Party in which you are saying that people are stealing the vote. You're going to have a bad actor anywhere you go, whether it be voting or any other issue that may possibly arise. They're just bad actors. But when I ask the question time and time again, how many counts of voter violations or fraud has happened in this state, the number barely even gets to the double digits. And this is information that comes from not only one Secretary of State's office, but now you have another Secretary of State. So you have bad actors, but there are almost, 6 to 7 million people here in the state of Alabama. And you may have 1 or 2 situations where ballot harvesting or whatever you all have called it, someone is actually violating the voter fraud laws in the state, but yet we still have people who are not registered where they live to vote. We have all of these other forms of voting fraud in this state that nobody addresses. And that's what pisses me off about this legislation. The things that we should be coming down on people who even run for all of these various seats. We don't touch the surface of those type of situations where there is clear voter fraud in the state of Alabama. But yet, all of a sudden last year, we are now faced with another bill that relates to what you all have given a definition of that will impact or be an unintended consequence for people who are just simply trying to be helpful. I have a problem with this bill when we attempt to say that you cannot be paid or that anything is of value. I came into this house 14 years ago, called into a special session when we used to do orientation in Tuscaloosa by Bob Riley for a special session for the Republican Party who had just come into power under the leadership of former Speaker Mike Hubbard. I had not even been to my office, didn't even know if I had an office in this building. The first bill was the ethics bill. And I didn't know anything about debating. All I know is my name was called to come up to the podium. And that day I simply said, not knowing anything, I said, Mr. Speaker, the same thing that makes you laugh will make you cry. We were dealing with issues of things of value. And all of these other pieces of legislation that rolled into that bill, the same thing make you laugh will make you cry. He's no longer here, and I ended up gaining a lot of respect for him. As a matter of fact, he ended up being one of the best allies that I have had in this building. He may have had his ways, but if he told me he was going to do it, he was going to do it. And if we battled it out, we battled it out in a certain kind of way. But he gave me an opportunity to speak, and he didn't use his power at that dais against me at any time. We handled it certain kind of ways. But you know, I've said about that gavel, it can be powerful, providential, and provoking. But this bill is problematic because we begin to term certain things in the legislation. I'm not going to get into the dissertation about history. I do feel that there's an attempt, and this bill creates further that attempt to disenfranchise voters, especially the power of the black vote, even though the instances that you all are talking about have happened in certain areas and they were not black people. But it's also interesting that every time that a piece of legislation rolls forth dealing with this issue, that when the news come on, and I've heard of a few other people, but it's typically people in the Republican Party that are being sought out because they have violated these voting laws that you all now are attempting to pass. So I think that you all need to go back and look at your party and what's going on, because you might have one or two folks that are of color that may have been in this situation, but most of the voter fraud violations that I've seen on the news and in the media has been from those that are affiliated with the Republican Party. This thing, again, of the value. So my question to you, define what a value is. Or payment or what have you, because that's what I could not get out of committee. Because even if someone's not paying, they're not paying me to distribute the bill, the ballot. If they give me gas, could that be considered value? If they pay me to come pick it up and drop it off for them and reimburse my gas, is that value? Is that considered, or could that be deemed by whoever a value that's been added? It's little small things like that bring about unintended consequences, but I still believe that this is Jim Crow 2.0 on steroids and beyond. And I shudder to think about all the other rollbacks that we are going to have to face under the possibility of an administration of someone who used to be the president, who lied and told the world that there was a stealing of the vote, and we know how that went. So before I get my last 2 seconds in, I just need for you to define for me what that value is.
Well, the value is, the definition of value.
So if somebody pays me to come and pick up their ballot, if a senior, a handicapped, someone who is impaired says to me, Wandalyn Gavan, I'm going to pay you if you would come pick up my ballot, is that considered ballot harvesting if I reap a benefit of simply taking that ballot and dropping it back off at the registrar's office or wherever?
Well, this bill does not pertain to the ballot.
Here again, this is the ballot application. At the end of the day, is it a thing of value if I take that ballot back and I receive money or monetary gain for picking that ballot up? Could that be deemed a violation of law? Because this is a simple issue, because once you say if somebody is being paid, but if I'm assisting someone and taking that ballot back and dropping that ballot off from them just by receiving gas, my gas may have cost me $50.
The lady's time has expired. The question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock if she and record the votes. 75, 28 noes. BR has been adopted. Representative Keel.
Mr. Speaker, move to adopt the sub.
That's questions to adopt the sub. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
As you look through this bill, would just bear with me a bit. Neighbor. Say I'm a neighbor. And the neighbor needs to vote absentee. The neighbor is not disabled. He would not be covered by Section 171113 that cites numerous times that you've used in this bill. The neighbor would not be covered if you look at lines 96 through 100 because he's not disabled. This neighbor works from 7 to 7. Works at a hospital, simply doesn't have the time. So, if we go to with this bill, if we go on the Secretary of State's website, click on the fillable absentee ballot application. You fill that out. Put in my neighbor's information. That's on the application. Give that to my neighbor. My neighbor signs it, and I mail it. The other part of it, if you look at lines 56 through 59, look at that. Well, let me just go back to that. Will this bill allow me to do the first part? I better go, I don't want to mix the two up because they're two different things. Would this bill allow me to do that?
Are you doing it to be a good neighbor?
I'm being a good neighbor, and the neighbor has a requested assistance, or just. But the way this bill is written, that's not allowable.
Nobody's paying you to do it.
No, it's not being paid.
Then you can do it. If you're not paying or receiving payment.
But each time you use this, you cite this section 171113. What does that say?
It's existing federal code.
It's what?
It's existing federal code.
And what does that say?
Well, it says what's copied in the area you
right.
just noted.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that's okay. We're gonna be able. This would be no problem.
As long as you're not getting paid.
So do we need to do something with that? All right. So, all right, let's go to the other part. Look at lines 56 through 59. Everybody heard that answer, right? Look at lines 56 through 59, yes. If you look at that, it seems that these lines forbid me from helping my neighbor. It shall not be unlawful for any person to knowingly distribute an absentee ballot application to a voter that is pre-filed with the voter's name or any other information required on the application form.
So when you take that application to your neighbor, would you pre-fill it out before you got there?
Did you listen to what I just said? So the neighbor, if you fill out, you click on all of that information, you fill it out, type in your neighbor's information, neighbor's there, you're typing in all that information, and you're printing that application, and neighbor signs it. You're helping the neighbor. The neighbor's there. They've given you this application. I mean, you printed out this application, filled in, you know which application I'm talking about, right? The one that's on the website.
Right.
You fill it out. Neighbor's there. And when you print it out, and the neighbor signs it, right there, and then it's mailed.
Well, you print it out. There's no typing. You print it out, and you have to hand fill in the information.
You can fill that. You fill out that. Go online. If you go online, you can fill that out online.
Okay. I voted absentee this time. You know, what you do online is a request for an application. I don't think it's the actual application.
The application for an absentee ballot. You're filling that out online.
I don't think it's handwritten.
No. You can go on. You can type that information in, and then the person signs it.
The application.
Yes.
I don't think that's true. I think somebody can go on there and try it if they want to do that right now. It's a request for an application.
You do. If you go online now, you go in. You can fill in that information.
I can look it up.
And so, while you're looking it up, I like to present an amendment to address that.
The Secretary of State's office texted me and said it's a request for the application.
Exactly.
It's not the
That's
application.
what I'm saying.
It's not the application. It's a request for an application.
And so any application, when you get that application, when you look at this and you fill out that application and that person signs it, the request for application, you're saying that does not apply to this process?
It's the request. This is about the application itself for the ballot, not the request for the application, which is what you get through the Secretary of State's website.
And so if you assist the individual, I hear you, but if you're assisting the individual to make sure that that application is provided.
If you request an application, so you're not now taking the application to your neighbor, you're requesting it from the Secretary of State? I don't think I understand, because the application is a handwritten form. What's on the Secretary of State's website is a request for the application.
That's what I just said.
That's where you request the application. That's not the application. That's a request for an application. And they'll mail you an application. That's not the application.
Ms. Hall, I'm going to freeze your time right here.
Yes, sir.
It's not the application. Okay. That's a request for an application, but it's not an application.
And so you're saying it's that part of the process is not, as you're making the request for the application, that part of the process does not apply to what you're proposing.
No. What's on the website now is allowable.
Okay.
It's a request for the application. This only covers the application, not the request for an application.
Well,
you have to print out the application.
Exactly.
And handwrite
but you can fill. No, you don't. You print out the application, but if you go on there and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to go back.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Hollis.
We'll print one out. I want to see it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would a gentleman yield?
Yes.
Okay. What is the difference between your sub and the original bill?
So the Senate bill that was engrossed in the Senate, the difference between the sub and that bill is there was one thing removed. It's the pre-filled part of the application. You can't hand someone a pre-filled application.
Okay, because I'm gonna go by the bill that I have and let me know if it changed. But one of the first things that I want to know is, what are we trying to accomplish with this bill? And I mean, why?
To keep people from profiting from the balloting process,
Okay,
from the election process.
okay, to keep them from profiting. Okay, a couple of questions that I have on the bill that I have. If you go to line 65, where it states that any family member to the second degree of kinship, including but not limited to an aunt, uncle, grandparent, grandchild, niece, nephew, parent, full sibling, half sibling, or child. So, what if this is a person that does not have family where they're living? And because I'm asking this because I adopt people all the time that's not originally from Alabama or Birmingham, and it's just them. And what if they get hurt, become disabled, then what?
You're looking at an old version of the bill.
Okay, so that's why I asked you the difference. So I also said that if there's a difference in what I have with the sub, then I need to know that as well.
That was the original Senate introduced bill, but it's not the engrossed bill that came out of the Senate.
Okay,
So the sub that we're dealing with
Uh-huh.
now is what was changed in our House committee.
Okay, so
Not in
is it not stating the same thing?
No.
So what is it stating now?
Well, it's a complete different sub. I can let you see mine, or somebody can get you a
Because
copy.
where it's saying in this one that any family member
It's
to
not
the
in there.
second degree is not.
No,
So
ma'am.
what was it replaced with? I mean, you could tell me you have the bill, because I'm not gonna sit it.
That's not in there.
Where are you?
This is the sub.
Okay, so but where this was, what took place?
That's not in this bill.
So it's not in the bill. Okay, so you can't tell me what replaced it?
That's not in the bill.
I mean, I understand that. But if it's not in the bill now, what replaced it?
Well, the sub only replaced the ability to pre-fill the application. You can't pre-fill the application.
Okay,
That's all
so
it
you're
did.
saying that that's not in there. Okay. The part where it states a resident of a household who has resided with the voter for more than 6 months immediately prior to the voter submitting his or her absentee ballot application? So what replaced that?
I can give you the current version if you'd like to see it.
Okay, I probably need to, because it sounds like you don't know what's in your bill. What about it shall not be a violation of this section if an individual of the voter choose and provides assistance to the voter due to the voter being blind, disabled, or unable to read and write? Is that still in the bill? Because I really do like that, though. Is it still in the bill?
Well, that is dealing with disability. That's current federal law.
So, okay, but it's still in your bill? Okay, all right now. Okay, the part, it shall be unlawful for a third party to knowingly receive a payment for distributing, ordering, requesting, collecting, completing, pre-filing, obtaining, or delivering a voting absentee ballot application or absentee ballot.
Again, you're
So
dealing
but that is part of your bill.
not anything to do with the ballot.
But it's the pre-fill. And I think about when we're helping our seniors, our elderly, our people that's disabled, and when we have college students,
You can do that.
we can do that as the college student what?
You can help them with their absentee application.
But they just can't get gas money for it.
They can't be paid. You can't be paid. They can't pay.
Oh, I'll never look. I volunteer all the time. You know, I enjoy volunteer. That's part of what I do. But what I do, I see one of the things that I really couldn't stomach is the Class B felony. So you mean to tell me I can have a person to go rob someone or manslaughter, but if I get $5 gas money, I'm going to jail?
If somebody's profiting off,
I'm looking at the penalty. The penalty, Class B felony. So instead, I could go and hit somebody upside the head, take everything that they have, and then I give a college student $5. I'm gonna get the same penalty, correct?
Well,
I mean, I really have a hard time with this. Well,
it goes
if I give you $2 and say go get you one hamburger, well, it probably costs more than $2 these days. But if I give you $2 for a snack, but if I go and rob someone, I'm getting the same penalty. So I'm gonna get prosecuted for $2 versus someone I'm sitting with that has robbed someone.
Well, there's a term in the bill. It's called mens rea. It's
called what?
Mens rea.
Okay, explain it to me.
It's a legal term. I'm not a lawyer, but it means the intention or knowledge of wrongdoing. So it's the intent behind whether you're profiting off the process or not.
So what do you call profiting?
If you intentionally break the law, it's what?
What do you call profiting?
Well, if you get paid.
Okay, so if I gave a little kid 50 cents for taking a stamp over to Miss May's house, then that kid is going to juvenile or prison or jail. So they get to sit with somebody that has committed manslaughter or someone that has terribly robbed someone and hurt them.
Well,
I'm just trying to get it. I'm trying to understand because
it's classified
that really bothered me.
Yeah, it falls under the same classification as our ethics laws.
So you got to sit in there with Bubba to tell you that he done robbed somebody and knocked somebody out, and then when they get to me and say, "What you do?" I took $5 for helping Miss May pre-fill her absentee bill and for some gas money.
That's the reason we put the legal term in there, mens rea. And I'm not a lawyer, but it does consider intention when considering the.
But if I don't know.
Then you couldn't intentionally do it, could you?
If I don't know, and Miss Johnny gave me $5 for helping Miss May fill out that application.
Sounds unintentional.
And what about a stamp? Because a stamp is of a small value, but it's a stamp. I'm just asking.
It depends on the intention.
I'm just asking. Versus, how much are stamps these days?
You got me 68 cents, I think.
So I can go to jail for 68 cents with a person that has committed manslaughter or robbery or rape. But or rape, whatever, manslaughter. So that's one of the things that the whole bill bothers me, because it's really not a good bill, because I think about, I myself, I do a lot of volunteering, but I think about college students, I think about people that may need to buy a loaf of bread or something like that, and then they go out and they help someone, and then you give them gas money because they're doing something that's right within the communities, and then we send them to jail for $2 or, as you said, 68 cents. So, but I don't even understand why we have to have a bill like this. I really don't. I don't. I really, really, really don't. And it's just, it's hurting. It's really hurting, because I'm trying to understand why would we even need a bill like this. I don't know anyone that when they do this, they get paid a whole lot of money to do this. But 68 cents.
And the lady's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Hassel.
Thank the speaker for the recognition. So let me just say this first before I ask you some questions, Representative Keel, is that I feel like we're doing a lot of legislation about how we think, about not how we know, what we know. this piece here, we don't have evidence, enough evidence to change legislation on absentee ballot to do this. I think we're wasting time. Let me say this, and everybody here has been a candidate. Everybody here ran a race. And we all can be in danger with this legislation if we got a team that help us do our elections, because it's all about, like you said, the intent. It's the intention. What I'm saying, I can easily say, if we running a race against each other, I can easily say to you that I believe one of your people that worked on your campaign pre-filed an application. Now, how are we going to determine that? So now I got to have an investigation, right? So if you report to the Secretary of State office that I believe somebody in his campaign team was pre-filing with absentee ballots, and I got to report that to the Secretary of State office, I'll go on an investigation. As soon as people hear in the news that I'm on an investigation for voter fraud, automatically, what people might think with us? I mean, and this legislation will become a problem for candidates. You know, I saw the substitute. This came through committee early. I think, Representative Keel, you brought it last year, and y'all made a lot of changes to the bill to help out with organizations. Y'all made a lot of changes to help out with people that were, even volunteering. But the problem, another issue that I have with this legislation is if we got people that work for organizations, and this is part of their job, and they help with absentee ballots, because we have people that's disabled in the sense they can't even write, that we have to help. Some people do help with a piece of legislation. I mean, they help with that application on just putting their name so they can sign it. Would that person, that person is paid through their job, it's part of their job. Would that person be prosecuted?
If they're getting paid to do it, they would be.
But but they work for an organization already. They're getting paid through, this is their job. So now this person can be prosecuted because of the fact it's his job, he or she job, that's because they pre-filed the application, put a name on the application for that person who barely can sign it. They'll be prosecuted.
If they're getting paid.
You don't have an issue with that?
I don't think anybody should profit from the election process.
It's their job.
Oh, I get that. You're right. That is their job. They are getting paid.
I mean, and the people that work for the organization do a lot. They do a lot of stuff now. They do more than just absentee ballot. They help people get to the polls. It's just part of their job. But we got a person, it was brought to my attention in this past election, we had low voter turnout. You now have people, because of what we're doing today, and that what happened in the Senate, that came through our committee, we have people now afraid to do absentee ballot. They're afraid to do it. And Representative Sellers said something I've been saying for a long time. We move thousands of dollars on our cell phones. We believe in our cell phones. We move a lot of money in our cell phones. And we trust it. But now we can't trust one single vote on the cell phone. And now we want to hinder people from voting. They're afraid to vote. You got people.
If you're not paying, there's no need. There's no need to be afraid.
But they're afraid to. You got people who say, man, look, I got to find a job. I done help people. I got to find another job that have helped organizations, that being part of organizations that help people with absentee ballot, because now I'm afraid that I can be prosecuted because I worked for this organization for the last 25 years, and I had to leave because that's part of my job, and I don't want to be prosecuted.
You're right. Ballot harvesters will have to find another job if we pass this.
But it's okay. Now, okay, I'm glad you said that. So define to me what ballot harvesting is. Give me, because I never experienced nobody. When I hear the word ballot harvesting, I'm thinking about somebody collecting ballots from everybody in this room, put it in a box, and taking it to another place. I mean, taking it to the courthouse to count those ballots. Is that what you consider ballot harvesting?
It's part of it. But this contemplates somebody getting paid. Paying or getting paid.
Say it again?
Paying or getting paid.
Paid or getting paid. Let me just ask this too. If I put a name on somebody's application, what's wrong with that?
They can't do it? They can't fill it out?
No, they can't. It's a lot. They cannot fill it out.
They're disabled?
It's a guy, one of my clients. He's 97 years old. And every time I come and I go to his house, I take care of my client. he asked me he might say, listen, can you write this? Because I'm there. He'll say, can you do this for me? I do a lot of work for him on this outside of absentee ballot. But I thought about this. I said, man, if you need help on absentee ballot, he actually get his granddaughter to fill out the stuff. He's 97 to fill out to help him out. But it's a family member. I know you took that out of the bill. But what if he can't get to that granddaughter? Like, I'm that type guy. Now, he's a client of mine, you know, but I help him all the time to fill out certain things that he need to be filled out, or even hold his hand as a signature, because I was like, look, I don't want you to bring me back for something that said you didn't sign. I have to hold his hand, literally hold his hand so he can write. And we deal with a lot of people in our community like that, especially because they're not in a nursing home, can't afford a lot of nursing homes. So we have a lot of people who cannot fill out the application.
Are they disabled?
Yes, he's just old.
Yeah.
He's 97.
He does. He sounds disabled.
No, he's just old. I mean, his hands shake. He's not labeled. He's not getting money for being disabled. He's not labeled being disabled. But you can have somebody who just can't, who had the shakes. I don't have a medical term, but who just have the shakes, who can't hold a pen. They have to be the assistant sometimes. They do certain things on certain days. And this legislation it will cause problems for all of us, man. I wish everybody in this room would consider this, because the intention is the issue that I really have with this, because we all would be accused of ballot harvesting. Our team, what we use on campaigns, it's just the intent. And I heard you use, I'm not an attorney, and how can we conclude the thought? What does it say, but the thought, that's the thought. Am I right, an attorney? It's the thought of somebody. So how are we going to determine the thought of what's going to happen on that person, what's being subjective, what he's trying to do? How are we going to determine that by law? By legislation? We can't.
Well, back to your question about the older person. I don't know if you have a copy of the bill, but
yeah, I got it right here.
Line 90 addresses
90.
Line 90. No, I'm sorry, line 96. So if he cannot write like you described, he can't physically write, he may be given assistance by an individual of the voter's choice, which is 97, 98.
So in line 96, any voter who requires assistance to vote by reason by blindness, disability, or inability to read or write may be given assistance by an individual. But you gotta understand, what I'm saying, on one particular day, he's able to do something, so he's not labeled disabled. But this particular day, it might be a bad day for him.
He can't write.
That particular day. So this legislation is going to cover that individual elderly person.
I'm just reading, this is federal code. This is not state. We just copied and pasted it into the bill, and it says inability to read or write.
But my issue with it is, it's also going back to the intent of this, right? Because the intent of it is, because somebody can say, man, I've seen this man write before, he's not disabled. So because of the fact that I helped this person at this moment.
Did you help him sign it, or did you help him fill it out?
No, I never helped him with the absentee ballot. I helped him with other stuff that he has done, other business in his house that he has dealt with.
But if you were going to help them with their absentee application, are you talking about helping them sign it or helping them fill it out?
Well, no. What I mean is this: I have helped him sign. I have helped him sign something in his house. I think it was an insurance piece of paper, because I actually had to put his hand because this day it was a bad day for him. So I actually put his hand on the signature piece and say, look, I guided him to help sign it. He's 97 years old. But other days, he can help with a lot of other stuff. He can do stuff on his own, because he's not just labeled disabled. He's just old. And so somebody can come, a mechanic can say, hey, you helped me earlier, or I helped that person, or you help him do an absentee because I know you deal with this guy. I can be held liable.
Not for assisting, unless you're getting paid.
Let's say the question was, I got paid.
Expired. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yielding. Mr. Speaker, while he's yielding, I'm going to ask Representative to Adeline to show on the thing. What we find is on the Secretary of State's website, there is one place that says apply for an application. You go to your county, each county, it has an opportunity for you to fill in the application. And that is the part that I was talking about. So my amendment is to allow the application, the person that is applying. Did we adopt the substitute yet? Oh my goodness.
Well, I think this is addressed on line 50. If you look at line 50 of the bill, I don't know if you have that or not.
I do.
You can.
Line 50?
Yes, ma'am. So you're saying you're going to assist someone in filling out the application?
We go through it. No, you feel like if I'm looking at the second process by which you can fill in the information right there while you're on the computer.
And you're going to assist them?
And that means you fill out all of the information that's required. The person signs it. And then it's mailed. And you're saying lines 50 through 53 covers that?
Well, I can read it for you. It says, or for the body, any applicant may receive assistance in filling out the application as he or she desires. But each application shall be manually signed by the applicant.
Right, signed by the applicant. So, but you've assisted them by making sure they have access to that application.
Did you get paid? We're back to your neighbor. Did you get paid to do that?
No.
I'm not sure I understand the question then, because on line 50, it says, any applicant may receive assistance. Now, last year, if you think back to last year's bill, I had a whole list of things where only certain people could assist. Only a brother, sister, mother, father, aunt, uncle. I had all these things listed. I don't have that. This is on, it allows anybody to assist to fill out the application, anybody he or she desires.
But each should be
They can't sign it.
So what I was trying to do, so obviously I'm not clear. You're saying that lines 50, any applicant shall receive assistance in filling out the application here, but each application should be manually signed by the applicant, which is the process I talked about, pre-filling it in.
Well, you can't pre-fill the applications and distribute them.
That's not what
That's
happened.
not what you're talking about.
That's not what happened. This
You're
is
talking about-
one individual.
You're talking about line 50.
One individual, right.
The applicant, who is
Right.
your neighbor,
Right.
may receive assistance in filling out the application by anyone he or she desires, which would be you.
Okay.
They desire you to do it. If they do that, then they must sign it themselves. Or if they can't write, they can make a mark and then include the name of the witness who saw that mark. So even if they can't read or write, can't write their name, they can still fill out the application.
All right, so you're saying that because my suggestion was that we would replace line 50 with the following: an applicant may receive assistance with filing.
This is in filling out the application.
That's right. An applicant may receive assistance in filing.
I have no idea why that's necessary. I mean, the way I read
I hear you.
line 50 is that if you want to go help your neighbor fill it out, and your neighbor wants you to do that, then you can help your neighbor do that.
But just in case somebody thinking otherwise, just if we would, remove those lines 56 through 59 and just indicate an applicant may receive assistance in filing.
and filling it out.
That's right. That's right.
I don't know how to make it. I don't know how to make it any clearer. If they want you to do it, you can do it, as long as you're not getting paid.
But see, I'm thinking this would make it simpler.
I don't know how. If you want to help your neighbor, if you want to take your computer and fill it out, or go to your neighbor's computer and fill it out, help them do it, and they want you to help them do it, then line 50 says they may assist, you may assist. I don't know how it could be, I don't know how to make it clearer than that. Any applicant may receive assistance. That's your neighbor in filling out the application as he or she desires. If he or she desires you to assist in filling out the application, then they may do that. I have it written in the bill. As opposed to last year when I had all of these people that could help you. We took all that out.
Says shall be manually signed by the applicant under the penalty of perjury. If he or she signs or marks the application shall include the name of the witness. And I just wanted to, what my idea and our thinking is making it as simpler, because what gets my attention here says any application may receive assistance in filling out the application as he or she desires, but each application shall be manually signed by the applicant under penalty of perjury. And if a he signs by a mark, the application shall also include the name of the witness and the witness signature.
You would witness it and you would sign it.
Right.
If they had to make a mark, you know, I don't know, I'm sure you've seen.
I have.
Yes, ma'am.
I've lived long enough for that.
Yes, ma'am. I thought you would probably saw that before. But you could sign as the witness.
Right. So you're saying that you think your words are fine the way they are. I'm saying I want to make it simpler.
I don't know how much simpler I could make it.
No, I want to make it simpler. I wasn't trying to get you to make it.
I don't know how much simpler you could make it.
Just like this, replacing line 50 on page 2 with the following: any application may receive assistance in full. But you said it there.
No, ma'am. I think it's pretty simple.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, representing.
Your system. That's where you got so you could assist.
All right. Thank you for recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
All right. Just want to clarify some things. So did you mention that the only thing that's a prosecutable offense in here is accepting payment?
I did not say that.
So what are prosecutable offenses under this bill?
I would have to go through the bill and see what's in there. But the primary intent of the bill is to keep people from paying or being paid.
So are there any offenses in this legislation that don't require payment to create a potential criminal offense?
Pre-filling an application, a pre-filled application would be. That's an example.
What's the penalty for that?
I'd have to look and see.
Because, you know, what often trips people up on things like this, it says, it shall be unlawful for any person to knowingly distribute an absentee ballot application to a voter that is pre-filed or pre-filled with the voter's name or any information required on the application form, right? And there is no penalty in it until you get down to the end.
That's right.
Where it says, unless a penalty is otherwise specified, a knowing violation of Chapter 11 of Title 17 Code of Alabama is a Class A misdemeanor. So that specific section applies to an entire code. What else is a Class A misdemeanor?
Well, anything that's not otherwise specified.
So what else is a Class A misdemeanor?
Well, anything that's not otherwise specified.
Well, that doesn't narrow it down for me.
So what we did specify is what's a Class B and a Class C felony.
So you don't necessarily know what else could potentially be a Class A misdemeanor?
Well, that's existing code, so we're not changing that.
So that's what I'm asking. You said, this is what it says, you create a criminal offense, it doesn't have a penalty associated to it. But then you have here, it's a catch-all. So are there any other offenses or any other actions or anything in Chapter 11 of Title 17, which is a number of different code sections, that's a Class A misdemeanor? What else is a Class A misdemeanor?
I don't know. I'd have to pull that code to see. But that language is already there. I mean, it's existing code.
So what you're representing here is everything that's captured in this particular bill is all you're intending to create a criminal offense for.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
No, I'm just asking because that's a pretty general. Because what I'm concerned about
It's general. It's general and vague, so I'm trying to understand the question.
And generally speaking, that's what we don't want with criminal code, something that's vague. And I'm just really just want to make sure we're not creating additional criminal offenses that we're not intending to. The Alabama legislature is like one of the masters of unintended consequences, and I'm just trying to make sure that
do you see some specifically that
I don't.
Created in the bill?
Because whenever you have a general prohibition like that with a criminal penalty associated with it, that means that if there's anything else listed in this code section, and there are probably 16 or 17 different sections of this code, that if I forgot to put a criminal penalty on it, it's a Class A misdemeanor.
It's currently in code, though. That's the way it's currently codified that way.
So I guess what I'm saying then is, so it shall be unlawful for any person to knowingly distribute an absentee ballot application to a voter that is pre-filled with the voter's name or any information required on the application form. So that would be a Class A misdemeanor then.
Where's that at?
That's on the end of page 2, beginning of page 3. It shall be unlawful for any person to knowingly distribute an absentee ballot application to a voter that is pre-filled with the voter's name or any information required on the application form. And would it be a Class A misdemeanor for me to hand the voter their own application?
Are you getting paid to do that?
No, this doesn't require payment. This part doesn't.
Right.
So would it be a Class A misdemeanor for me to hand that person back their own their own pre-filled application? Because it doesn't say I have to turn it in. It just says it says distribute. So distributing means me handing it to you. I could be handing it back to you. Is that a Class A misdemeanor?
Is it pre-filled?
Yeah, that's what it's, yeah. So if you print it off on a computer, I grab it and bring it back to you. If I committed a Class A misdemeanor?
If it's pre-filled?
Yeah. If I give you back your own pre-filled form that you may have filled out yourself and I'm just handing it to you. Is that a Class A misdemeanor?
Well, if it's pre-filled, then yes. If you assisted in filling it, then no.
No, I mean, did you really want that to be a Class A misdemeanor if I hand you back your own form?
Well, the intention is to keep it from being pre-filled out. But if you assisted in filling out, and they wanted you to assist in filling out, you can do that.
No, but
that's the conversation Ms. Hall and I just had.
No, but that doesn't say anything to that effect. This is a already pre-filled out ballot application.
If they filled it out themselves?
Yes. No, I mean, it doesn't specify that. That's what I'm telling you. It doesn't specify any of that. It says
pre-filled would indicate that it was previous to being filled out. So if you are, I don't think you're distributing if you take their filled out application. I don't understand. I guess
it says
we're going in circles.
No, this is what you said on the piece of paper. It said it shall be unlawful for any person to knowingly distribute. Distribute means me handing you.
Knowingly distribute.
Yes.
Yes. If you knowingly distribute, it's Class A misdemeanor. That's current code that catches.
No, that's not current code. you created this crime. Just with this bill, that creates that crime.
Yes,
So
that's the
that's not
intention.
existing code.
That's the intention, to stop people from pre-filling applications.
But this doesn't say anything about who it's pre-filled. It doesn't say who did it, when they did it, how they did it. It just says if it's pre-filled out.
Can't be pre-filled.
Even if you did it yourself?
That would be filled.
But I'm just saying.
That would not be previously filled if you did it yourself.
It's pre-filled with the voter's name. So if you do it yourself?
That would be filled.
So if I do it, it's a Class A misdemeanor, but they do it themselves, it's not, right?
If they filled out their own application, it is not a misdemeanor.
So then if I distribute the absentee ballot, what happens? If I distribute it, what happens?
If you distribute their own filled out absentee ballot.
So I
Is that
can't.
what you're asking?
Because I can't take it from them and turn it in for them, right?
No. They mail it themselves.
We have an amendment to take that out. Do you want to offer it? It's just to strike that language.
Oh. And it's already agreed upon?
No.
Oh, well, we can do it. All right. Because it's actually extremely confusing. But because it really, actually, the language doesn't make any sense at all. And another person asked you a question beforehand, too. Are you comfortable with the Class B felony in this?
It's the same as our ethics laws. I think this is an ethical issue.
No, I mean, we could all be in jail together and you say, hey man, what are you in for? I killed somebody. I raped somebody. What about you? I bought a stamp.
Or I took a $40 meal from a lobbyist.
Now that's a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? That's probably a lot of different space between those. But would you be amenable to reducing that from a Class B felony? I mean, it's 2 to 20, and somebody may just literally be taking gas money.
Well, I mean, you're the attorney, so you know the technical term that we talked about earlier. I don't have to explain that to you, but
no. But mens rea, as long as I say I'm paying you for this purpose, I've satisfied that mens rea. So, would you be comfortable reducing that to something a little bit more reasonable?
If people are intentionally profiting off the election process, they're breaking the law.
No, you're making it so they break the law.
They will be breaking the law.
Determine that somebody give
Gentleman's
somebody
time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Hale, Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will you gentlemen yield?
Sure.
Let me take you through some situations that I've just been involved with on this process. The first thing I did towards the last, I had requested an absentee ballot application from the Hale County Circuit Clerk for my 94-year-old father and my 93-year-old mom. When it arrived in the mail, I assisted them with filling out, making sure it was marked, and also getting a photo just to be on the safe side, even though at that age they are not physically able to go to the polling place and be able to vote. And even though my mom signed it, her signature at that point wasn't where I felt legible, so I did witness both her signature and printed my name. And then I did the same thing with my father. And then I took and put both of them in a separate envelope. And then I hand drove them to Greensboro, paid postage and had them stamped to be delivered in the mail so that they would be back in the office by the 27th as required by law, because it can't be in the mail, it has to be in the office. On that Monday, the 26th, I made a hospital visit. My next door neighbor had heart bypass surgery on the 14th. She said she's never missed voting. And so what I did, I went down to the county courthouse, voted myself absentee, and then I requested and received application for her. Actually, what I did, I went with 3 because I had 2 folks that I knew was in the hospital. One that had heart bypass surgery on the 14th, had a pacemaker, was not out. Then I had another friend who's been in the hospital from heart surgery for 8 weeks. And he was there in the hospital, and his wife was there with him there. So I requested application for both of them. I then, and part of that with that age to make sure they have identification, I had them or their spouse to send me a copy of the ID. I went, as I said, I went to the circuit clerk office. I went to my home, printed off the picture of the ID, and then I filled out the information, the address and all this stuff and the reason why for all of them, got separate envelopes, prepared them, put them in there. Then I went back to the hospital. I had them to sign the application themselves, put them in each one of the envelopes, and then hand delivered them because they got to be in there, and drove to the post office. Of course, at each one of these cases, I paid postage and had them mailed and put in the mail so that they did receive their applications in time. Now, doing that, had I received, it said, $2, because I think in the post office they charged me $1.82 for each one. Had they given me $2 to mail it, would that be deemed a criminal charge, or based upon where your language is deemed that I'd be accepting money on their behalf? What type of situations is that putting us in and dealing with? Because these are, good folks, nobody there but, confined to a hospital, or confined because of health and everything. And again, I pre-feel because, someone's in the hospital that you're not trying to make them, using the applications, the driver's license picture, I put in their name, their address, stuff like that, and took it back to them with the standpoint of, you just sign it, then I put it in the envelope, sealed it in front of them, and then we took it and got it back delivered. Because even with my parents, I even assisted them on filling out the actual ballot once they got back, went through that same process, envelopes and stuff like that, and making sure it got it, and then taking it to the post office and delivering it. What type of situation? These are the situations, folks, that we're dealing with and everything, and this is why people are having this questions about filling in and pre-filling in applications and stuff. Voting is a fundamental right. I think that's what we want. But people who are entitled to cast those votes, and in situations that we encountered, the one that had that was in there at 14 had a heart attack and didn't expect to be there, and the one that had the surgery with blow definitely didn't expect to be in there 8 weeks and stuff. These are the situations, and I think line 56, where it creates a problem, because here's a situation where we're talking about pre-filling. And this is just a simple thing, that I pre-filled it because she couldn't, the form, I fill it out and for that stuff, just make it convenient, just trying to make sure I'm getting it to her where, the least resistance and everything. But I pre-filled it out because I had received a copy of her driver's license that would be used, because I had to get I had to print off a copy of the driver's license, which is required. They required some type of ID. I had to make that happen. So how is that? And the issue is, I think that's why I said line 56 through 59 just creates a problem about pre-filling. Because that's just a simple thing. Wasn't that it was a criminal act, but it's just being assistant to a neighbor. I'm also a minister, so, you help do things like that. And when I was just asking, would you be willing to accept amendment to remove line 56 through 59 on that? Because just to saying the pre-fill, it's not anybody intentional, you know what I'm saying? But I pre-fill it, according to what your definition is. And according to what your definition is, I created a misdemeanor. Now, she couldn't sit there and everything trying to go through that. that's the concern that I have with your current language. And I thought earlier that he even had application plus the ballot, but this is just dealing with the application, trying to make sure someone has the right to vote, And for me, to be honest about it, on that day with both of those people, I just went to visit, but tomorrow, we vote next week. I'm not going to be able to, how could I do this? And, I never miss voting. And this person was 6, 7, 8, they were 73 years old. And I did everything I could with the urgency of knowing that it had to be in the local circuit clerk office because the 27th is the deadline. Not in the mail, but it has to be in there, either drawer that they have in the office, or it has to be in their mail delivered into that. So, I made all type of, because one of the things we deal with, like for instance, in the Greensboro case, had I not hand delivered and the manager there was able to get in the box, he would have came all the way to Montgomery, sorted out, and then I'll come all the way back and would have missed the deadline. The same way with our mail in Tuscaloosa. The post person said, well, I could try to make sure we get it there, but if not, that mail that I would have deposited would have had to go all the way to Birmingham and then come back, which most likely, where the mail been running, wouldn't have worked and everything. And all of them just asking, just trying to figure out how do we deal with this simple thing. Would you be considerate of amendment to remove lines 56 through 59 that's in there? Just moving that person.
Well, 56 through 59 is in there to prevent mass distribution of absentee ballot applications, pre-filled. And that's what we're going to stop with that language, and that's the reason it's in there. To me, what you're describing is assisting someone in filling out their application.
But I did pre-fill it because they sent me the driver's license, and again, they had bypass surgery. The neighbor, she actually had to have a pacemaker put in after the bypass surgery and stuff like that. My other friend, like I said, been there 8 weeks, and actually they had some loss of blood, bleed because of ulcers and everything. This is runs crazy. So that's why I was just asking for on that particular issue, consider it, because that's where I see where it's dealing with on that particular matter.
Yeah, Representative Baker just pointed out that if you look on page 3, line 74, it addresses emergency treatment by a licensed physician.
Okay. Emergency treatment, that's for going to delivering it to the circuit clerk, if I'm not correct.
Is that not what you're asking about?
Could I have a reduced amendment?
Isn't that what you were asking about?
Yeah, just an amendment
was
to the clerk to remove line
clerk.
56 through 59.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Okay.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Morgan, Leader Stathagen.
Thank you for recognition, Mr. Speaker. I have a motion in writing. I move the previous question.
Clerk, see the motion.
Motion in writing from Representative Stadhagen. I move the previous question.
All those in favor, clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. All those in favor vote aye. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 75 yeas, 28 nays. Motion carries.
Thank you for recognition, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy. We are going to hold it down and act like professionals. Guess what? We're going to do it today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Before I forget, I asked for the bill to be read at length. I want to make that on the record. So, help me out with some clarity because I'm a little confused because I'm looking at what we did last year, what we did so far, and where we are now. kind of help me get some understanding a little bit. And we don't have to go too deep into it because I only have 10 minutes because usually I would talk a little bit about it and come back and talk some more. But I guess I'm going to save some of that conversation for the library thing, you know what I mean? So,
Understand.
yeah, but I like your shoes.
Thank you. Comfortable.
I checked you out earlier today. So kind of bring me, because I know you did make some changes. So you made changes, I guess, to make things a little bit better for some people. So can you help me understand what were those changes and what did we do to make it better? Because I see we're still talking felonies and we're still looking at, if someone offers someone, and so I have some level of concerns about, let's say athletic director, let's just say you have, we're talking about, let's say in the fall, and some schools may play on a Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday, some special games. It may be a situation where the team is going off because I know that we always seem to come back to fix legislation because we have done something or forgot something. And I'm just trying to think about realistic situations. Now, if somebody's truly ballot harvesting, okay. But I'm just trying to figure out what triggers that. Is it an amount that triggers that? Is it 1? Is it 10? Is it 15? What triggers that? And what if it's a person, because, even if the athletic team is going off, the band may be going, so now you may have the band director that's committing some level of felony. And if it's, let's just say if it's the band director, if it's an unintended consequence and they created a felony, does that mean that they have multiple counts because multiple band students filled out an absentee ballot application and the band director is paid through the university? Try to help me get some clarity on that, because I have some concern, because I do serve on a board of trustees at a university, and I don't want anybody, to get in trouble.
So the band has filled out their applications already, or they're being...
I think they're being asked to. You know how you get your schedule, the schedules come out in the summertime, and it's like, okay, we have these games coming up, we're going to be away. And they tell the students, go ahead, if you plan to vote, go ahead and get your absentee ballot applications in so you can vote absentee, because we will not be present on election day. But these people are paid, even though they're paid to do something else, they're doing this within the function of their body of work. They're doing this within that function. So even though they're paid to be the director of the band, but they've just introduced voting, because I think we should be encouraging our young people to vote, teaching them about voting. It's not necessarily about who we want you to vote for, but especially these younger voters, 18, 19, 20 years old, we want to encourage them to get involved in the process. So would this be a situation where this could have possibly triggered something by these administrators doing this?
Well, if the band member mails his or her own application back, there's no problem. They should mail their own back.
Okay, even though, okay, maybe I'm not being clear. So let's just say I print off these applications, and I have these applications in my office, and I sit the stack up here, and I say, all y'all that want to vote, we're going on this trip next month. All y'all that want to vote, get an application. So I've just helped them through parts of this process. And now once they come in and they start doing this process, I'm a paid employee. So did I commit some act or some crime by assisting these students with this process? Because they're probably going to need assistance. A lot of them probably first time voting. They don't know what to do. If I know you mentioned that you voted absentee on Tuesday. Voting absentee is a confusing situation. You got to get this and fold this and put this in here and get this ID and put it over. It's a confusing situation. So I would think first-time voters or even seasoned voters that never voted absentee before would probably have some level of concern, am I doing this right? Because if I vote absentee, I'm always scared that, did I do it right? I don't want my ballot to be set to the side. So I always just try to go and show and vote up in person or vote in person for the in-person absentee. So I'm just wondering, is it something that triggered something? And it could relate to, people in jails, not necessarily prisons, because some of the people in prisons may not vote, but people in jail that may be serving a 30, 60-day something, they gonna need some level of assistance. They can't just go out and request this stuff on their own, but the people that would be assisting them would be people that are paid people from some organization, whether it's a university, whether it's a nonprofit, or whether it's the county. What triggers that? Did they do something wrong? I guess that's my first question. Did they do something wrong?
Well, it would probably be a case-by-case basis if they intended to. We're back to that legal term that we used earlier. And I'm not an attorney, but it goes back to intent there.
The intent would be to help them to vote. The intent would be to encourage the students to vote that's going to be absent for the election because of some other obligation, whether it be with the school or whatever. They could have another obligation. So the intent is to get them to have the opportunity to vote if they want to vote.
Yeah.
Because we know based off of their commitment to the university, they're not going to be present. And the person that's helping and assisting them is an employee of the university, so they are getting paid, and it could be the dean of students. We have people at the universities whose job is to help and assist students in all different facets of student life. So I'm just wondering, is this going to create a situation for those folks?
Encouraging people to vote does not go against this bill. I mean, encouraging people to vote I would encourage it. I think people should vote. And so encouraging people to vote is not breaking the law should this become law.
Okay. So what triggers help me trigger, what triggers the 2 to 20? Is it one ballot? Is it 5? The B class felony. Is it one ballot? Is it 5 ballots? Like what help me understand the harvesting part.
Yeah. So it can.
And we only got like a minute and a half left, but I do want to know that. What triggers harvesting?
Well, being paid. Or paying to
ballots, does one ballot consist of harvesting, or is it 10, or
if you're getting paid?
So one ballot, if you're getting paid, consists of harvesting.
If you're getting paid.
Okay. Okay. I guess that clarifies that. Now, how do we educate the public on this? Because if we notice, a lot of people didn't vote absentee this week because so many people thought the bill from last year was already law, and people were just scared to participate in the process. So it seemed that this started to become more of a voter suppression bill because people just don't understand. How are we going to educate the public on the changes? Because even here, I know we're about to vote on this in a few minutes after we read the bill at length. I know we're going to vote on this, but people still didn't understand the difference between last year and this year.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
Question for the body now is adoption of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 75 ayes, 28 ayes. The committee sub has been adopted. Representative Keel.
Move final passage as subbed.
That's the question's final passage as sub. Okay. Clerk will read the bill at length.
Be it enacted by the legislature of Alabama, Section 1, Section 1711-4, Code of Alabama, 1975, is amended to read as follows. 1711-4A, the application required in Section 1711-3 shall be in a form prescribed and designed by the Secretary of State and shall be used throughout the state. The application shall contain and require all of the following. 1, that the applicant submit sufficient information to identify the applicant. 2, the applicant's name, residence address, and such other information as necessary to verify that the applicant is a registered voter. 3, a list of all felonies of moral turpitude as provided in Section 17330.1, and a requirement that the applicant declare that he or she is not barred from voting because of a disqualifying felony conviction, or if the applicant was convicted of a disqualifying felony, that the applicant's right to vote has been restored. 4, the application, or I should say an application of penalties for violations of this section. B1, any applicant may receive assistance in filling out the application as he or she desires, but each application shall be manually signed by the applicant under penalty of perjury, and if he or she signs by mark, the application shall also include the name of the witness's signature, and the witness's signature. 2, it shall be unlawful for any person to knowingly distribute an absentee ballot application to a voter that is pre-filed or pre-filled in the voter's name or any other information required on the application form. C1, complete application may be submitted to the absentee election manager in any of the following ways as further provided by rule of the Secretary of State. A, the applicant delivering the application in person. B, the applicant mailing the application by U.S. mail. C, the applicant sending the application by commercial carrier. 2, except in situations governed by Section 1711-3F, it shall be unlawful for an individual to submit a completed absentee ballot application to the absentee election manager other than his or her own application, except that an application for a voter who requires emergency treatment by a licensed physician within 5 days before election pursuant to Section 1711-3 may be submitted to the absentee election manager by an individual designated by the applicant. D1, except in situations governed by Section 711-3F, it shall be unlawful for a third party to knowingly receive a payment or gift for distributing, ordering, requesting, collecting, completing, pre-filing, or pre-filling, obtaining, or delivering a voter's absentee ballot application. Any person who violates this subdivision shall be guilty of a Class C felony. 2, except in situations governed by Section 1711-3F, it shall be unlawful for a person to knowingly pay or provide a gift to a third party to distribute, order, request, collect, pre-fill, complete, obtain, or deliver a voter's absentee ballot application. Any person who violates this subsection shall be guilty of a Class B felony. E, any voter who requires assistance to vote by reason of blindness, disability, or inability to read or write may be given assistance by an individual of the voter's choice other than the voter's employer or agent of that employer or officer or agent of the voters' union. F, voters voting by absentee ballot through the Uniformed and Overseas Citizens Absentee Voting Act are not subject to this section. The Secretary of State shall provide applications for absentee voting to military and overseas voters in accordance with Section 17435. Section 2, unless a penalty is otherwise specified, a knowing violation of Chapter 11 of Title 17, Code of Alabama, 1975, is a Class A misdemeanor. Section 3, although this bill will have as its purpose or effect the requirement of a new or increased expenditure of local funds, the bill is excluded from further requirements and applications under Section 111.05 of the Constitution of Alabama, 1922, because the bill defines a new crime or amends the definition of an existing crime. Section 4, this act shall become effective immediately following its passage or approval by the governor or its otherwise becoming law.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Question for the body now is passage of SB 1. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote.
Vote no.
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 75 ayes, 28 nays. SB 1 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 17 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 129 with substitute by Senator Barfoot relating to diversity.
Chairman Oliver, you're recognized. Republicans.
Mr. Speaker and body, I'm bringing a bill that we've had here for several years now. It's been worked on by numerous people. This bill would prohibit certain public entities, including state agencies, local boards of education, public institutions of higher education, from maintaining a diversity, equity, and inclusion office or department, or sponsoring any diversity, equity, or inclusion program or program that advocates for a divisive concept. This bill will prohibit certain public entities from promoting, endorsing, or requiring affirmation of or certain divisive concepts relating to race, sex, or religion. This bill will prohibit certain public entities from conditioning enrollment or attendance in certain classes or trainings on the basis of race or color. This bill would authorize certain public entities to discipline or terminate employees or contractors who violate this act. This bill would provide that certain circumstances relating to accreditation, academic instruction, student groups, and other scenarios are not prohibited. This bill would also require each public institution of higher education to ensure that multiple occupancy restrooms are designated for use based on biological sex. And with that, I'd like to ask for the BIR.
The chair recognizes a lady from Jefferson, Representative Vann.
I always have to look up because there's so many different faces every 4 years in here. But I know you've been here through one term, I think. Anyway, Oliver, talk to me about 129. This bill has gotten a lot of attention. So tell me again what this is about.
I can give you some key takeaways. Diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI programs are radical and divisive offshoots of critical race theory, which we know as CRT. And even though the bill never mentions that, it does its best to thwart those efforts. Their effect on college campuses, as well as K through 12, is to deepen divisions, set up race exclusionary programs, and indoctrinate students into a far-left political ideology.
Relating to diversity, equity, and inclusion to prohibit certain public entities from maintaining diversity, equity, and inclusion offices and from sponsoring diversity, equity, and inclusion programs to provide prohibitions on the promotion, endorsement, and affirmation of certain divisive concepts in certain public settings, with exceptions to provide that certain circumstances are not prohibited to require public institutions of higher education to designate restrooms on the basis of biological sex and to authorize certain penalties for violation. I remember a day when I was a little girl that we had signs that said white only, or coloreds rather, only. I remember a time where this state had black folks to sit to the back of the bus. I remember a time when a governor stood in the schoolhouse door on the campus of the University of Alabama, for which many people glorify, to deny entry by black folk. I remember a time, almost 59, 60 years now, the clock is ticking, on the Selma to Montgomery March, where black folks had to attempt to cross the Edmund Pettus Bridge to get to the state capitol to fight for their voting rights. I remember a time, because there's an attempt to erase black history in the state of Alabama, where I could not, or my people rather, could not sit at the counter and eat lunch. Those times, although we do not see them the same way that they existed 60 years ago, still exist in how we treat each other in many instances. At the end of the day, it still exists whether you want to admit it or not. And if you ain't lived as a person of color, you wouldn't understand. So I'm concerned anytime we're bringing a bill that deals with diversity, equity, and inclusion, because what you're basically telling people is that you don't want any concepts deployed in state government that deals with equity, that deals with race, that deals with sex, because you do not believe, A, in an affirmative action program or the existence in actions that are taken affirmatively for the advancement of people of color or that do not necessarily look like you. And that's not right. Because although we have made strides in this country, we have so far to go. And now to attempt to strip this or to employ this language, it makes me further wonder about the people that I serve with in this house. That's why I do not rub elbows. That's why I do not shake hands. That's why I do not giggle, and all of that. Because if you cut me like this, you can't like me or respect me. And what that ultimately means is that I'm living and walking and breathing in a room with people who are hypocrites by nature. So this piece of legislation, to the people who are listening, basically is saying to us, once again, and I've said this time and time again, that my black is not beautiful enough. My brilliant mind as a woman of color is not good enough. Because there is going to be an attempt that will disallow any attempt that I may have that may give me an advantage because someone may see me as a person of color to be stripped away. Not only that, it also basically says that because of my sex, for which women are still paid less to do the same job that a man does, even though we do the job much better than the man that's doing the job, that doesn't matter any longer. At the end of the day, we are basically rolling back, and I continue to use this term, people. These are rollbacks from the advancements that we have made with race relations, with human rights, with social rights, social justice in this country. They're slowly rolling it back by legislation that is about to pass out of this House, just like we're seeing it in 129. It is allowing our racial ethnicity and the significance of our skin color to be slowly stripped away in every shape, form, or fashion. This is the state of Alabama's version of attempting to further kill affirmative action in the state of Alabama. Now I'm going to call it what it is, whether you like it or not. It is what it is. This bill in itself is oppressive. I am oppressed, depressed, repressed, and suppressed by this piece of legislation. This is my I can't breathe moment here in the state of Alabama. This is my moment to say, take your foot off of my neck. And I'm almost about to say, Mama, I can't breathe. This is a moment in time that I stand here with such a heavy heart, because once again, I am faced with the slim reality that I'm dealing with people who refuse to see me and take me as I am, because I'm not the color that they are. And at the end of the day, my colleagues can do whatever they want to do. Because when I stand in this well, I'm standing on the legs with the feet that God gave me to stand. And when I stand here, I'm standing bold enough to call you. I do not subscribe to bigotry. I do not subscribe to legislation that has been passed or being passed to author an agenda to further eradicate and further marginalize people who look like me. And this is an eradication of the importance of giving a fair shot to people, because there are still people who are not willing to give us a fair shot. How much more do you all have to take? And I close with this. I've said this before.
And the lady's time has expired.
White sheet still
Chair
red.
recognizes the gentleman from Marshall, Representative Coven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, I want to thank you for bringing this bill. You know, I believe in God's eyes, everybody in this room is created equal, and so I thank you for bringing this now that we can no longer taxpayer money and go to programs that teach us that we are actually different, because I think in God's eyes we are equal. So I appreciate you for bringing this bill.
And I appreciate that.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
You know, this bill is actually a hard bill for me to talk about, but it's actually something that, as a nation and as a people, we really do need to talk about. You know, I ask you this question. do we live in a colorblind society?
No, of course we don't, but we strive for one.
You're exactly right. We honestly do not. But if we keep putting up crutches that does not allow us to confront the fact that we don't live in a colorblind society, then we never will get to what you say we are striving to get to. You know, and I say it this way. I ask you this question: how many voter registrars do we have in this state? 6 to 7 times 3 comes out to 201. How many of those voter registrars are black? 26. Who are the people that actually make the appointment? It's the Commissioner of Ag, what's the percentage of black people in the state of Alabama? 28%. What's the percentage of that calculation of 26 over 201? 12%. This is the thing that I'm talking about. We are at a point where there are a lot of, qualified black people that could hold those positions. But because we don't live in a colorblind society, we don't have the diversity to include other people that don't look like you. It's no need in us pretending that our society is going to change if it's not challenged. There is really no reason in us pretending in that manner. Our society, you're right. You're saying we need to give it another chance. That's probably what you're trying to say. We need to give it another chance. But saying it out of your mouth and proving it with your actions from your heart are two different things. And see, I really can tell you that I love you because in my heart, God tells me I have to love you, and I do love you. But the actions that I take will really show you that I love you. And there's a difference. When things are going on in this world the way they are, unless you'll stand up and say to the things that are happening, it's not right, then we got a problem. You're saying that it's not right that people don't, equally treat each other. You're saying that in this bill. If we had I call it the EI, the part of this bill instead of the D part, then we wouldn't need a D part. If all of us were considered to be equal, then all of us would be included in this great experiment called America. But all of us are not going to be included. They are going to be those of us that happen to look like me that are going to be excluded, even though we are saying we are including people. I was in a meeting the other night, and I was given, and you were in the meeting, I was given the leadership of one of our departments in the state of Alabama. You may not have noticed it, but I did. There were 21 members on the flyer in this leadership of that department. There were 3 women on there in the leadership of that department. How many people were on that panel that looked like me? There were none. So to say that we are going to treat people equal and equitable is one thing, but the actions that people take tell what's truly in their hearts. There's a concept that we call more like me. All you do is look at the outside and you determine that I either look more like you or I don't look more like you. But that's as far as most people will get when it comes to equality. That's as far. It's a sad commentary for America. It's a sad commentary for Alabama. It's a sad commentary for the people that say they follow the Christ that I follow. That's a sad commentary. Until we get to the point where we are going to treat each other equal, we have to have these things that prop up equality in us. You want us to get to a different point, don't you? Why do you want us to get there?
You want me to answer?
I want an answer.
In my life and my experiences, there have always been marginalized groups, not just black people, but many groups. I'm a soldier by profession. I'm from a world where we don't care what color people are. We don't care who they love. We care if they're competent or not.
And so that's where you want us to get to in America. This morning we honored the Tuskegee Airmen, and they...
My daughter is a red tail.
Is a red tail now? Okay, well, congratulations to her. But we honored them this morning. They lived in a time when it wasn't based on their abilities. It was strictly based on their skin color. They were denied. You have people that have been in war with you, that have been black, have been Hispanic, have been whatever they are, and have all had one mission, and you fought together in that mission. But when you come back from that mission, you separate. And your minds and your ideas and everything, they also change. Even though we have gone through it all together, something changes. I thank you for indulging me this moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Morgan, Representative Yarborough.
Thank you for the recognition. I think it's just, I'll be very brief. I just think it's really important that I'm a firm believer in the statement that we ought to judge each other by the content of our character, not the color of our skin. And it was really enlightening in the committee meeting to hear the stories of how DEI has been implemented in programs in our state where people have been made to feel horrible, people lined up on walls, different things happened. And those kinds of things do not promote equality and the history of civil rights that I value strongly, and I have made a priority in my district to make all of my people feel valued. And so I think it's really important that we establish policies and principles that focus on the content of character and not the color of our skin. And I think this bill is an honest effort to do that. And I appreciate you making that effort and putting your neck out to trying to say, hey, it's not about the color of your skin, it's about the content of your character. And this bill provides for all those discussions. It doesn't eliminate any discussions at all. And in fact, it protects them and says that nothing here is going to be construed. It will not prohibit any of these conversations at all from happening. It just has to be done in a way that people aren't being forced, people aren't being persecuted, their grades are not being docked because they have a different opinion or want to ask questions. And so I think it's important, and I appreciate you bringing it.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 75 ayes, 28 nays. The BR has been adopted. Chairman Oliver.
I have a substitute.
Committee sub. Okay. The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Gentlemen, you yield.
You know I will.
I don't know how anybody in this body, anybody sitting in the chamber, anybody that's looking at us on the internet can believe that your bill is trying to say that we all God's children and we shouldn't be spending money to make sure everybody is treated equally. I'm one of the children as a small person looking at two fountains, one dirty and one clean, drank out the clean one and an adult white man beat a 6-year-old down for drinking out of a clean fountain. I still have scars where I've been attacked as a child just playing outside. Group of white men get out their car, beat me down for no reason except for being of African descent. So when I look at a lot of this stuff, and God has blessed me. Lord knows he's blessed me and he's blessed a lot of people because I'm a child of the 60s. Every day I ran from Bull Connor and his dogs. Me and my friends thought that we were making America better, that truly everybody would be treated equally. But they've not been done that. If we didn't have affirmative action, and if Bear Bryant didn't need him some black boys to help him win some of them football games when USC ran the snot out of them, you wouldn't have those black players down there. What Bear Bryant said, give me some of them. And you could treat us as a gladiator. But we wouldn't be in the University of Alabama if somebody had not passed some type of law to let us in. Today, and I could tell you when my son was about to leave, graduate from Tennessee State in finance and economics, bank had an opening. He went there, passed all of the tests. I said, now dress properly when you go in there, and you would make a good showing. After he passed all of them tests, 2 young white boys come in with flip-flops, cut-off jeans, and the woman came and said, we're going to try these two. He said, but you ain't got but one opening. But we're going to try these two. We need everything we can have in place because even though the problem we had when we gained voting rights, which we don't have anymore, when we had the ability to go to different schools we don't have anymore. If everybody thought that we were all God's children. Do you think they would have had to pass those laws then? And you're saying we don't need them now? We had to pass laws because even though Congress or Washington or the Supreme Court can say everybody is equal, we got affirmative action to happen, we wouldn't have needed to have an affirmative action bill if everybody started treating everybody equal. Do you think that once you all run over us and not listen to our pleas and pass this bill, do you think that next young child that go to get a job is well qualified for the job, probably in some cases more qualified for the job, and a young white person come, and it could be an Asian or whatever, they're going to get a job to the young white person, whether they qualified or not. That's the reality America has to deal with. We've never sat down after the civil rights movement and you called it to an end and had the discussion on what path and how do we put things in place, because at the end of the day, you can't legislate a person's heart. If you've been brought up to believe that you're more superior than somebody else, we can pass all the pieces of legislation that we want. Washington can pass all the pieces of legislation they want. You've had some young men that come up here and say, thank you for passing this bill. I bet you in their heart of hearts, they don't like this bill. They know that when you pass this bill, we are not all treated equally. I'm also one of the people, once the federal government integrated transit, I got on the bus and sat on the long seat behind the bus driver. Just sitting there trying to get downtown Birmingham, get to my little job. And the lady said, you have the nerve to sit across from me? You can't sit across from me. Had the bus driver to call the police to arrest me. And the police said, well, you know she could sit anywhere she wants to on the bus. One but two of us on the bus, me and her. But I could not sit across from her. This bill takes away everything else the Supreme Court has not taken away from us. Because you got a race of people who feel as though they are superior. There's no way under God's heaven, any of y'all sitting in this room, gonna do anything to treat people or require that all of us, regardless of what our ancestry is, you're not going to treat us right. Last year we had a bill to take away from Chinese people. Don't let them own no property. Don't let them do this. Every ethnic group, you all, when whites came to this continent, you had Indians already here. They fed you, they greeted you, and you took everything they had. And at some point in time, this country is not going to survive off of the techniques and the bills that you're passing. And I just don't know, and God haven't given me that wisdom yet to know how you're able to stand here and say that we are not going to have these programs on campus anymore. I listened to a young lady of Hispanic descent that they interviewed on the University of Alabama campus to say she had a hard time relating to the other children on campus. And you all do the same thing we do. We are born and reared in our communities. 9 times out of 10, we'll have very little contact or exposure to people outside of our community. Most of us, the ones of us that go to church, most times we're going to a church that just have one race of people in there. Maybe you might have some Latinos in there, but for the average, we don't have a one-on-one relationship with other races. Yet you believe that as we take these programs from these schools where children might have the ability to learn, but they have not had the exposure to other races of people, which makes it difficult for them to acclimate to campuses. So if those programs help people interact with each other, it gives them the level of interpersonal skills that they need to, if nothing else, sit down and learn about other people. I had to learn about other people. When I graduated from Tuskegee and got into the workforce, and the federal government recruited me to integrate allied health at the University of Alabama in Birmingham, I had to learn to acclimate and listen and learn about the other races of people were there, because I had not had a continuous relationship. But if the federal government had not done that, to bring us from historical black colleges to integrate the various programs at UAB in Birmingham, we might very well be where we was in 1960, with no blacks attending predominantly white schools. What you're doing, and I don't know what your religious faith is, I don't even know if you practice any, but I would just let you think that anybody that has the Spirit of God, and we talk about that a lot because that's the faith by which we walk, that we would believe that you would carry this bill over, and Mr. Speaker, as the leader of this body, that you would not have allowed this type of bill to come
has
to the
expired.
floor.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Tillman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
Well, I really want to have a conversation with you on this bill. The bill is highly problematic to me, so I wanted to discuss a few issues with you. Let me direct you to line 36 through 39, but in particular, the ending of line 38 and 39, whether consciously or subconsciously. So in the context of this bill and this paragraph, what do you mean by that?
That by virtue of an individual's race, color, religion, sex, ethnicity, or national origin, the individual is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive, whether consciously or subconsciously.
Okay, so
that means folks can't help the subconscious part.
But it's in the bill though, correct?
Yes.
So you're literally telling me that you can control my mind with this legislation.
No,
right?
I'm not saying that.
Yeah, but I think
that's a great take on that. I appreciate
exactly what you're saying. Because, see, to me, for a party and a group of people who don't like big government, a group of people who want limited government, and a group of people who talk about governmental overreach, you're clearly reaching over right now when you're trying to legislate my thoughts, when you're trying to legislate my mind. So not only are we going to legislate your mind, we're going to go into your homes and tell you what to do, governmental overreach. We're going to go inside women's bodies and tell them what to do, governmental overreach. And now we're sitting here passing legislation because you got hurt feelings. That's what we're talking about here. Hurt feelings. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about anything concrete. We are trying to turn thoughts into actions on content. And on the face, this is a clear violation of the First Amendment. Clear violation of the First Amendment and unconstitutional. However, in the state of Alabama, we don't care about litigation because, again, we care about the people's money, but we're going to spend it in court. So tell me, how does this bill, if passed, how does it enact with federal grants that deal with diversity that come into the state of Alabama?
It does not.
So it doesn't detract
the bill
from them or
actually
anything?
states that.
So just state issues. All right, so yes, absolutely. So let me ask you this. The bill also talk about penalties if a violation of the act. What type of penalties would a person receive if they violate this act?
In K-12, it's up to a school board, which has a principal and a superintendent.
So it's only deal with K-12, not higher education?
No, higher education is different, but higher education also, the First Amendment applies to a greater extent than K-12.
So are you saying that a teacher who's tenured, can
lose their job if they're teaching history? That's what you're saying?
I'm saying theoretically that could happen, but that depends on whatever the procedure is in place for dealing with that particular teacher.
Okay, but again, if this is a history class and they're teaching history and a person with hurt feelings say that I'm being indoctrinated and they go and report, what will happen to that teacher under this act?
I can't speculate on that.
But that's what this bill is doing. It's very vague. This is a 14th Amendment violation. Clearly vague, clearly unconstitutional, but we're speculating on that. We're speculating again on hurt feelings. So I just want to know, how can that be policed in that particular situation?
Well, remember the purpose of this bill is to prevent compelled speech and indoctrination.
It's to do what?
Prevent compelled speech and indoctrination.
So again, we'll put in a prior restraint on my thoughts of speech, correct? That's what you're saying?
Well, that depends. Are you a teacher?
No, just people talking, period. Or if a teacher, can I not have an opinion?
Teacher can have an opinion as long as they say it's an opinion.
Yes, but what if my opinion runs counter to what this bill is trying to enact and trying to legislate?
What this bill does not do, it tells you exactly that that's addressed.
So let me ask you this. So give me some examples of a divisive concept.
They're listed.
Okay, just give me an example that you know of a divisive concept.
That any race, color, religion, sex, ethnicity, or national origin is inherently superior or inferior.
And again, that's still not a concept. You're talking about the ideal. You're talking about the history, a history that we have all been through in this country. As we stated earlier, this is not just black history, it's American history. But we want to separate that part because, again, it's hurt feelings. So we're sitting here trying to pass legislation that's going to affect 5 million people in the state of Alabama based upon hurt feelings. Does that even make sense?
Well, and I disagree with your assessment as well, but I understand.
Okay, and if you're looking at this from this particular position, so let me direct you to page 3. We're talking about training. We're talking about from page 59 through 60, line 59 through 60. We're talking about training and seminars. So now, how can this be policed if you have an organization that is training on different aspects? What do I need to do next? Different aspects of the law or different aspects of history. How can those people, will they violate if they do have any type of training programs or any type of teaching programs that runs counter to this bill? If you're looking at on page 360, the terms of training, classes, seminars, and things of that nature. So this bill will outlaw any type of training from K through 12 and higher education, correct?
Is training the same as indoctrination?
So you call teaching indoctrination? That's what you're saying?
There's teaching about things, and then there's saying that you will comply.
So what is the difference give me the difference between teaching and indoctrination?
Well, being an Army guy, that's pretty easy. Teaching, you teach about something. It's making your mind actually rationalize and think about different issues. Indoctrination, there's one way, and you'll do it just the way it's given to you.
So do you have any examples currently in Alabama right now that people and students are being indoctrinated?
The way I got involved in this bill initially was from students at the University of Alabama who came to me that were my constituents.
Okay.
And that was the issue.
And what was
compelled speech.
And what were some of their complaints? They're saying that they were being indoctrinated. That's exactly what they're saying. So tell me how so. So what class were they taking to say that they were being indoctrinated in?
I don't want to identify who and where they were.
So they just randomly came and said, hey, I'm being indoctrinated. We finna change legislation.
No, there was a little investigation after that.
Okay, but
actually quite a lot of investigation.
Okay, so give me some examples of the investigation. Tell me the curriculum, tell me the classes that was teaching them that were being
That is when when you have a...
I'm talking about on the campus of Alabama that you said the students came to.
In this particular case, I will tell you that it was a rant about law enforcement and it was very personal, and it was an attack on people who actually protect and serve us. And this is trying not to give you too much information, but there was a child involved that was being forced to comply with what the group was doing, the group think. And this is a child whose uncle was a law enforcement officer. And all of a sudden it struck this child that that was unacceptable, and that person would no longer be a part of that class, and actually withdrew.
Okay, so based upon that example, again, we're passing legislation. I know you just got involved. But tell me this, was this bill drafted with the notion of goodwill?
Of course
good
it
faith,
was.
Or, dare I say, the diversity of thought? Was that even used? Did
Diversity
you all
of
even
thought's not a
ask
bad
any
thing.
one of us to come to the table and say, hey man, what you think about this bill? Can we draft this legislation to make it better? Can we draft this legislation to improve it? So we don't have even the diversity in thought in this house. But we're saying that this was done in good faith and in goodwill and diversity of thought. Clearly it wasn't. But again, how can we legislate feelings? We're going down a slippery slope. So once the bill is unconstitutional, we'll be back again. We'll have this same constitution all over again like we do with a lot of things in the state of Alabama when it comes to passing these laws. But I do appreciate the conversation with you.
And I thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rafferty. While he's making his way down here, we'd like to recognize a guest in the gallery from Shelby County delegation, leadership Shelby County and youth leadership, guest of the Shelby County delegation. Let's give them a big hand. Representative Rafferty, you're recognized.
Hey, thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. So I'm sitting here, read the bill a couple of times, listened to this debate, and still not quite sure about what exactly this bill is trying to accomplish. I mean, I see that this bill defines DEI as any program, class, training, seminar, or other event where participation is based on an individual's race, sex, gender identity, ethnicity, national origin, or sexual orientation, or that otherwise violates this act. But let's get this straight. The DEI programs primarily exist to promote the equitable participation of underrepresented people in education, nothing more and nothing less. We are not all afforded the same opportunities, and DEI is just simply a tool that's seeking to remedy that. I mean, if we want to take something, for instance, women are grossly underrepresented in science and engineering fields, right? You would agree with that? And that has absolutely nothing to do with their capacity or their intelligence, but because of social structures that have put pressure on women and girls about where their place is in society and in our culture. So what is the future of girls in STEM programs? I'm asking you that question. Because, you know that they work, right? So they work because science and engineering requires trial and error. It requires failure. It requires failure in order to hone the skills of that trade. But we know girls thrive better in STEM where they're given space to fail and try again without their endeavors and failures being about their gender, about how they were born. And that is what DEI program is really all about. That's one example. But what DEI is not, as this bill claims, is exclusionary or harmful fixture in education. That's why DEI, by saying it is based on an individual's differentiating characteristics, backgrounds, belief systems, history, is just simply intellectually dishonest and in essence, exclusionary in all of its intent, effect, and application. Even the definitions of divisive concepts in the bills are misleading and flawed. For one example, one definition of a divisive concept this bill seeks to ban is the idea that slavery and racism are aligned with the founding principles of the United States. Well, I hate to break it to you, like it or not, they were. while slavery was wisely kept out of the Constitution in name and mention, to suggest that it was not discussed or negotiated on is absolutely and patently false. All we have to do is look at James Madison and read Federalist Paper number 42, where he alludes to making compromises so that the slave trade could continue in the U.S., and the reason being because of the economic importance of free labor to an agricultural economy producing labor-intensive crops. To say or claim otherwise is simply an embrace of anti-intellectualism masquerading as patriotism, but is, in all actuality, a whitewashed assessment of history. The fact remains that slavery predated the Declaration of Independence. Its legacy is enshrined in our U.S. and Alabama constitutions, particularly in the Reconstruction Amendments, the 13th, 14th, and 15th, and pretty important to learn about there. And it took a bloody civil war to abolish what was quite literally a founding principle and fundamental economic force driving for our nation. What isn't divisive about that? What is not divisive about debating that and trying to sort out what the consequences of that are? In fact, can you tell me why we have 28 majority-minority districts here in the chamber? Because I'll tell you this, it's not because y'all are being generous. Do you know why they are? That's a real question for you, sir. It's because of the Voting Rights Act, sought to ensure the inclusion of a people who were once considered property in a democratic process that had denied and oppressed them for not decades, not generations, but centuries. And have you noticed how these bills, how these votes have been going on party lines today? Have you noticed that?
Absolutely.
Okay. So this is why I must oppose this bill. Because, as my colleague was stating earlier, we're talking about academic freedom, the freedom of knowledge, the freedom of truth, because those are more important than the ideological partisan gains that this bill is trying to achieve. At the end of the day, this bill fundamentally attacks the First Amendment rights and undermines the free flow of conscience and the observation and the marketplace of ideas. So let me make another point, and let me say this to all of you. Inclusion does not mean exclusion of you. There is a pernicious and pervasive idea that equality is somehow a zero-sum game here, that including others with intentionality and learning from our differences somehow diminishes your freedoms, that engaging with controversial ideas and honestly discussing the whole truth of our state's and nation's history somehow diminishes the greatness of our nation. But the idea of e pluribus unum, of many one, doesn't diminish our greatness. It underscores and celebrates it. It's working towards a better society and ultimately a more perfect union. But we can't work towards that without reckoning with our past, a reckoning that may be uncomfortable, but absolutely necessary for us to move forward as a people. I also understand that many of you don't want to acknowledge our differences because they are only skin deep. I think we've even heard that here today. This is something I've actually heard my whole life. But there seems to be this idea that if we acknowledge that our melanin-rich brethren walk through this world differently than how we melanin-deprived folks do, that there will be absolute come apart in our society. DEI is not an attempt to exclude you. It is not meant to make you feel bad or guilty or sad. It is meant to address our history head on, accepting the truth and work toward a more perfect union that includes all of us. We must understand that our shared history has consequences that reverberate throughout our society, our culture, and our economy today. That the disunity and distrust among some communities is not learned or indoctrinated through DEI programs or college courses, but results from 400 years of history filled with both great triumph and even worse horror. A 400-year history that has endured the tragedies of slaveries, lynchings, Jim Crow, separate but not equal, the bombing of a church killing 4 little girls, and a history reverberating through the murder of 12 black churchgoers in Charleston just in 2015. A history that has inflicted generational traumas and deprived generations of opportunity. DEI is a tool to work towards a better realization of our ideals, not undermine them. It doesn't seek to divide us, but to bring us all, regardless of our myriad differences, to the bounty, to experience the freedom our Constitution guarantees us, to contribute to this great American experiment, whether we all pledge allegiance to that flag every single day we meet up in here. It seeks to achieve the promise and triumph of a more perfect union that has been deprived to so many. But we cannot celebrate and honor triumph without first reckoning with the tragic consequences of our history. Like I said, that is going to be uncomfortable, and it should be. We cannot, but at the end of the day, we cannot experience the light of truth without reckoning with the dark of our past. I got one more minute. That was really that's really all I have to say about it. I don't think there's anything more I got to add to it. Thank you very much. Thank you for the recognition, Mr.
Thanks,
Speaker.
gentlemen. Chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Representative Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Of course I will.
Why, thank you. You have heard a lot today, huh?
I'll hear more.
Okay, and I'm ready to give you some more. So let's go to your first paragraph. Let's go to provide, line 14. To provide prohibitions on the promotions, endorsement, and affirmation of certain divisive concepts in certain public settings. Is this strictly for schools, or is this going for any and every group? Let's say like if I have a religious group and I'm
There
out.
are many marginalized groups, and some are racial, some are religious, some are sexual.
So how do you as a person determine when someone is reading the Bible in a public setting that it is divisive if they are given the truth? Now you're going to rewrite. Maybe I should just take that back, because of course the Bible have been tampered with a lot. But so are you attempting to say that people who are in a religious group and they standing out and they teaching and you don't like what it is that they're saying, again, like my colleague said, hurt feelings. If you don't like what they're saying, then they are what's going to be their penalty, because they have a right to the First Amendment. So what would be their penalty?
Well, there wouldn't be one in that case. As long as you're not telling somebody they have to adhere to that or force compelled speech.
What is force compelled speech?
If you're in a classroom.
No, I'm sorry, I'm not in the classroom, because I actually did this pertain to.
If it's somewhere outside and you're walking down
Let's
the
say I'm
public square,
in front of the state
doesn't matter.
building.
It doesn't matter. People can say whatever they want to.
Okay, but you said that, that there are different groups out there, especially religious groups, that's teaching different things. And based on this, they would be. So I'm asking you, is this just for school? Or is it for any other entity that's not related to school that's deciding that they want to go out and teach on the streets?
No, this doesn't affect the private world at all.
Okay, but you saying it doesn't?
Mm-hmm. If it's not a state institution or one of its subdivisions, then no.
Okay, well, I just wanted to get that clarified, because I see, groups out and they be doing teaching. So I just wanted to make sure that they weren't going to be penalized for their faith.
No, ma'am.
In the great book. On your next line, 17, it said, with exceptions to provide that certain circumstances are not prohibited. Can you give me some of the certain
I can. If you go
circumstances?
back, and I'll have to find the page, we spent more time saying what this bill does not do than what it does for that very reason. So that those things 15 years from after we're gone, somebody comes back and looks at this, we want to make sure that everybody knows exactly what the intent was.
So with you saying that, you said we want to be able to come back and look at it in 15 years.
Go to line
see-
124.
Okay, so you want to be able to come back and see like
Exactly
what the intent
exactly what
was.
the intent.
That's just like the Constitution, right? We can go back and look at it and see what the intent of the Constitution was, especially based on inclusion or equity. So I'm gonna ask you a really good question. Do you know what diversity means?
It means different.
It means different. So we're gonna exclude different.
I did go to Alabama now.
What does equity mean?
Equity means, does not mean equality, it means equal outcomes.
Okay, so we're gonna exclude equal outcomes. Inclusion, what does that mean?
It speaks for itself.
So we're gonna exclude inclusion based on this. So based on the Constitution, you think we were all created equal? I heard one of our colleagues come down and he said we were all created, equal under God's eye. Do you believe that?
Of course I do.
You believe that we are created, I thought she was talking to me, my bad. But that we was all legislation that's gonna constantly divide. I just find this kind of hard to find a piece of legislation that we're gonna say supposed to bring us together and take away divisive concepts, but this bill of itself is highly divisive. Everything about it is divisive. So let's go to second page, line 30.
Okay.
Ooh, my time running fast. That any race, color, religion, sex, ethnicity, and or national origin, superior or inferior. How do you go by that? What do you mean by superior or inferior?
Well, according to this, it means that nobody is more superior or better than or any worse than anyone.
Can you tell me when slavery was abolished?
Well, that depends on whether you mean in Texas or in the Confederacy or.
Just
in
give me all
Brazil.
of them. I mean, if you know, tell me what it is.
Well, long after it was abolished in this country, they had South American countries that were after us.
No, we're not talking about it.
And-
We're talking
and-
about the
and-
United
and-
States
and
of
re-
America where your bill is in Alabama. Tell me that.
Well, do you think it's abolished now?
No.
I don't either.
No, I don't. And with this bill, it's further putting us in more shackles. It's putting us further in shackles. So I'm going to ask you this. When was Alabama Constitution written? Alabama Constitution, when was it written?
You're talking about the 1901, 1902 Constitution?
So we have a 1900, or early 1900, 1901, or 1819, which was converting the Alabama territories into a state, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna run through this because my time is leaving. So you had 1819, which was converting Alabama territory into a state. You had 1861, by the way, these are the 7 constitutions that we had for the state of Alabama. 1861 was the secession, withdrawing membership to the Federation, which ended up in the what? The American Civil War, right?
Right.
Okay, then you had 1868 was the Reconstruction era. 1875 was the ending of Reconstruction. And then you had what came after the Reconstruction, the ending of Reconstruction, which was law, by the way, Jim Crow. That's what we had. So if you're trying to do away with history.
Well, that's not what this bill does.
Okay, well, tell me what are the divisive concepts, because you just keep saying over and over again, and you saying superior and inferior. When we think about slavery, we think about inferior and superior. That's what we think about when we think about slavery. So I want to know what you think about when you see or hear inferior and superior. What do you think about?
Well, the purpose of this bill is to say that is not what we believe.
Okay, you saying that's not what you believe, but did it happen?
Nobody would argue that people thought that way.
Okay, but the thing that you're trying to cover up is gonna still come back later, and it's gonna bite you again. Your name is gonna go down in history as one of the people who brought this bill when they come back 15 years and see it, and your great-grandkids are gonna identify it as, and everybody along in here with those vote counts, that this is what my folks believe in. That's the same thing that's taking place when you go and look at history now, hurt feelings. It happened. And if you think your feelings are hurt, what you think about our feelings? How you think we feel when y'all bring a bill like this and then all of us got to sit here, shake hands, look at each other, and act like we all in unison, and then we got to deal with a bill like this that's gonna cut and continue to shackle us
Representative,
down?
time has expired. The chair
Thank
now recognizes the representative from Lee County, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
So when we think about, diversity, equity, and inclusion, I know that when it starts, it talks about those terms. And then my colleague, she kind of got you to describe each one. So when we think about diversity, it's the state of being diverse, the practice of including, whether it ranges from social, economic background, gender, sexual orientation, things of that nature. When she talk about equity, it's about the ability of having, being fair or impartial, right? And then we talk about inclusion, like you said.
Now that's equality. Equity is different.
But look, equity is basically a shared value, right? Of being fair, right? Right?
Well, no, it means equal outcomes. That's not necessarily fair.
So is that the same, or is that just the semantics?
That's different.
How is that different, though?
It could be semantics. I get what you're saying.
Explain it to me, though.
Well, if you are going to have an equal outcome regardless of the performance or the work done or effort spent,
so how do you have equal outcome?
If it's the equal outcomes, or you're awarded for what you did.
What if you don't start equal, though?
That's a point.
Huh?
I think that's a good point.
So think about it like this, right? Say if we running a 40-yard dash and you start at the 20-yard line and I start at like the beginning of the line, right? You're probably gonna get there before me, right?
Absolutely.
To some degree, right? So when we talk about it can't be an equal outcome for everybody. That's not a thing. You have to start at the same place for it to be equal, right? You have to have the same resources, the same background, all those things, right? Typically, right?
Sure.
So when we think about equality or equity, right, it has to be some impartialness, right? Or fairness, right? To some degree.
Fairness is the most important thing.
Okay. So when we think about inclusion, you said that's basically, it speaks for itself. So those words just alone, right? Are they bad? So is diversity bad?
Absolutely.
Is equity bad? Is inclusion bad? No. Right? So when we use the concept DEI, it comes off like it's something of, nefarious or bad or something of that nature, right? It comes off like that in this bill. So if you go to page 3, '74 to '77, and basically it talks about diversity, equity, and inclusion, right? And it says, but when I think about it, you just told me it wasn't bad, right? It wasn't like on his merit, like the words, right?
And when you're ready, I'll tell you what that is.
Tell me.
What we believe at this point is that these programs don't work. It's a lot of money that we spend at our major universities. And you look at the percentage of minority students, say at Auburn, 5%? You look at the University of Alabama, a slightly larger number. But you look at Troy that has no DEI program, has never had one, and it's the most diverse campus in the state.
Well, I'm asking you about the word, not the program.
No, that's where that came from.
So when I think about it, 74 to 77, I have an amendment, right, that I want you to look at. And I want to. Well, we have to adopt the sub first, but I want you to look at that amendment because what I'm thinking about is you said diversity, equity, and inclusion wasn't a bad word. And so when we think about
Well, context becomes very important. In the context of this bill, I think we do demonize diversity, equity, and
But
inclusion.
when we look at line 74 to 77, you see the part where it talks about the department promotes equity, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And you see my amendment where it's just talking about divisive concepts. Right? So I look at it as a concept of application and intent, right? Because now, if we look at it from your lens, it's saying anything that's DEI is considered bad. This is saying, looking at subsection 2 of section 1.
But what I said before is the reason the programs part is in there.
I get what you're saying, right? But you're not getting what, so it's saying that the department promotes diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's just a broad term. It should be divisive concepts, right? Because you have that in the beginning, right? So I'm gonna come back later and I want to actually offer a friendly amendment to look at the application and the intent and not the old overarching DEI. Because you say that it's really about the programs, but what if you have programs that work, right? You said that none of them don't work, right? But why not look at it from the application of intent than just generalization? And that's what that's basically what I'm trying to do to at least help the bill a little bit, because now you just basically bracketing it to DEI, right? And you say none of those words were bad individually.
Well, remember context. You know what I said earlier about DEI.
About the program, right?
It's become an offshoot of CRT, and that's the way we're talking about it. But there are other applications like you're talking about as well.
Yeah, but what I'm getting you to saying is, so it's one thing if I do something out of defense, right? And it's another thing if I do it out of intent. That was two different things, right? So I just want you to look at this, because if we kind of look at it, if it's something that promotes it, then I can see where you're going. But if it's just saying DEI in general, then there's no intent. They're just basically, you're saying the overall bracking DEI programs we shouldn't have in no capacity, when it should be the promotion of diversity concepts in subsection 2. When you talked about superior and inferior. So I just want you to kind of take that in, think about if it's something that you would see as a friendly amendment, and I'll come back after you get the sub in and all that, and see if this is a friendly amendment. Because for me, it's about, we know this bill is gonna pass, right? I mean, you have the numbers, what is it, 75 to 28, right? So, but I wanna look at how we can make it work with this amendment. So I'll come back after you take the sub in. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Travis from Hale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
You know, all my life, I've had to fight. And the reason I say that, you know, what's so funny, I had to fight just because my skin color was different. It wouldn't have to fight to prove that I couldn't do the job. It shouldn't be, but you know, all my life I just had to fight. I remember one time after I graduated from engineering from the University of Alabama, a gentleman wanted me to come work for him, but he wanted me to pretend like I didn't have an education or a degree. And you know, and I told my father, and he said, absolutely not. You work too hard to be in this position to accept and work.
Mr. Speaker,
Could I?
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah, can you get you know, to be in a position to act like I did have a degree. He wanted me to do the job and I could do it, but he wanted that. When I was left from there, I completed a degree in engineering, actually petroleum engineering. While I was there, we created a program to help students, and we found the National Society of Black Engineers, a program designed at the university to help foster, to help encourage, to help give support of other students, a minority who, like me, to pursue and to go forward in the battle too. During that time, there was older professor I remember who thought that being a black student engineer that I shouldn't even be enrolled at the university, and told me that. But still, I fought on and I kept on. And then when we go about and you get out and you start doing things, people always want to throw up a fight. You know, and there's nothing wrong, as they talked about, when we go through roads, and you know, and that's one of these reasons I'm so passionate about education, is that I had teachers who felt like, you know, that I could do it, that you could do it, Curtis, that you got the IQ, you can do it, you know, you just need the opportunity. But along the way, I need a little help to just say, hey, you know, you can do it, or let me show you how to pick you up, or let me let you know that even though I know you never had any calculus and never heard the word when you got here, you still can do it. And I did, all the way up through differential equations, and I'm proud of it, you know. But the standpoint is, I shouldn't have had to do that, and I know what, but having the programs there to give encouragement, to having programs to allow students and other people to recognize, yeah, we are different. We do have difference. But because of the difference, we still can prevail. And there's nothing wrong with having these programs to allow people to see that, because what we're dealing with, you know, we're dealing with, not going back, we're dealing with the diversity of a world economy that we're all encompassing. You know, when you get out nowadays and you deal with places like Mercedes and Tuscaloosa, Mercedes is not just selling cars in the United States. They are doing it from the whole world. And they got different, and have to have cultural difference and understand the difference of the different type of people and customers they will have around the world. And then they need people who coming into their plants to work to understand, you know, we need you to be able to grasp that. So one of the things they used to talk about as we was in part of our professional societies and stuff like that, is that unless you were so smart where you were just going to be research, we need you to be able to relate to the world. And the only way we can relate to the world is that we have to have cultural programs to teach you the difference in culture, the difference in understanding, the difference in the way people pertain. Sometimes it's religious related. Sometimes, there are some people who hold issues about, and you got to be cultural of that, is that they don't handle or deal with stuff on Saturday from a religious standpoint, whereas for me, it's a Sunday. When I graduated in petroleum engineering, one reason I didn't go and take a job at the time was there were plenty of jobs in the Middle East, but because of my cultural difference that I realized that I wasn't comfortable going into that environment. And I had to be knowledgeable of that. But there's nothing wrong with the programs that we have had in place, because all we're trying to do is create an environment, create a workforce, create people that we have that they can get out and do the things we need them to do. That's why companies have the DEI program. And that's why the companies hire different employees from different things. But they do need college communities to prepare these same students so that they can come into the corporate structure. It's not about anything, the lesson of people. So when people go out here, and I know you're gonna pass this, but you're passing these programs and going at them just by thinking somebody get ahead. Nobody's getting ahead. It's just giving an opportunity. It's like my brother Gray said, if you start off the race at a different path, sometimes you need a little help. Sometimes you need just a little encouragement along the way to get there. And it can happen. But the thing is, and I said it the other week, they say history repeats itself. It's not that history repeats itself, but people keep repeating history. We go forward, then we decide, well, we got to go backwards. Well, it's not doing this because, people, maybe because some folks feel like, well, we're living in the same neighborhood and stuff like that, and it's a problem. But that shouldn't be the reasons. Allow the diversity, allow the equity, allow the inclusion to take place and everything, because it's not just black students. You got Hispanic students. When I was there, we had students from South America who were coming in and were great engineers. I did, when I was working on my master's in environmental engineering, I was dealing with students from India. All that was a cultural difference. But the difference of being able to work together and have these programs to allow us to go out to dinner and share dinner together and see the difference of how we do cultural things, to be able to socialize in those situations, to talk the different language and understand the different things, it means so much. But just when we want to say, no, we can't have these multicultural programs in engineering, and I can tell you, engineers solve problems. Engineers make the world go round. And when you stop that diversity and feel like, oh, we can't have it, what happens when you create those type of environments? You make folks leave your environment and go somewhere else. And I tell you, we don't need that. These programs where we're putting together saying, I thought about it this morning as I got up and prayed to the Lord. I said, God, are we serving two different gods? I thought we served one God, the God who created all. And the thing for me being a preacher, I understand that one day that we're going to have to all give account for our do's and day before a living God. And when we get into these differences, I understand that if we had lived perfectly, we wouldn't have to worry about this, but we didn't. So just having this ability to allow us to draw together and understand each other means all the much in the world. Yeah, our history hadn't been good, but we should know that. And we should know why we got there. And we should know it was no reason for us to be there, but one man got to be bigger than another. I was always taught that said, if you can't make everybody do what's right, but when you know what's right, you do right. And right will go all the way around the world, and right will come back and it'll still be right. That's what we need to deal with. Let's do what's right. Let's stand together. as one brother and one another in the body of Christ. Thank you.
I'm with you. Thank you.
The chair now recognizes Representative Hall from Madison to speak on the substitute.
You know, water or Diet Coke would be real nice, wouldn't it? Any kind of water. You're a good man, Randall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman talk to me about your substitute? Can you tell me what you started out trying to do and what we're trying to do here?
We're trying to find things that bring people together, find things that we can focus on, that we can do together, that make us stronger, not things that divide us and make us, draw us apart.
So it is your opinion that the promoting fair treatment for participation is not what you want?
Of course not.
It's not? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we don't believe that this bill is preventing that at all. We believe that it encourages it.
You know, but I think that's your perception. Seriously, it is your perception. I grew up in the civil rights movement. And to find us here today having this discussion in this chamber is very disheartening. And it's disheartening because it is, and I mentioned this the other day, Representative Garrett had a bill that we were talking about vouchers, choice. And I said it was, to me, an example of us going backwards as opposed to going forward. Because you can see that the possibility of having all black schools and all white schools easily as we move, if we continue to move in that direction, and those are the only ones that can go out and go to other schools. Many of us here in this chamber, I consider myself privileged to be where I am today based on from where I came from. And so when I went to graduate school, there was a department that was created to make sure the African American students, black students, were given an opportunity they were recruited, given an opportunity to come to that school and to become lawyers, doctors, nurses, etc. Now, it wasn't because they knew any less, but they were not. Nobody had given them that opportunity. And when I hear that we as a state, that we sent out a notice to our colleges and universities asking them about whether or not they had a diversity department, that we, the legislators, did that. And that then we have a bill that is saying you cannot do that. And we've had people coming in and talking. Now, I don't know about the people that were opposed to it. I have not had those conversations. Have you had any conversations from individuals that were adamantly opposed to the recruitment of African American students or any students to?
No one's opposed to the recruitment of African American students or any other group.
So tell me then, what is the goal? Because when you're trying to do fair treatment for participation of all people, that's one thing. So I'm trying to see
Did you see the results of the survey that you were mentioning?
No, I have not seen the results of the survey. Do you have it? I'd love to see it.
I'll be glad to give it to you. And this is one that, for one university.
So this was one university. It says provide a listing of the personnel by title and a budget of any officer full-time that is focused on DEI along with the goals and objectives of that. And so they started out, they gave one goal was enrich our learning and work environment by attracting, welcoming, supporting all faculty, staff, and students through inclusive excellence. That's an excellent goal.
But you have to read further.
One of the objectives was advancing the flagship goal was to establish a position of an equity, inclusion, and diversity officer. After establishing the position, the framework for the division of diversity, equity, and inclusion was formed, and a person was hired, I don't want to read the name, as inaugural vice president of associate provost of diversity, equity, and inclusion. They convened a presidential advisory committee on diversity, equity, and inclusion. The committee authored a path forward diversity report in fall of 2020, and that became the DEI strategic plan. The report provided detailed, measurable objectives that expanded upon those in advancing the flagship. And the path forward served as a guide for growth in the division of DEI, and the plan is updated annually to track its success. I'm trying to determine what was the problem. Did I miss something?
No, what it
Or I have more?
accomplished.
Huh?
For the amount of money, what it accomplished.
And what was the amount of money? I see what you're saying. You're looking at the financial outcome.
Right.
Okay, this is just one, I'm going to look at if you looked at providing funding for the graduate school, there was 1.1 million. For the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, it was 1 million. The business school was 300,000. School of Law, 200, et cetera. So you're saying that because there was
for
more
what it
money,
accomplished, right? Did it increase any numbers?
did it increase the numbers? I don't see any evidence where it shows the increase in number. Was that asked? Was that as a part of the
The
report?
percentage
It did
of
not
student
say.
population was an issue.
I'm sorry?
The percentage of student population was something that we were interested in. Did that improve the percentages?
Did it improve the percentage of student population?
Of minority students.
I don't see it has any information data whether the number of white students or black students or Indians or whatever.
The percentages did not change.
But I don't see that anywhere.
It may not be in what I pulled out of the report.
See, I don't see it. So is your goal is because you're looking at the amount of dollars that was spent, you're looking at more the financial aspect of it? That
What we're saying is that universities can accomplish diversity without having to have a DEI department, whereas at that particular university, they have 5 DEI employees for every single history teacher.
For every what?
For every one history teacher.
Okay, so that was the problem.
Right.
And that problem became significant. Was it to the committee that was doing the research?
Right.
Or was it to the...
To those of us who were looking at the issue.
Okay, so, all right. But the issue came about because of what? The fact that you looked at the diversity, equity, and inclusion issue.
The first CRT bill surfaced about 4 years ago, and this is all...
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
I'm sorry. About 4 years ago, you had the first anti-CRT divisive concepts bill. And that was sort of on the heels of George Floyd and total divisiveness. You know, we've watched a world we worked for 50 years. It's improved slowly, but been improving. And all of a sudden, we're as far apart as we have ever been.
And you said it came about during the George Floyd issue.
Right.
That the divisiveness
And then
came
we
at that
started
point.
looking at this as an issue that maybe it's something we should deal with.
Did it ever occur to you all as you were doing that conversation to look at all of the issues that might have been created in terms of what people were saying, what they were doing, as opposed, I mean, I don't know how you came about that other than what you're just saying. If you recall, there were a group of legislators that met for a while and started talking about some things. But did it ever occur to you all that maybe having a conversation. Hey, listen, these are some things that we're feeling. If you recall, many of us that look like me were having some issues too. We keep seeing the same thing over and over again. We keep seeing white policemen killing black folks. Then we came back, the other side was saying,
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes Representative Insler from Montgomery.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and will the gentleman yield?
Of course.
Thank you. So this morning, my district is right here in Montgomery. I had the privilege of reading a book to the students about John Lewis, and there was a portion in the book that talked about how at one point Alabama lawmakers didn't want our state to be inclusive of everyone. And we read through that part, and then we got to the end, and these were a group of fourth graders, and they asked me at the end of the day why I was wearing at the end of reading, they said, "Why am I wearing a suit?" And I said, "Well, I happen to be a lawmaker." And they kind of gave me this look, and I realized that they remembered from the book that at one point Alabama lawmakers fought against inclusion. So I said, well, don't worry, we care about Alabama being an inclusive place for everyone. And then I got in my car and I looked at the calendar for today, and there we have a bill that literally wants to stop talking about and promoting inclusion in the state. And I felt so horrible. I felt that I was dishonest with the students because I told them that at the legislature, we no longer fight against inclusion. I said, we fight for it. Yet here we are with this bill that is not just some abstract theoretical thing. It is something that is going to impact people in a very real way. I was taught that diversity, equity, and inclusion are good values, that they're basic things that shouldn't be controversial, that they're not divisive in any way, but that we should all celebrate having a diverse community, an equitable one, and an inclusive one. And I just want to clarify, because it was said earlier, equity does not mean equal outcomes for everyone. What equity means is that there are fair resources and fair opportunity for everyone. It doesn't mean that the outcome is guaranteed. It doesn't mean that the outcome is going to be equal. It just means that because of those differences, because of the historical inequities, that we have equity, that we have a way to treat people in a way that they can then have equal opportunity. And I think it's important to distinguish that equity in no way means that. I do want to share, though, a part of a letter, because I know a lot has been spoken about race, and it certainly impacts more than anything that, but this also impacts religious groups and other ethnic groups. And I'm a proud Jew. I know a lot of people know that. But I want to share part of a letter here from the Jewish Community Relations Council based in Birmingham. They adamantly oppose this bill, and particularly after October 7th and the rise in anti-Semitism, they are very concerned about what this bill will mean. So I just want to read part of it from the Jewish Community Relations Council, just so people are aware how many groups this is going to impact in a very real way. We write to you today regarding SB 129. Our concern with the legislation, among many, is that it would negatively impact the support services available to Jewish students and others at our Alabama universities and critically limit research opportunities at UAB as they relate to minority and ethnic medical issues. For the Jewish people, this would include genetic disorders such as Tay-Sachs disease and Gaucher's disease. And I want to explain why that's so important, is that UAB, of course, is a publicly funded higher education university. They have programs where they recognize that certain minority groups, whether it's because of race, because of ethnicity, that they may have certain genetic disorders, and they need to then have programs that are targeted at those people. So they are concerned from a medical research standpoint, because that hasn't even been brought up, that your bill is going to have some very, very real consequences on that. But I want to continue here where the other concerns are. Anti-Semitic incidents in our country have now reached staggering levels. There have been reported over 2,000, which is a 337% increase since the previous year. A report co-published by Hillel, which are Jewish student groups on campus, indicates that the war in Israel has been a flashpoint on college campuses and contributed to even more of that anti-Semitism. So while SB 129 doesn't impact the to students to have programs that are tailored depending on what's happening. So I guess the question I even have you even considered that this is not just taking away certain things that can be taught, but it's going to limit the ability of our higher education universities, our medical schools to actually provide services that are tailored for people that need them?
I think if you'll look closely at the bill, you'll see that's been addressed.
Where is it addressed in the bill? Because I did not see that.
If you look at the part where it says does not, this may take me a minute. All righty. If you'll go, it starts on page 5, the nothing in this act. But that is part of the conversation that we had, and that is one of the things that actually the universities were concerned about early on. And we made sure that, I think 155 is where we looked at it. For nothing in this bill prohibits an institution of higher education from performing research, collecting data, engaging in recruiting and outreach programs, offering academic support services, engaging in clinical trials, or providing medical, mental, or any health care or clinical services targeted to support individuals of any specific demographic.
Okay, no, and that certainly does help address it, but as far as if a university decides that there has been, as has been discussed, if there was a police shooting where students of a particular race feel affected, if there is a world event like the war overseas, if a university says that they want to have a specific program tailored to students, are they able to do that? Because this seems to limit their ability to respond to that.
I don't think it does, to be honest with you, and that's the reason that was put in there.
So that addresses the research part, but I'm talking about when there are world events that impact students in a very real and traumatic way.
Well, providing medical, mental, or any health care, academic support, recruiting or outreach programs, I couldn't think of anything else. I thought that covered it all.
Right, so they may offer, though, sessions where students learn, where they come, where they talk about it, where others hear the concerns of other students. So the concern coming from particularly the Jewish Community Relations Council, but others, is that this is going to have a chilling effect, that when schools hear they can't have DEI, that they're going to be very concerned, well, they may be in violation of a law, and it's going to make it even harder for them to do things. Some maybe
and their
are
perception may
prohibited.
be that.
Right, but some of it is a very real thing that they can't then offer those programs. Having a DEI office in the first place is to be able to foster that. And it just seems that in a society in which we, as I mentioned with the book I read this morning, that we should be promoting inclusion, that we should be promoting diversity. You know, I was always taught that we always say it's such a bad thing to see color. It's a good thing to see differences. It's a good thing to know that there are people of different races, ethnicities, religions. That is a good and beautiful thing, and we should embrace it. And this seems to want to say, well, nope, everyone is exactly the same. To me, that sounds like communism. That sounds like trying to say, well, we shouldn't celebrate the beauty of America. And I just don't understand why we shouldn't give our universities we want them to have freedom, but then we take away the freedom. So why not allow them to decide what's best for them with their student bodies?
The First Amendment guarantees post-secondary education freedom of speech, pretty much. And I don't see anything in this bill that would take that away. Now, the DEI program that you mentioned, I don't know. I grew up, I'm a little older than you are, just a little.
Age is only a number.
There you go. My world always had equal opportunity. There was always someone that was responsible for looking at or assisting people who felt like they had been wronged or discriminated against based on race or religion or sex. And I think that's still necessary. In a perfect world, it wouldn't be, but it is. And I would never, ever do anything to stop that. The DEI programs that we're talking about are a little different than that. Significantly different than that.
But how are they different though? Because and I'll give an example. You talked about the University of Alabama and the minority student population. look back at history, George Wallace stood in the schoolhouse door. Obviously, that university has a horrible history of racial discrimination. So, I think if anything, you made the argument for me that because of that history, and now because minorities are underrepresented at the university, that's why there's a need for a DEI office, because of the history of discrimination, because we still
gentleman's
haven't
time has
reached
expired.
at full point. We need that to continue to reach what you describe to equal opportunity.
Thank you. And I'd like to take a moment and recognize some very well-dressed students in the gallery from Bay Shore Christian School in Daphne, Alabama. They are a guest of Representative Matt Simpson. Y'all stand up. Stand up. Welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Hassel. You just said Bay Shore, didn't you? Yeah, Bay Shore.
Thank you for the recognition. Would the gentleman yield? Representative?
I'm sorry, of course I will.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I came up in a program in the 80s. It was called the M&M program. Are you familiar with the M&M program? All right, I'll say this. My mother believed in the dream Dr. King talked about. So I grew up in the west side of Montgomery that was African American. I went to a black church, black elementary school, private school, at St. Jude and Carver Elementary. And I got a black family, of course. So she said, I'm gonna put you in this program called the M&M program. It was the minority to majority program for schools. So I got bused, and she did it on purpose because she said America one day will be a melting pot. And she wanted all of us to be conclusive together, and she wanted me to change my mentality on certain things. So she put me inside this program, which is a program that put minority students in majority schools. So I ended up going to a school called Peter Crump here in Montgomery. And it was a good experience. But if it weren't for that program of being diverse, I would have never got that experience. And so the thing about it is, it's the same thing what all our colleagues been talking about. If it was the heart of it all, if it was about the heart of it all and looking at God, we wouldn't have to have these programs. My people wouldn't have to march. They wouldn't have to protest. They wouldn't have to do none of that stuff if it was about the heart, but it's not. And the legislation on page 2 and look up divisive concepts, that the moral character of an individual is determined by his or her race, color, religion, sex, ethnicity, or national origin. The issue part about the moral character, if I'm not allowed in the room just because of what I look like, how can I get to the character of that person? I can't say anything, I'm not involved, all because of what I look like, I'm not involved. So how do we get to the moral character? How do you know who I am if I'm not even in the room to even talk to you?
That's a good point.
So, and another thing is, I wouldn't be here today if it weren't for a federal mandate. If we progressed the way we should have progressed, heck, we just had to go to the Supreme Court for a congressional district some of these colleagues ran in here on. We even appealed it. If we was progressing the way we were progressing, it would have went to the Supreme Court. We wouldn't have to go to the court for a District 2. Am I right or wrong?
Oh, I think you're absolutely correct.
So the question is, these programs are so important. We're only 27% of the population. I volunteer for an organization here, and I get a chance to talk to city workers. And one of the things about what happened in Montgomery, we got our first African-American mayor. And he's very big on bringing diversity, equity, and inclusion, and certain things that's in the city. But he had to be so adamant about it because we had people that was department heads deliberately wouldn't allow African-American workers, and this is 2020, deliberately were supposed to get their raise, but they get written up by policy. If you get written up, you can't get your raise anymore. This is 2020. So we got this whole history. Now, and don't get me wrong, I understand. This is the same country where they ended slavery. It's the same country that ended the Jim Crow laws. But the issue that we have is we stopped some progress. And I do understand, because you made a comment, I'm gonna get back to it, about far left ideology, right? Because I want you to explain that to me. But the issue is, because of what I'm assuming, I'm not sure, with the far left ideology, is that a lot of people are getting hindered because of far left ideology. That some people might not have those same ideologies. But there's a lot of group of people that's getting, I'll use the word crucified or being harmed with this type of legislation if you're trying to target a certain people. And it's exactly what you said in your comment, an ideology. But I think that if we were included in conversations about what we're trying to do, we wouldn't have legislation like this. My mom's been in education for over 40 years. And she teaches in Elmore County. And she loved to teach history. She taught me history. But all I know is this: we had to use a lot of stuff to get to a point. We had to use a lot of federal mandates, a lot of lawsuits, a lot of protesting just to get to this place. I wouldn't be here today if it weren't for policy. So the far left ideology, give me an idea of what you mean by the far left ideology.
DEI, when I said that, it's an offshoot of CRT. Remember, language is malleable. You can change the meaning of words. So that's what we've done with this. Diversity, nobody would say that's a bad thing. The concept of DEI, though, simply has become a racist on its face type terminology in some of the institutions where it's been placed. And racism from any standpoint, from anyone or any group, I don't think helps the situation at all. And that's just me talking to you.
Yeah. So and then you made a comment earlier to, I think, Representative Hall about, you said that the numbers increased because of certain DEI programs that's in universities. Because you made a comment about Troy. See, Troy University don't have a lot of history of being divisive. They don't have a lot of history. You don't hear anything about, I never heard anything about Troy saying, oh man, we got issues at Troy. But now
there are no issues at Troy. Well, Troy's never had a DEI program.
But the thing, but publicly, publicly there is no idea of any racial motivation that's presided with Troy. But you do have it with schools like University of Alabama. You have it with schools like maybe University of Auburn. You had a stigma because Governor Wallace stood at the door at University of Alabama. Let's use that university. So by the governor sitting at that door, in my community, they'll say that school didn't want you in that school. But now you might have faculty and staff at University of Alabama say, we want to bring in diversity, but we got to create programs for people to be more comfortable. Because if I'm at a school, I can get overwhelmed. I mean, it's 75 to 28 here. If I had a mentality, I can be overwhelmed at that school because of the majority, but I need to be comfortable. So the DEI programs are there to make students feel comfortable. And it's not, because it also in the legislation, the fault, blame, or bias should be assigned to members of a race, color, religion, sex, ethnicity, or national origin on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, ethnicity, or national origin. So sometimes the truth do hurt.
Well,
I was raised that way. You know, I taught a class that was very diverse, and I taught a class that was very diverse, and we went through some stuff that happened in American history. It was never to intentionally hurt anybody's feelings, but the truth do hurt. We came from one place to another. And the thing about it is, we should take an American pride in that. You shouldn't be hurt. Like I said, this is the same country that ended slavery, that ended the Jim Crow laws. But we should take an American pride in that, because only in a country like America it can happen. But with this type of legislation, because you still got people, and if you can be completely honest with yourself, we still have people here that don't want to see progress. We got people that's in government jobs or department heads or supervisor who still don't want to see progress. And so you would never get that experience. And the people who did this legislation never had that experience. My grandfather lived in Lowndes County, and he was a young guy when this happened to him. So his cousin got kidnapped. One of his first cousins got kidnapped. Do you understand? He never saw his cousin again. In the middle of the night, they took him out of his bed. And I'm just giving you this little story only because of the fact of the mentality of how we think about certain things. When we hear this, but he got kidnapped. He couldn't even go into the law enforcement. Their family couldn't go to the law enforcement and say, listen, my cousin is missing, and I need to do a police report, an investigation, try to find his family member. I mean, this is the 1930s. But this is a part of the history of my people, what we suffer from. So when we hear this, it become a problem. It's an issue. But the truth is the truth, and we got to deal with that truth. And we should. So I don't like what happened to the student that you mentioned earlier. Don't get me wrong, but the truth is what it is.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Live with it.
Thank you.
The question for the body now is adoption of the sub to SB 129. The clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 74 yeas, 27 nays. The substitute has been adopted. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Jones.
You jump in that first or second?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition.
Whatever you got, chocolate.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Representative Oliver, I wanted to when this bill was introduced last year, what was it called?
It was Divisive Concepts.
Divisive Concept. So this is basically the same bill with a different title?
Same bill, and we had debated on whether to keep the post-secondary piece on there or not, but we decided to do that.
So you're basically saying that they're the same thing?
Pretty much.
Pretty much. Okay. As I've been listening, and I was listening to you talk, and you talked to me about you said that you were in the military and you thought it was different in the military.
Absolutely.
Well, I guess we were in different branches because I was in the military too. In fact, I taught race relations education in the military. And so it wasn't really much different. It was just that they had a program to try to address it, which we did not have one out here trying to address the issue. And in that program, one of the most rewarding things of the program is people were very truthful about their feelings. Perfect. And as them being real truthful about their feelings, some real things came out in those sessions that we had. And one of the things that came out is that we realized that people really didn't know much about each other. Even though they served together, they were all Vietnam veterans, they were all out there in the military together, but they really didn't know each other. And some of it got very emotional during some of those periods in which we had those discussions. My point is there are not genuine, truthful discussions out here, apart from the military, you make no progress. You just make no progress. My opinion of your bill is that, the reason I asked you about the title of the bill, my opinion of your bill, it is a divisive concept. The bill itself is. And the reason I say that is because it's clear that there are two different perspectives on the subject matter. Completely different perspectives on the subject matter. The subject matter, as you see it, has a lot to do with making sure people don't feel, when they think about things that happened in the past, they don't feel any guilt or that they've done something that shouldn't have been done and all that. On the other side is people who were victims of some of that, And so they have a kind of different feeling about that. And I don't think that your bill is going to change any of that. It's not going to change that, because the problem is that what we are trying to do is kind of legislate morals and understanding, and which can't be done. It's been proven it just can't be done. And I think that we ought to deal with what, not the intent. I think I know what your intent is with the bill, but the effects of it is what we really have to deal with, because that's what we're going to be left with, the effects of it. When it's being applied, it's really going to hurt some folk. It's really going to hurt some folk. Now, it might not hurt the folk who might have the feeling you think about, but the people who have the feeling I know about, it's going to hurt them. And so I think that one of the things that we have to realize is that there's more than one position as we live our lives. We have different effects of things that take place. As I did during my time in the military, I was selected to do that not by me volunteering. I was selected to do it by the captain of the squadron, who that time was the late Senator John McCain, who was my commanding officer at that time. He selected me to participate in this, and I'm glad he did, because I learned a whole lot of things I didn't know, and I'm sure people learned other things. And I don't know if you know how it worked, but they were called racial awareness facilitators. And that, in this way, they were basically from different races, the two partners who ran these groups. One was at this end, one was the other, and sailors all between. Our job was to spark discussions about things that we thought, a lot of stereotypes was a lot of it, that really, we spent a lot of time dealing with that. And really, guys who never had a relationship before began to have very good relationships, because then they understood that what they may have thought about the other person just wasn't true. And what this guy thought about this person just wasn't true. And when they reached that common ground, they had some understanding. I really don't think your bill presents that opportunity. And I'm really happy that our young students left during this discussion, because they probably wouldn't understand some of this. And, you know, I really want to talk about intent versus effect. Now, years back, the Supreme Court even recognized that, intent versus effect. The effect of this is not drawing people together. What we need to do is look at how it came through the Senate and what the result of was in the Senate. You had all one side voting for it, all another side voting against it. That tells me that there's a problem there somewhere. And this doesn't address the problem. It really doesn't address the problem. As I watched how it was put together and
many of our bills are like that, and I don't like that either.
Yeah, and it's a problem. And I think that Representative Rafferty gave some very key points as to why that's the problem. Because I see that as we sit and talk about this, I can look in this room and tell we're not making any progress with this. We're just not. And we know, I mean, we've been here long enough to know that we're not going to be able to talk much longer. We understand that. But that's not going to solve anything either. So what we're going to do, we're going to pass a law that further frustrates the situation. That's just what's going to happen. Because I think about when you say, well, you don't want anybody having a feeling of guilt or anything like that. Well, what about my children? What should they feel?
I understand that.
So they, they are just as important as anybody else. And I have to say that they're not going to consume it the way that you think people who might have guilt have. And what winds up is that this is not written for them.
Well, for K through 12, and let's look at, say, a first grader.
Yeah.
I would not want these things taught to my child at that age to make them not like somebody that was not like them.
But, in your bill, it's not taught them at any age. It's not exposed to them at any age. And that really takes the truth out of the situation. Because at the end of the day, the truth is going to prevail. I don't care what the situation is. At the end of the day, the truth is going to prevail. And the truth is that we do not understand what it means to be a unified country. And today, politically, from the national level down to this level, I don't see any efforts to change that. I see some efforts to make someone feel comfortable at the expense of someone else. I see that. But that is not, in my opinion, that is not what it takes to make any progress in this area. I mean, as you say, I know, and you know I was in the military, I know you were in the military, and I think you had some experiences that a lot of people here haven't had. I had a lot of experiences a lot of people here haven't had. But the problem that we're having with this is that I can't see any good that it does to that argument other than taking away something from someone else. It doesn't give anything, it takes away. That's basically what it does. Now, if that's the intent, then I guess you got the intent solved. But if the intent was to change the way or change the perception of things and make people feel like the one thing we have to deal with is, why was it necessary from the beginning? Why was it necessary to have programs like that? Because people were completely ignored. That's why. And this furthers that. So, I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you, but I don't think we
The gentleman's time has expired.
I appreciate you.
The chair now recognizes the Representative Chestnut from Dallas County.
I just hope you don't mind all my jokes.
Does the gentleman yield?
He does.
I had a conversation with you about some of my concerns, and we talked about it prior to you coming up here. There's an
Mr.
amendment.
Speaker, will you get everybody quiet for a second here?
And we discussed an issue, a First Amendment issue that I felt was really an issue, and we discussed it, and you agreed that this would be a friendly amendment to it. It starts on page 180, and that language on page 180 specifically deals with. Oh, I'm sorry.
Clerk will receive the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 129 by Representative Chestnut.
Yes, that amendment specifically deals with one of the issues of academic freedom, where it talks about higher education to protect to the greatest degree academic freedom, intellectual diversity, and free expression. And that amendment is now offered to protect academic freedom.
And this is a friendly amendment.
Question for the body's adoption of the amendment. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine with the record the vote. 103 yeas, no nays. The amendment is adopted.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for accepting that amendment. Now, I would like
time has expired. The chair now recognizes Representative Warren from Macon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, I came in here late and I hadn't had a chance to read the substitute bill. What is the purpose? What's the main purpose of this bill?
Actually, we rolled a couple of things into it, and it's been a bill that's been developed over time. One of the most important things was the divisive concepts the reason we use that terminology and the reason we define them is in early education, K through 4 or 5, when it's not age appropriate, is overzealous teachers that are trying to divide kids or, for lack of a better term, preach hatred. And that doesn't matter if it's my child or your child, it's just some guardrails. We all believe in freedom in the classroom, that kids should learn, and there are not many things that you shouldn't discuss. However, some things are not age appropriate, and there's times when you should learn those things. College, we're looking at that a little different because academic freedom in college is extremely important. So most any topic is fair game in college, whether it's CRT or any of these concepts, whatever. What we don't want to see in college is a student that is compelled to comply or to ascend to something they don't believe in. And that doesn't matter what color they are. And that really is to promote academic freedom, not to shut it down.
Well, maybe we use the wrong terminology in this, because my whole career was in higher ed, and I have seen kids who would never have had an opportunity in life, given an opportunity because of some of the diversity clause and other things in that situation. It really disturbs me that we're even having this discussion in 2024, because we're all basically 40 plus in here. We might have a few 20, whatever it is. But when you look at today's generation, things that we are concerned about is not even in their vocabulary. And diversity is basically one of them. Because if you look around, we have more interracial children. We're getting ready to get a new race in this country because of the interracial population that we are getting. So I think this is a way of labeling people. When you want to look at certain things about folks and don't want to look at other things, and it's all the fact that we're all human beings. And I hate to say it, and I done talked to some of my brothers. I got me some white brothers in here that love me real well, and I've talked to them. And from my perspective, I can't help but seeing a hatred factor. I see hatred in this. I see something that you're holding against somebody because of who they are or what they are. And that really disturbs me. It really, really disturbs me. And I've been told that there are other factors involved with this, what some other states are doing and everything. But when we get to a point, because like I say, when you start dealing with higher ed and education, there are millions of dollars that comes into this state that is designated for a certain population of people, not always race. You have income levels, you have food meal programs, and are we saying we're not doing, how are we going to deal with that? When you get a program that says this program is based on a child's economic status, what are we going to say? We don't want the money, we're going to turn it away?
No, ma'am. We actually have a clause in here that says this bill does nothing to prohibit that.
So all that's clear. So now tell me again what you expect to achieve. What's your final goal and objective in this? What's going to happen?
What we expect is to have guardrails in K through 12 so that kids are not taught things that are not age appropriate to make them hate each other, to separate them into different groups racially or sexually or any other way. As you get into, and you understand age appropriate, you've had kids.
Right.
All right. So when you get to college, the limitations, you can choose where your kids go to college. You don't have to send them to college if you don't want to. But when we look at K-12, the legislature has complete authority because it's compulsory. We make kids go to school. So therein, it's our responsibility to make sure that that is a level playing field and that there are guardrails for my kids, your kids, or anybody else's, so that we have some kind of influence, that we're not teaching things that are going to make people racially inflamed at early ages or make them just hate each other. Kids have a hard enough time learning ABCs learn how to read and do math without worrying about all these social issues that some teacher who's a little overzealous might
But
put
see,
on.
I understand what you're saying in the classroom. They spend those 6-7 hours in the classroom, but they're outside the classroom. That's where they get all their information from. They get it from TV, they get it from social media, all that stuff. We're not going to prevent that from getting to these children because they're going to get it. Because I sit around and I say, once I became a granny, it brought me down a long ways. And I sit down and I listen to conversations. And some of these conversations these little kids be having, I say, where y'all get that from? Oh, well, you know, so-and-so and so was on the TV and so said this, and Hollywood just ran them all crazy. So I'm not going to be satisfied that with what we're doing here today is going to resolve any of the problems that you say it's intended to resolve. I just don't see that. I really don't. And like I say, whenever I hear the word diversity, that word means black or white or some other race, okay? When that's the only way I can interpret it. And if that's not what you're saying here, then you need to get another word because your words are just not appropriate for what you're trying to do because it seems as though you're trying to protect them from age level discussions, not diversity. So I think that's the part that really disturbs me is the terminology that you're using in here. You needed to pick better words because the words that you pick, I'm telling you, when I hear somebody don't want to deal with diversity, I say, oh, they hate me. They hate me real bad because of who I am. And like I tell folks, we're all God's children. He created us the same blood, the same air to breathe, but it's only the color of our skin that makes us different. And like I just don't agree with your terminology. I just have to tell you, I cannot go along with the terminology that you're using, DEI. You know, and when you think about it, I think it's going to be a little offensive to some of our college kids to think that they can go to an Alabama or Auburn and play football and play basketball and they're considered somebody. But when it comes to the culture issue as to who they are, they're nobodies. And I'm going to make sure that I deal with my African American students at our predominantly white schools and let them understand what's going on in this state. So I hope Alabama can continue to win when I finish with them because I'm going to invite Coach Prime to come to Alabama. Hey, you need to come and get some of these guys and show them they are equal. They're not being used. They're respected for who they are. Because that's the message you're sending them. I want you to understand that. When you start talking negatively about diversity, that's the bulk of your athletes at your institution. So when we start talking these discussions, we better be ready for the repercussion that's coming down the line. Because I'm telling you, I'm committed today to make sure that every athlete that's playing at any institution understands what we're discussing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair now recognizes Representative Stadthagen of Morgan County.
Thank you for your recognition, Mr. Speaker. I've got a motion in writing. I move the previous question.
The clerk will unlock the question for the body is the previous question. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 75 yeas, 28 nays. The motion in writing prevails. The chair now recognizes Representative Chestnut from Dallas County.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
What I want to talk about with this bill is that I believe that looking at it, there are some constitutional implications
that are really, really serious with this bill from the standpoint of Constitution. Let me tell you what I mean. If you go to section 45 of the Alabama Constitution, it says that each law shall contain but one subject, which shall be clearly expressed. The one subject rule, if you apply it here and you look at the multiple subjects, there are 3 tiers of subjects here in this bill. It's DEI, it's divisive concept, and the third is bathrooms of biological sex. Even if you were to take diversity, equity, inclusion, and to put divisive concepts within that same framework, which you could somewhat make that argument, you cannot take 2 wholly incongruent, wholly unrelated issues and combine them with this. The bathroom part would, in my opinion, it would violate the Alabama Constitution, because there is an opinion of the justices, 511 Southern 2nd, 174 for you legal scholars, Alabama Supreme Court 1987, says that the one subject requirement cannot be met if the provisions are otherwise unrelated. So that's one issue. There's the other issue of the First Amendment is that I've had a chance to back there read a couple of excerpts of opinions that were written by the United States Supreme Court, specifically Justice Antonin Scalia, who dealt on many occasions with content-based speech. And in our diversity, equity, and inclusion bill, we talk about specifically race, sex, gender, identity, ethnicity, national origin, sexual orientation. So what we're doing is we're specifically nailing down these particular concepts, these particular issues, and we're saying that any discussion that deals with these specific content, in and of itself is inherently what the state of Alabama tends to proscribe. And once you say that we're going to deal with those specific issues, now you can talk about all kinds of other things, but these things are proscribed. We're chilling the effect of teaching and methodology on these subject matters from the onset. And whenever you do that, you have, and I would say here that in the words of Antonin Scalia, the rationale of the general prohibition, after all, is that content discrimination raises the specter that the government may effectively drive certain ideas or viewpoints from the marketplace, end quote. So when you take a look at what the justices have said, the opinion of the justices, now I know there are different justices on the Alabama Supreme Court now versus 1987, but the opinion of the justices, it's there, it stands. When you look at the opinion of RAV versus City of St. Paul, 1992, where you had the opinion by Justice Scalia. When you look at the plethora of case law that deals specifically with content-based discrimination, content-based speech, whenever you deal with the content of the issue and you're trying to chill that speech, you are essentially and effectively telling the citizens of the state that their First Amendment rights are limited. They are prescribed. And then on top of that, I want to also point to the case that was recently decided a couple of days ago in the state of Florida, the not the United States Supreme Court, but the court in Florida was a federal panel, and that panel in interpreting the Stop Woke law, the three-judge panel came together, and the opinion written by Circuit Judge Britt C. Grant for the court stated that by limiting its restriction to a list of ideas designated as offensive, speaking of the Florida law, which our law mirrors, the act targets speech based on its content. And by barring only speech that endorses any of those ideas, it penalizes certain viewpoints. Furthermore, the court went on to say, we disagree with the opinion that employers can require employees to be taught that one race is morally superior to another race. So, if we were to take this bill and we compare this bill to the bill of Florida that they passed, we're running down a path that's going to send us, I guess, head on with an issue with the First Amendment. You heard it here first from Representative Chestnut. This is going to be an issue, a very serious issue when it goes to the federal courts. I want to also just kind of throw this out there, just food for thought. We look at the 3/5 compromise that happened back. You remember when that happened? How long ago was that? 3/5 compromise.
1900.
Okay, and back when the war, right before the war. 3/5 compromise. World War II, German National Socialist Party, Japanese internment, genocide of Native Americans. All those issues, discussion on those issues, I believe, based on this law, would be proscribed or chilled. Tell me why not.
There's nothing in this bill that precludes any of those discussions.
You don't, the definition of divisive concept, wouldn't those concepts be divisive?
Yeah, no.
Okay, let me go to the Dred Scott decision. Are you familiar with the Dred Scott decision? You're familiar with Chief Justice Roger B. Taney, right?
I guess he was the guy that was on the Dred Scott decision, right?
He was the Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court during that position. And you tell us what Dred Scott was about. Do you remember?
It was returned.
Generally what it was about.
Right.
Okay. He was a black man who had escaped from enslavement.
Right.
And he crossed over to the border to free states. And the United States Supreme Court was to decide what would happen. Would he be returned to be enslaved again, or would he be free once he crossed over the boundary? Well, this is inherently a divisive concept to even teach this, and let me tell you why. In the words of the Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court, he said, referring to people, ancestors of mine, he said they had what? Oh, they want to stop me? Okay, we need to, I would like to ask for the bill to be read at length. I got real close. You got to stay up there when that happens.
The clerk will read the bill of
Tell
lading.
you about that.
Being enacted by the legislature of Alabama, for the purposes of this section, the following terms shall have the following meanings. 1, contractor, any individual or entity that provides services to a state agency, public institution of higher education, or local board of education. This term does not include an individual or entity that provides construction services. 2, divisive concepts, any of the following concepts: that any race, color, religion, sex, ethnicity, national origin is inherently superior or inferior. That individuals should be discriminated against or adversely treated because of their race, color, religion, sex, ethnicity, or national origin. that the moral character of an individual is determined by his or her race, color, religion, sex, ethnicity, or national origin. That by virtue of an individual's race, color, religion, sex, ethnicity, or national origin, the individual is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive, whether consciously or subconsciously. That individuals, by virtue of race, color, religion, sex, ethnicity, or national origin, are inherently responsible for actions committed in the past by other members of the same race, color, religion, sex, ethnicity, or national origin. That fault, blame, or bias should be assigned to members of a race, color, religion, sex, ethnicity, or national origin on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, ethnicity, or national origin. That any individual should accept, acknowledge, affirm, or assent to a sense of guilt, complicity, or a need to apologize on the basis of his or her race, color, religion, sex, ethnicity, or national origin. That meritocracy or traits such as a hard work ethic are racist or sexist. 3, diversity, equity, and inclusion program. Any program, class, training, seminar, or other event where attendance is based on an individual's race, sex, gender, identity, ethnicity, national origin, or sexual orientation, or that otherwise violates this act. This term does not include programs, classes, training, seminars, or other events that are necessary to comply with applicable state law, federal law, or court order. Public institution of higher education, as defined under Section 1651 Code of Alabama 1965, which includes all universities governed by constitutionally created boards of trustees. Student, any individual enrolled in a public K-12 school or public institution of higher education. A state agency, local board of education, or public institution of higher education may not do any of the following: sponsor any diversity, equity, and inclusion program or maintain any office, physical location, or department that promotes diversity, equity, and inclusion programs as defined in Subdivision 3 of Section 1. Direct or compel a student, employee, or contractor to personally affirm, adopt, or adhere to a divisive concept. Require students, employees, or contractors to attend or participate in any diversity, equity, and inclusion program or any training, orientation, or coursework that advocates for or requires assent to a divisive concept. Requires a student, employee, or contractor to share his or her personal point of view on any divisive concept outside of an academic setting as provided in Section 43B. Required students, employees, or contractors to participate as part of any required curriculum or mandatory professional training in an activity that involves lobbying at the state or local level for legislation related to a divisive concept. Penalize or discriminate against a student, employee, or contractor on the basis of his or her refusal to support, believe, endorse, embrace, confess, or otherwise assent to a divisive concept or diversity statement. Condition enrollment or attendance in a class, training, or orientation solely on the basis of race or color. Authorize or expend funding or apply for, accept a grant, federal funding, or private funding for the purpose of compelling assent to any divisive concept or any other purpose prohibited in this act, provided that such funding may be provided to student, faculty, or staff organizations or associations. All state agencies and political subdivisions, including local boards of education and public institutions of higher education, may discipline or terminate the employment of any employee or contractor who knowingly violates this act, provided that any disciplinary action or termination of an employee of a public institution of higher education shall remain subject to relevant policies established by the institution. Termination of an employee or contractor of a local board of education remains subject to the appeal of the termination of the local board of education or state board of education, if applicable, or if applicable, the Teacher Accountability Act, Chapter 24B of Title 16 Code of Alabama 1975, and the Students First Act, Chapter 24C of Title 16 of the Code of Alabama 1975. No state agency or political subdivision may terminate a contract or contractor under this section unless a contractor is in the state knowingly violated this act in the course of his or her contractual obligation. Nothing in this act prevents student, staff, or faculty, organizations, or associations from hosting diversity, equity, and inclusion programs or discussions that may involve divisive concepts, provided that no state funds are used to sponsor these programs. If a student, staff, or faculty organization or association hosts an event pursuant to this subdivision, it shall identify the sponsor of the event at the event and any advertisement relating to the event. Prevent an employee or a contractor of a state agency, local board of education, or public institution of higher education who provides as part of his or her job duties, orientation, coursework, or training from responding to questions that are raised by participants in the orientation, coursework, or training and that pertains to divisive concepts or diversity of higher education from providing any instruction or taking any action in furtherance of satisfying any accreditation standard or requirement. Prohibits a public institution of higher education from authorizing the teaching of discussion of any divisive concept in an objective manner and without endorsement as part of a large course of academic instruction, provided the institution and its employees do not compel assent to any divisive concept and otherwise comply with the provisions of this act. Prohibits the required collection or reporting of demographic data by public institutions of higher education. Prohibits the teaching of topics or historical events in a historically accurate context, prohibits an institution of higher education from performing research, collecting data, engaging in recruiting and outreach programs, offering academic support services, engaging in clinical trials, or providing medical, mental, or any healthcare or clinical services targeted to support individuals of any specific demographic, prevents state agencies from promoting racial, cultural, or ethnic diversity or inclusiveness, provided these efforts are consistent with the requirements of this Act, prohibits a public institution of higher education from providing space or ancillary services to any student or employee on a non-discriminatory basis, including but not limited to support and guidance to ensure compliance with applicable university policies and laws, assistance with security needs, and registration of events. Prohibits housing, athletic programming, or social organizations that are segregated by sex. Each employee, institution, or higher education shall ensure that every multiple occupancy restroom be designated for any use by individuals based on their biological sex as defined by Section 16-154 Code of Alabama 1975. May be construed to inhibit or violate the First Amendment rights of any student or employee or to undermine the duty of a public institution of higher education to protect to the greatest degree academic freedom, intellectual diversity, and free expression, provided that none of these protected tenets conflict with this Act. Shall be deemed to affect or revise any provision in state law requiring that membership of a state board, commission, or authority be inclusive and reflect the racial, gender, geographic, urban, rural, and economic diversity of the state, nor impact any public official appointed to a state board, commission, or authority as of October 1, 2024. May be construed to affect or limit the activities of the Alabama Office of Minority Affairs. It is the intent of the legislature that all constitutionally created boards of trustees comply with the requirements of the Act. The provisions of this Act are severable. If any part of this Act is declared invalid or unconstitutional, the declaration shall not affect the part which remains. This Act shall become effective on October 1, 2024.
The members have attentively listened to the clerk read the bill at length on the third reading. The question before the body now is final passage of SB 129 as substitute and amendment. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote.
I thought it was funny.
Have all the members voted? The clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 75 yeas, 28 nays. SB 129 is passed. The clerk will call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 22 of the calendar, House Bill number 253 with substitute by Representative Brown relating to State Port Authority.
Chair recognizes Representative Brown from Mobile.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 253 deals with the Alabama Port Authority. What this does, it reaffirms their status as a corporate entity that we passed in 2000. It treats them for hiring and firing purposes like universities, and allows them to seek different talent by exiting part of the RSA system. With that, Mr. Speaker, I call for the BIR.
Chair recognizes Representative Bracey from Mobile.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. With the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Whenever we have changes to the hiring process, I'm always concerned about it. Didn't get a chance to take a deep dive into this because I know we were going to kind of get caught up in those other two bills a little bit. What does this look like for current employees of the state docks?
Well, what it does, it allows them, they'll stay in the RSA system, the ones that are in the RSA, because you've got a handful at the very top, the more executive suite level that aren't, but it'll allow them to stay in the RSA system and allow them to stay under state insurance. But it does, it'll just allow, like universities can go out and recruit nationwide, essentially. This will allow the director at the state dock, well, the Port Authority, to go out and get talent on his own versus
outside of the executive level.
Yes.
Okay, so this will be for all level employees.
They've got about 115 currently that are merit system.
Okay. So what would it do to the merit system if we make this change?
As a whole, it won't do anything to the merit system as a whole. I mean, it just impacts. It allows them to essentially do what universities do. and that is that, those. So as a whole, the merit system would stay intact. I mean, it just essentially impacts the Port Authority.
So how does it operate with the hiring process with this?
Well, what it would do is it would allow the Port Authority to go out and have a wider pool of talent, let's say, because they're unique in that they're competing against other states. We're one of the few states that has any merit system employees at their ports, and so this allows them to go out and compete against private entities because that's what they're doing, and so it's a unique body. The port is just unique when it comes to state agencies.
Okay.
And
so what does this bill do as far as protection for employees?
Well, they still would have.
Does it remove the protection for the employees?
Well, not necessarily, because they would still be in the RSA system and still be in the state insurance program. But the hiring aspect of that, they would still be covered under state and federal law regarding protections.
Okay.
So,
What about for future employees? Does this remove protections for future employees?
well, if they're not under the merit system, they're not provided. They're in the state retirement program and the insurance program, but they would get those same protections that anyone would get essentially in the private sector or at university.
Employees will become at-will employees.
More or less, yes.
Okay. So are they currently at-will employees now?
The ones at the top are,
But that's usually-
and actually there's about almost 400 that are currently.
Because
this is a small number at
usually
the Port Authority.
executive suite are.
Yeah, at the
more
Port Authority
at-
you have, it's about 115, I believe, that are currently under the old system, under the merit system.
Okay. So what does this do as far as organized labor at the port? How does this play into that?
I wouldn't think it would have any impact on that.
So it
whatsoever.
doesn't get down to that level of employee?
No.
Okay. What brought this on? Kind of give me an idea of.
Well, it's the competitive aspect of it. The need to get talent that the Port Authority is missing out on because based on public entities versus private entities versus other states, and just trying to stay competitive. You're talking about positions that are highly skilled engineers that specifically deal with coal, let's say, or with with shipping entities, European shipping entities, that sorts of things. Those are highly specified, highly skilled technical jobs that they're having to compete against private sector companies from all around the world, and they're essentially losing out a lot of talent. So this just tries to this is an effort to make them the best that they can be, that would have rewards, I think, across the state by making them more efficient.
So for like supervisors and foremen, how does this impact that level employee?
Well, it would allow them, even at that level, to not be part of the merit system as far as their hiring, but it would on the retirement side and the insurance side, they would stay in that, but it would allow them to hire foremen outside the merit system.
So for the current mid-management employees, what would this do for them? The current foremen and the current supervisors that's there now.
Right, they would phase out of it.
So eventually phase out,
yeah.
but as long as they'll be grandfathered in.
Right, and then eventually you would phase out.
So eventually you will phase out. That would be upon their retirement, or is in so many years it will phase into another program, or what?
Yeah, you would be offered essentially the option, stay in that system, or you could stay or phase out into the other system.
But it wouldn't be a forced thing under the current employees. No. Okay. How many other state agencies are doing this?
Well, essentially universities are.
Universities.
Let's see. Trying to think. It's at the tip of my tongue there, Napoleon.
It's okay. It's okay. What about other ports? Or other?
Yeah, most of the ports in the U.S. are not in the Southeast, especially, are not under the merit system.
Okay.
So we're having to compete against them So that makes it tougher.
Do we think this will give us some level of competitive advantage against other ports?
I think it will. That combined with some of the tax incentives that you helped me pass last year, that I think that combined will give us an edge and give us an opportunity to be more competitive. I mean, essentially, we're always competing with other ports in other states, and so particularly Georgia and South Carolina. And so any opportunity we have to get better talent, then we need to take advantage of it.
Okay, and I guess the reason why I have my line of questioning is because I kind of know how you feel about like the mobile personnel, but you know what I'm saying, some other issues, and I just want to make sure that we're
good now.
Okay, I just want to make sure that
we made up.
You know who?
Personnel board.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that we're, you know, kind of in line and not.
Yeah. No,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I totally understand. No, this is just an effort really to make us more competitive on a national level.
Okay.
And really international level too. I mean, that's where we're competing against, is at the international side.
Okay. So if I call, are the employees familiar? Because with this being a statewide bill, I know this wasn't something that was advertised or anything like that. Are the port employees, do they know what's going on?
I would assume they do. I don't work with your foreman. I tend to work with the Port Authority leadership and that sort of thing on legislative issues and economic development issues.
Right, and I respect that. So, I guess I'm just more concerned, you know, just because that's what management in the executive suite wants doesn't always mean that's what's best for the employees. And I guess I'm just wondering if everybody's kind of on the same page about this, or if this is something that's just a top-heavy deal that's kind of going down. And
as you were saying that, I got a text that said, yes, all the employees are aware. They've been made aware of this situation.
Okay. Since that person is very familiar, can you ask them to text me too, so that way maybe they can answer my questions? I would like to know more about it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to stall the legislation. You know, I'm going to vote for it. I'm not going to stall it, but I want to know more.
No.
So if they're listening, text me.
And you work with the Port Authority. They're great people.
Yeah, I do.
I mean, they really are.
And I have family that work at the port.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure that, you know, we have a lot of people from our community from all over that work at the port, and we just want to make sure that everybody's protected and that we're not removing some level of protection for employees.
Yeah.
Because that could be, it could have an adverse effect to what we're trying to do.
Sure. Totally understand.
Okay. And let me see. It may be texting me now. Okay, I just got my text.
Oh, there you go.
So I guess
you're on the distro list now.
Have the opportunity, and which is good, because we should, on both sides of this issue, we should both be armed with information about it.
Right.
And I think that was slow down some of the questioning on the floor, because we would have that opportunity. So thank you, and thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes Representative Rogers from Jefferson.
Yeah. In the SEIB.
Yeah, finally. Now, you know, I'm concerned about the Port Authority. I've asked you questions about it several times before. But I wanted to address the other bill before it got to you. But my comment was not important. I call it the Bear Bryant bill. I guess Bear turned over his grave when y'all passed that bill. I mean, the Port Authority, you know, you had a bill before the Port Authority, but it gave a lot of authority to other ports to control their own destiny, basically. All right, this bill does similar to that. It's totally different from what you had before. You the port man now. You know you had to port all the Port Authority bill before.
Well, I had a bill dealing with airports.
Yeah, but I with the word port, airport, water port, transport, whatever it is, a port bill.
Right.
Port wine, whatever you call it, port.
Right. Right.
So now tell me about the port. Since I finally got the recognition, I want it on the other bill. I call it Sam Bam Cunningham bill and the Bear Bryant bill. That's what that bill was about. I imagine if Bear Bryant was living today, he said, please don't y'all pass that bill, because I got to have the football players. I got to think about the port bill when I had the football players. I got to think about how they going to get here through the airport or the boat port, whatever port you got, to get the UAB, get the Alabama to play football. So therefore, now, you the port man now. But every time you look to the port, I see you come to the microphone. Right. Tell me about this port bill.
Well, what this does is it allows the Port Authority to hire outside of the traditional merit system and allows them to go out and recruit people from all over the world to come to work in Alabama. So in essence, that's it. They stay in the RSA system, they stay in the SEIB, and
they can't do that now. You mean
at a certain there's about 300 employees at the port that aren't in the merit system. There's about 115 that are, and we're one of the only ports that has that type of system, and it hampers us.
You mean tell me here the bill saying that if you lived in New York, you couldn't come to Alabama and be a part of their port system?
Well, sure you could, but we're not always as competitive as far as pay with other ports, because we're competing, and with the private sector. You got to think of a system like the Port Authority is competing against, ships go all around the world. So we pull talent from Europe, from Asia, Africa, South America, all over to deal with the specific issues of certain carriers or ports and cargoes and those sorts of things. And so they could, but they're just competing against, it's different than other agencies because they're competing against international
Well, tell me, how can we have a system that discriminates against you from New York or Chicago? I can't hire you in Alabama. I'm looking at, that's got since that's what you're saying. We had a system where if you came from another part of the country, that we passed the bill, they couldn't hire you. Is that right?
No, it didn't. That's not at all. What it does, it just makes it more attractive as far as if I'm going to you and I'm offering a certain level of pay, I'm limited with giving you, I can only give you this much because that's the job description, or I can set it at this much, then you're going to choose that much. So what's happening in many instances is that because of the system we're under, we can only offer here in this type package. And if you're coming from New York and these other people are offering you this or this or this, and we're here, you're not gonna come to Alabama. Well, you might be the best person to solve a problem that can help Jefferson County Coal, but we can't get you here because we can't put a package together.
Because you can't compete with the package or something like that. You got to change your whole employment package or something like that so they could. I really want to address the other bill, so I'm using your bill to address the other bill.
Hey, I understand. You're my friend, you know that.
And I understand. But I guess I'm too dark for him to see back there in the corner. I was so dark back in the corner, he couldn't see who I was too dark. I guess I didn't put some powder on my face, and he probably would have called me. But I guess I was too dark for him to see, so I couldn't get a chance to address the other bill. I was concerned about the bill because of Sam Bam Cunningham. Now, before Sam Cunningham, before he played Southern Cab, had to go through a port authority to get him to play for USC against Alabama. All right, when he did that, I said, Bear Bryant said, I got to get me one of them, because Sam Cunningham ran up, down, crossways, Alabama, but he came in on the Port Authority. he came into the port, and he went through the port, back to Southern Cab, but he could have went to Alabama. But he couldn't find the right kind of port to get here. So therefore, he had to find a port to get here with, so he could play for Alabama. So he went to Southern Cab, and I went to the game, and he played Alabama. And Sam Cunningham ran crossways, upside down, over the 200 yards against Alabama through the Port Authority at Legion Field.
That's Legion Field.
Huh? I was at the game. Oh. And Bear Bryant said, I got to give me one of them. And at that point, Bear Bryant went and recruited him through the port system, some black football players.
There's a good documentary on ESPN on that game.
Yeah, it sure is. It sure is. And I saw it. That's the reason I thought about it when they had the bill. I said, but now, they had a good port bill. We might could have got Sam Cunningham to Alabama through the right kind of port. So what I'm saying is that, you know, it's unfortunate that we had this bill, but I think this bill is basically all right. I mean, I was concerned about the other bill.
Sure.
But I think your port bill is fine. For some reason, they couldn't see me because I was too dark back in that corner. I'm dark. You know, dark back in that corner, they couldn't see me. I should put some brown powder on my face, you would have saw me. So, but that's unfortunate it is, because, you know, so that if Sam Cunningham could have got here, Alabama would have won that ball game. He could have came through the port. He could have flew through the airport, the Birmingham port, or some port, got here, played football in Alabama. One thing they said, that every black ball player right now ought to go to a black college through another port. And that's the first thing the mayor said, Birmingham said, they ought to leave right now and go to a port school like at Alabama A&M, Alabama State, somewhere like that, or Miles. You know, and so therefore we couldn't get there, so that's the problem. I guess I'm gonna give me some flour from now on. When I put my light on, I have some flour on my face, they don't know what color I am. They might think I'm white. I might get called. I doubt that very seriously though, but anyway, I'll be in camouflage. The idea about the whole thing is just that, you know, I bet your bill is probably fine. I read through it like I read through the other bill several times, and I couldn't get a chance to address the other bills, so I'll just use your bill.
Sure.
To express my opinion.
Sure, I understand.
I think you're gonna be fine with your bill. You knew that when you came up here. But I know you had the port bill before, and I want to make sure it wasn't conflicted with the other bill.
No, it does not at all. Not at all.
All right. Well, I guess I got to get for Mobile. Maybe the Mobile person will see the fact that I'm black and not white. He might call me sometime. Sure. But I'm right here right now. I might not be here soon, but I'm right here right now. I'm gonna stay here till I go to court, and I ain't worried about that either. So therefore, I'm gonna take my minute, 14 seconds, and then I'll sit down and vote for your bill.
Thank you, John.
But I was upset. I was upset quite a bit. When I said deja vu, here we go again. We don't have to go there. But just because I'm sitting back there in a dark corner, in a dark skin, they couldn't see me. I guess I guess I may have lost too much weight. I said I got to gain a few more pounds or something.
You have lost some weight.
Yeah, I said I must have shrunk back there in the back where you couldn't find where I was back there by that seat. I got too little. I been getting my weight back so I can wave my hand, you see me. So therefore, I know the speaker went up there because he would have called me like he always do. He don't want to sometimes. I'm gonna go and call him anyway. But I'm taking a chance, so I get a chance to talk with that bill because he went up there. I told him, I said, Mr. Speaker, he can't see me. I must be a ghost or something back there. So therefore, but I'm not a ghost. I'm just black. And sometimes I sit back there, I blend in with the black scenery back there. You know where I am. So please see me, Mr. Speaker. I'm black, but I'm back there, okay? Please see me. Every now and then.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Every now and then, just see me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Wilcox.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. It's good to see you, Representative Brown, Chairman Brown. I know that many of us got this article, but Forbes magazine wrote an article that was published on January 25th that the Gulf Coast home to the decade's two fastest growing major ports. At the top of the list were two Gulf Coast ports, Port of Corpus Christi. I won't spend a lot of time on them. And then, of course, ranked second by the Port of Mobile, the only deepwater port. So, ranking second in terms of annual cargo value growth is the Port of Mobile with 121.84% change over the past decade. That growth has been driven by the build-out of the port's container terminal and activity in its cold export terminal, among other factors. And I quote, "From Mobile to Huntsville, Alabama's economy is booming. and the Port is proud to be a key player in this growth, said John Driscoll, its director and CEO. With over $1 billion in capital investments planned over the next 10 years and the benefits of major projects such as the deepening and widening of the ship's channel yet to be realized, the sky is the limit for what the Port and the state of Alabama will accomplish in coming years. And a part of that is people. We can't make it happen without the proper people in place. So I wanted to make the point that we as a legislature have done everything we can to support the Port in infrastructure needs. And there's no more important thing than the people to help staff it to make that dream happen. So I support the BIR, and I hope that my fellow members will as well.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate it.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
I'm about to quote, I can't believe I'm going to say this, Mr. Speaker, but Lord, I'm beginning to feel like John Rogers. Maybe I'm too dark and I can't be seen back there. My light been on so long. Ooh, I'm trying to just get a little clarity. The time is drawing nigh. Brown, okay, Brown. I have to look. Provide, okay. Tell me about the bill.
Well, what it does is it allows the Port Authority, just reaffirms that what we passed in 2000 that created their corporate entity, and allows them to hire employees outside the merit system.
So you all employees are already employed through the merit system?
Some of them are.
Okay, I didn't know
There's
that.
well, there's about 300 something that aren't, and there's about 115 that are.
So what distinguishes the others that are not in the system?
What about them?
Why are they distinguished from the ones that are in? Why are they all not in the system?
It's just the way the legislation was written in 2000 it's just the way it was written from a hiring authority. And so what we're trying to do is just instead put it all under the Port Director's authorities, just bring that 115 into what we're already doing.
So you all's Port Authority is an arm of government? Obviously.
It is. It's a state agency,
It's a
but
state-
it's a unique agency.
Okay, yeah, the state,
yeah.
okay, yeah. Okay, well, all right, I was just trying to figure out what this,
But it's unique in that it has a board and a director that after 2000, the board appoints the director. So prior to 2000, he was an appointee of the governor, but now after 2000, he was not. So it's just like that allowed us to go out and get a director that wasn't an appointee of the governor. This allows us to go out and
so
and
where are
get
you
talent.
from, if you don't mind me asking?
Mobile.
So you're from Mobile?
Yeah, I live in South Mobile.
Okay. Whose spot did you take? Place?
Well, I got here in 2018.
You been here that long?
I have. I'm very quiet.
I don't even know your name. That's why I'm like, I know
Yeah.
your face and we talk. I just, like I said, I stopped trying to memorize
I'm
names.
just very quiet. I don't say much.
Yeah, when you want to be quiet, you are. Okay, so 2018. God, you've been here that long?
I have, yeah. That's 2018.
Who had this seat before you?
David Sessions.
Sessions,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Wordsome David Sessions.
Yeah,
Boy,
nice
that
guy. One of the nicest
He used
guys
to
you'll
stick with
meet.
me every day.
Super nice guy.
But he always bought me good peaches. He would always bring me chocolate-covered cashews from a little place, what is Priestler's or whatever.
Priestler's Pecan.
Uh-huh.
He has a fruit stand too, so he's got a big farm.
Yeah, he bought me nice peaches. He always bought me something.
All I have is a Satsuma tree.
He was like a little
That's it.
gnat though. But I was all right with that.
He's got good fruit at his farm out there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know.
Oh, yeah.
He always brought every week. He was gonna
He and
bring
Jack
me
Williams.
something. Yeah.
Senator-
I didn't have
Senator
to
Williams.
ask him either. He just come and load me up with those big old juicy chocolate cashews, chocolate covered cashews. I hate when he left. That was the only reason I hate he left, because he used to nag. Bought me good little treats. But anyway, listen. Okay. I guess that was all I needed to know. I was so distraught by this last piece of legislation. I just totally devastated, especially when questions are asked about history and people carrying these type of bills and they don't know the history. I remember that CRT bill, and I asked the question, do you know what the middle passage is? And I believe it was the same gentleman. And he said, oh, the middle passage? But you're bringing the CRT bill and you don't know what the middle passage is in history. That's bad. Dred Scott case, bad. But, you know, I digress. I'm just glad I got a chance to come up here. I don't know what the process is for speaking, but I did like the old process. When your light go on, you're counted, and then you get a chance to speak twice on a bill. We just don't hardly get a chance to speak twice on a regular bill, and I just don't think that that's fair. I understand there's power in that chair, but I just feel like everybody ought to have an opportunity to speak twice if they choose to. Now, what order you pull them is different, but I'm just glad I got a chance to talk on the Port Authority bill. No, I can't do him like that. I know. I can't say that because he's had so many, so they wanted me to haze you, but I'm not going to haze you. I know this isn't your first bill. I'm just glad to be standing up here talking. You know, I'm going to have to do my whole 10. I go back to the Mike Hubbard rule. If you don't know how to talk or you can't speak, read something. But I'm going to use my 10 some kind of way. Too far to come and not be able to talk. Too far to come and not even be recognized. It's just too far to come to stand here in this well. And that's why I'm so interested in this Port Authority. You know, you all do a lot in Mobile.
Yeah, economy's growing.
Y'all are becoming like a powerhouse around the state. A mecca of sorts. That's good stuff, man. Y'all got the port, got a lot of stuff coming in, and now you're gonna make the non-merit system employees merit system employees. That must be good. Because then they would actually get a little more money, right?
I think so.
Based upon the merit system pay scale.
It would allow a little bit more pay and allow opportunity to more opportunities, more upward movement, that sort of thing. Job descriptions.
But do you think diversity should be a part of, because that's one of the things about the merit system that a lot of folks have always wanted to, some entities have wanted to vacate the merit system because of the hiring practices of such, and picks and chooses as to who you want. So that's why, you know, these bills, sometimes when you all bring them, it makes me wonder, especially after the last bill, Senate Bill 129, you know, what we're doing here with regards to diversity and equity and inclusion and how it correlates to other pieces of legislation and all of these unintended consequences that can come about, you know. And then I had to hear about love. Somebody got up and said they love everybody. And we know that ain't true. Because it's folks I know I have to love, but I may not like them. But we don't love folks don't love everybody. And love is such a subjective word to use. I love you. And then I did say now that the slave master loved all his slaves. And he told them such until one of them got ready to leave that plantation. When they got ready to leave that plantation, they knew just how much the master loved them and let them know that they were truly slaves. So we have to be careful with that. But this is a bill that we'll certainly support. I have no problem with that. But at the end of the day now, unintended consequences for these bills, since we're dealing with merit employees. And hopefully there are no issues with diversity as we move about in trying to induct these individuals into the merit system, because I'm sure there are going to be certain qualifications, certain skill sets that will be involved. But I just pray that they're not such employees that the master says that they love them and they try to do what I just said, leave the plantation. I still remember and think about my teachings of 1619. Are you familiar with 1619?
I am.
What happened in 1619?
Well, the year 1619?
Yeah.
Well, I would prefer to talk about my bill, which I'm
No, but you
reason
just
I'm down
said,
here.
you answered and said you knew about 1619. I just wanted you to
I'm
tell me.
familiar with 1776.
Are you, I asked you about 1619. No, I specifically said 1619.
1917 was a good year. The U.S. entered World War I. We won it in Europe.
Black was brought to Jamestown in 1619. But I did hear a lot about 1819, so I pulled it up. So hopefully I get a chance to talk about 1819 also when I get ready to come back to the microphone. But 1619 in particular was a very interesting year here in this country because that's the year that black people were brought here.
The lady's time has expired. Question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 102 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had an amendment also.
Okay, you care to explain your amendment?
Yeah, what the amendment does is it just clears up some of the language involving Port Authority police officers that were in the original bill in 2000, and then it also sets the effective date for October 2024.
You've heard the explanation of the amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 102 ayes, 0 nays. Amendment has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call for final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, Representative Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but quite honestly, I forgot to turn my light off after the BIR. Representative Brown, thank you for bringing the bill. The economic highway in our state runs from the Port Authority in Mobile to NASA in Huntsville through a great heartland of our state. And opening up competition for jobs is a part of what makes our state great as a right-to-work state. And this opportunity for people to come and be a part of it is great. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate it.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. General, you yield.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, if I had some concerns about your bill,
Okay.
and I come up here and express that I have some concerns, would you consider pulling your bill and let us sitting down and talking about it to see if we can resolve those issues?
Well, no, ma'am, not today. I will not because
Well, we don't
I
do-
think it's important for us to be as competitive right away. And so in order for us to do this, we need to get it up the pipeline before spring break. You haven't discussed the issues with me, and my door's always open. I'm always willing
I didn't
to.
know it was coming. You
Yes,
know,
ma'am.
I'm back on the North 40 plowing on this plantation, so I don't really know about the bills until they come to the floor and they let me come in here. And I'm able to sit, but other than that, I'm not on, and I don't have that advantage to know what's coming because I just don't think it's appropriate that I have to go to all committee meetings. I just look at the way that this legislature was organized prior to 2010, and we had more previous access to bills to know what was coming forth, so we could come to you. Sure. But now we operate in a different method. So if you're not able to go to every committee meeting that's here, You don't know about these bills in advance. And within the last couple of weeks, I know they did something to help the computer. I used to could have the opportunity to look at whatever calendar we're going to have the week before, the weekend before, and then I could sit down and look at the bills there and pull those bills and read them. So then I could be better prepared to speak to the sponsor if I have to express my concern. But we have had some difficulties pulling those bills. And the other difficulty we have is that I don't know what's going to hit the floor because we might not have Rules Committee meeting until this morning. And by the time I get here, it's time to come into the chamber. So I still haven't had that opportunity. But I understand what you're saying about this particular bill. But I just, Mr. Speaker, just wish that we could work better in this body. We come here and we're elected pretty much, each one of us have pretty much the same number of people in our districts that we represent. Your district is diverse, my district is diverse. And when people elect us, surprisingly, they think we can come down here with a magic wand. But they just don't understand that the door is not open for all of our districts to prosper. But I do thank Mr. Speaker for allowing me to come. I thank you for listening, because sometimes people don't listen to us.
Yes, ma'am.
So I appreciate both of you on that. But I'm just going to continue to stress the point. At some point, if we expect for the state of Alabama to survive, we got to work together. They got a Baptist song, and it might be a song in your church. I need you, you need me. We all are part of God's children. We need each other. And I know we say that a lot, but that was at one point was the basis of this country. And it seems as though we've drifted away from that. And one or two people can't continue to control and not take into consideration all people that are here. We represent the state, so we're trying to express what our constituents are concerned about. Thank you again.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 253 as amended. Clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 253 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 26 of the calendar, House Bill number 194 by Representative Pettis, relating to state government.
Representative Pettis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill has 5 words: volunteer fire departments and rescue squads. It just puts them that they can use local bids when they're buying equipment and stuff. That asks for the BR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
You were somewhat mumbling and I couldn't hear you, so I just wanted to see what this bill was about. You know, it's getting late in the evening and the sun going down. So I just have to make sure ain't nothing slipping past me that I don't understand.
What this bill does, currently your sheriff and your district attorneys can use local bid to buy things for their office. They don't have to go through the state bid process. All this does is say the volunteer fire departments and rescue squads can do the same thing. They bid locally instead of statewide.
Okay. Okay, so volunteer firefighters, based upon this bill, would not have to go through a procurement process?
No, they're be exempt. They have to.
So right now they have to go through a
Yes.
procurement
The
process.
sheriff and the district attorney's exempt from it, and they just want to be
But
exempt
now
from it also.
but I thought that, for instance, in my county, I thought that they typically do some degree of some type of procurement process.
But it's through the local. They can do it locally instead of having to do statewide bid. They still have to bid.
Okay, so what
It's
this
local.
is doing, this would be, instead of doing statewide, they would be able to do it locally also. just, I'm not, I was just confused on that. Okay, I got it. I was trying to figure that out. Because I was like, well, how in the world is our sheriff's department able to just do what they do when they're going through a procurement process? So I just wanted to make sure that they didn't have more of a reach or less of a reach than what it would be afforded to anyone else. Okay. So what made you bring this bill?
The Fire Association's asked me to bring it.
You were a police officer, right?
Yes, ma'am. My son's a fireman.
Oh, okay. So which volunteer fire department asked you to bring this? Where your son works?
No, he's a paid fireman.
He's a paid one.
The Fire Association, the State Fire Association asked me to bring it.
All these firemen in here and they pick the police?
I bring a lot of fire bills.
They pick the po-po. Okay, I got you. Ain't nothing wrong with the po-po. Okay, so I've been trying to get a bill in public safety. Is this bill coming through public safety?
No, it come through state government.
This state government, because I've been trying to get my bills to have just a little bit of consideration coming out of public safety. Whether they be voted up or voted down. But I was told by the chair that if certain agencies or entities have an issue, that we can't even bring it up for discussion. I just don't believe that a bill shouldn't be put on the agenda because someone is in a certain entity. You're supposed to be able to negotiate and work to bring a bill to where all parties can agree, but just to close the door on it, I just think that's much. That's a lot when you give the agency more respect than you give your colleagues. It's just a bad look. Because that's what the committee is there for. They can vote it up or they can vote it down. But I have a problem when someone tells me that one agency versus this person or that person has a problem with something, and because they have a problem, you won't even allow for discussion. And I don't think that's right. Because what those agencies should do with bills just like this bill, if they have an issue, they bring forth either an amendment or we sit down to negotiate to try to make it better. I've been here 14 years and I've always been able to do that. And I passed a hell of a lot of speakers. Last year, obviously, was my first year passing 4 or 5 bills. I'm like, you need to go back and check the roll. The bill is the least of my worries getting out. I've had many years where I've passed 4 and 5 bills in the House of Representatives. I've been here 14 years through a heck of a lot, through three speakers, but I've been able to get a whole lot done. And ain't much I've had in here that I wanted to get passed that I haven't been able to pass, and that's a blessing, and I'm thankful for it. But I just have a problem when someone tells me that just because the entity has a problem, then you bring the entities to the center of the floor and let's work it out. Because when your bill has a problem and people are protesting your bill or have an issue, we sit down to negotiate with you, but you won't let my bill up? Okay, that's cool. And that's why I say I don't ask y'all for nothing. Ain't nobody gonna never come in and say that I came to the microphone and asked y'all not to do something. I'm going to speak my piece, and then I'll take my seat. But volunteer firefighters. Tell me how the volunteer firefighter process works, because I have never really understood it. And the firemen have been very supportive of me, and I volunteer and the actual firefighters. But I still never understood the concept of the volunteer firefighters, if they're actually pulling a shift just like a regular firefighter would.
Well, in my area, the volunteer fire departments, they're at home and they all have pagers, and when the pager goes off, they go to the fire station.
Really? But does that county have a actual fire department there along with the volunteer?
The whole county is all volunteered. The city of Florence is the only place that has a pager.
So if there's an emergency and there's an issue of expediency, they have to come from their respective homes? Are they required to live only a certain distance from the fire department?
No.
Really?
No. They're all volunteers, so, and they're hard to get
So
volunteers.
they're not literally at the station to pull a shift?
No.
I never knew that. I'm thinking that they're actually at the fire department pulling a shift.
No. They're at home.
That is scary to me. Oh, wow. So they're not where they're like getting in the truck or pulling off?
They have to drive up, get in their car and drive to the station, then get in the truck.
Wow. I learned something here today. I'm glad you told me that, Pettis, because I never knew that. So that's why sometimes the volunteer fire department stations look so empty and dormant.
Yes.
Okay. All righty then. Well, I'm going to take my little seat, but I was thinking about that issue of the 17, when I asked the question about 1619, and the gentleman said to me about 1776, and I was like, wow, 1776, you got the nerve to throw 1776, but I said, you must have missed that line in that Declaration of Independence when it said, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And I sometimes question that when I come in this room. I question this document. I have problems with it. I have a lot of problems with it because that document wasn't made for everybody. And I think what happens when I come in here, I begin to see a truth that that's not the case. But it's okay. It's all right. I'm going to take every freedom that I can while I can. And I'm going to be unapologetic in doing so. But then I'm also going to treat you like you treat me. So if you treat me bad, don't expect good in return. It's simple. I go back to what I just said. Slave master loved us all until we get ready to cross that line on that plantation, and he lets us know just how much he loved us. Mm-hmm. That meant almost 100 lashings. I sat in a chair in a room in this building last week, and the vice chair told the chairman that he needed to fire a black clerk. Mm. I was devastated to hear that. Mm-hmm. It was so ugly the way it was said. Mm. I was sitting right there, the chair right here, and that person was on the other side. And we were debating that SB 1.
That's a good bill.
And I wanted to snatch his head off. Mm-hmm. But he said it and he meant it in the chair. Though, being the man he is, said he wasn't going to fight.
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Representative Pettis.
Ask for final passage.
And ask questions. Final passage of HB 194. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 194 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 4 of the calendar, House Bill number 95 with substitute by Representative Stubbs relating to virtual education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body. HB 95 is a bill regarding virtual education, and it allows for the students who participate in virtual education to take state assessments through the closed browser remote testing system. This system includes technology which will secure the test, but also have a virtual monitor of a certified teacher who will be observing that student taking the test. And with that, I ask for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to share some words of wisdom, but wisdom is not accepted in this body. I would like to share some truths, but truths are not accepted in this body. Now, I understand you'll have a certified teacher observing the student when they take their tests, but what about the learning process? Who is there to teach that child on their virtual learning? And when they're doing all other work, who's there in the home to help them with whatever work they're doing?
Well, the virtual education program for students offers them the opportunity to do online schoolwork. There are certified teachers within these programs who provide them with instruction, tutoring, and other opportunities to learn. This bill is specifically about the testing.
I heard you, but before you get to the testing, what you got to do?
You've got to learn.
Amen. Let the choir sing a song.
You may not know, but I am a certified math teacher in the state of Alabama.
Hallelujah, because y'all don't consider none of our teachers certified. I'm so glad to hear that. And I'm more impressed to hear that, to know that we got teachers in the Republican Party that have sat here and let this god-awful stuff be passed, and you didn't say nothing?
I supported it.
You supported all of that was anti-education.
Well, I don't consider it anti-education.
That's the problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Education is the subject.
Let's stay subject.
I am on the subject.
No, ma'am, you are not.
The subject is on learning. The subject is on learning, Mr. Speaker.
Ma'am,
And testing. It's on it now. You got to have all of it together. You cannot have a test if you don't learn nothing. I heard you tell me to turn the light off, but that ain't right, Mr. Speaker. Just because you might not understand what I understand, that's my perception. But you can't tell, I'm on the subject as far as I'm concerned. You can't determine whether I'm on the subject because you ain't in my mind. You can't tell me what my mind should be, Mr. Speaker. You putting yourself in the role of God or somehow, and I'm gonna leave because like I told you, standing right there. You all ain't doing nothing but create animosity and anger in this chamber.
Question for the body is adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 98 ayes, 2 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Stubbs.
Mr. Speaker, we do have a substitute from committee. The sub simply adds the exemption of public institutions of higher education at their request. It also excludes the ACT from the virtual testing due to the fact that the ACT is not in a position to do that at this time.
You heard the explanation of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 98 ayes, 1 nay. The sub has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I ask for final passage.
That is questions. Final passage of HB 95. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machines, record the votes. 99 ayes, 2 nays. HB 95 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I remind you we've agreed to meet March the 19th at 1 p.m. March 19th. With that, I move the House standing adjournment.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.